Hi and welcome to Cryodos Data Analysis and Visualization using Excel course. Over the next 26 hours, you'll dive deep into Excel's powerful data analysis and visualization tools, essential skills for making data-driven decisions in today's business world. You will learn to efficiently clean and prepare complex datasets utilizing functions like text, trim, and advanced formulas such as sumif, index match, and conditional formatting. We'll explore how to create and customize pivot tables for summarizing large datasets and build dynamic charts, graphs, interactive dashboards that presents your insights. You'll also gain hands-on experience with Power Query for automating data import and information, and also learn to work with large datasets efficiently using filters, sorts, and macros. By the end of this course, you'll also have a solid understanding of how to analyze and visualize data effectively, enabling you to confidently tackle real-world challenges. This course includes a certification, so once you've completed the course, you'll receive a certificate to showcase your expertise. So you can find the link to access your certificate in the description below. Be sure to visit www.cryo.do for more resources and programs. Now let's get started. Happy learning!
Hello everyone. Welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel, that is MS Excel. We are into week 1, and in this week what we are going to learn, we are learning here course introduction and the fundamentals that belongs to this subject, that is Microsoft Excel. So we will explore our learning to understand the concepts involved with Microsoft Excel in order to experience and in order to practices with the data analysis and the visualization that is highly demand in the market nowadays. So what are the table of contents for this week? First, we are going to cover the introduction to the course, how we can launch Microsoft Excel, and how we can check the version that is already installed in our system. And then we will learn about the introduction to the interface, the basic interface of this tool, Microsoft Excel. After that, we will learn how we can enter and edit data into Excel. We will learn about relative and absolute cell references and then some common shortcuts. Formatting, we will learn how we can do the data formatting, whether we are changing the color, whether we are making it bold, italic, we will learn everything. After that, how we can customize the quick access toolbar. And then the most important thing, how we can get the help, the self-help from this wonderful tool, Microsoft Excel. Our learning objectives, by the end of this session, you will be able to launch Microsoft Excel and check the current version of Excel, how you can enter the and edit the data you learn in this week. You'll be able to use common shortcuts that are available with Microsoft Excel, and then how we can format the data, customizing the quick access toolbar and using Excel self-help. So let's start. Introduction to the course. So in this course, we have total 24 learning hours. So that we are going to cover in total 12 weeks. So in each week, we'll have 2 hours for learning, and you need to do your assignments and projects as well. So that you can actually cross check your knowledge. So you'll be getting total 12 assignments for each for 1 week. So if you're completing this first week, after that, you need to do your assignments. Once you submit the assignments, only then you'll go to week 2 content. And in this course, we are also doing 2 projects. One is minor project and another is major project. So you need to do the first project, the minor project, after completing week 1 to week 6. And the second project you will be doing after completing total 12 weeks. And you have the active support from the skill link for this wonderful course. This was the introduction to the course. So now let's talk about Microsoft Excel. How we can launch this Excel and how we can check the which versions Excel is available with us. So launching the Excel, the first option is we can write in the Windows search bar as Excel. Just see this screenshot here. So this is the screenshot with available. We are writing in the Windows search bar for the Excel, and once I do that, I'll get the option like this. So this is for this best matches with the Excel application. I'll click on this application and I can launch Microsoft Excel with this search bar. The another option is to go to command, the run command. You can open the command prompt with window plus R key also. And once you have this run window with the you just write Excel over there and click on OK. And you can launch Microsoft Excel in that system. We have option 3 also, and that is directly open the workbook. If you have the shortcut or if you have a location where Excel is launched or already or it is the shortcut is available, in that case you can directly click on that and open the workbook. So let's try that. We already talked about 3 options. So what I'll do, I'll go with the first one first. So this is writing it in the window search bar. So just see there, I have clicked the Windows option and now in the search bar here I am writing Excel. So once this Excel thing is done, writing Excel, I can see this application over there, Excel app. I'll click on that and see we can actually open the Excel. Good evening, good evening. So we will explore it how to open a book and everything. For this purpose, I am just closing it for now and come again. The second option, let's try that also. What I need to do, I need to press the key window and then R. So window R is done and I have this window with me. Type the name of a program, folder, document or internal resource and Windows will open it for you. So I'll write here Excel and I'll click on OK. So again, I have Microsoft Excel with me. So I have launched it. The third option, again, you can try it in your system with your location, wherever you have the shortcut. Just click on that shortcut and open the workbook. Ultimately, the result will be the same. So this is your choice, which option you want to try. You want to try it with the Windows search bar, you want to try it with the Windows command, or you can just directly launch the workbook or the Excel with the shortcut that is available with the installation. So in my case, I'll find this one as the easiest one. Next, checking the version. So how we can check the version, like which actual version is installed with me in this my system. So the way you just need to go to the file, we will see it also. For now, just understand the path. Go to file and click on account and then you can have the product information. So product information, what we can have it 2003, we can have version 2007 as well, 2010 as well, 2013, 2016, 2019, or we can have the latest one, Microsoft 365 with us. So if I try this thing, this like if I talk about my system, in my system, this Microsoft 365 is installed. So if I do the same option here, in that case, going to file, going to account, and then going to product information, I'll get the output like this. And here I can have the information. Just see their product information, Microsoft, and the subscription of the product, this 365, and everything is written here. So I'll do it in my system also. So I'll just launch it with the Windows option. How we did that? We just wrote it in the search bar of the Windows and we got this suggestion for the Excel app. So what I'm doing, I'm just clicking it home for now and I'll take the blank workbook also. So what we did, we just got the new blank workbook. So for now, we have learned how we can launch the Microsoft Excel and how we can check the version. Now, once you have the tool with you, so let's start with this wonderful tool, this Microsoft Excel to do the magic with the data analysis and visualization. So this kind of interface I'll get once I open my Excel. So what is this? What is that interface? So I have this output with me. So just see the first thing we will start from the topper one. This ribbon is known as quick access toolbar. So whatever is available that is you can easily access, quickly access that is available on this quick access toolbar. You can also customize this tab also. So whatever you want to keep it here, you want to have the print option, you want to have the copy option, you want to have the save option, whatever you want to quick. you are allowed to customize it. We will learn it in this session only how we can customize that quick access toolbar also. So this first thing in our interface is known as quick access toolbar. Then we'll try what we have in the second tab, the second part. So you can say that you have divided your interface into three parts. This first part is known as quick access toolbar, where we have the all the options available that is easily or quickly available on your Excel tool. So you don't need to find it, whatever is quickly available. So in some cases, like we have some options like you need to copy it more frequently or you need to auto sum more frequently. In that case, you can keep that particular tool on quick access toolbar and you can easily approach it. In the second part we are talking about, this is known as tabs and ribbon. So just see it here carefully, the file, the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, the smart view, help, power pivot. This everything is known as tabs. This is known as tab. And when we have this line here, and this particular one is known as ribbon. So just see there what is written down. So this is font ribbon, this is alignment ribbon, this is number ribbon, this is styles ribbon, and cells ribbon, and so on. We will see in actual interface as well. We're just talking here with the screenshot available. And then come to the third part. This part is known as formula bar and name box. So whatever formula we are applying on our data, we can actually see it here. Whatever data you have, you can actually see in this formula bar and the name box. Next part is this A, B, C, D, and so on. This is known as column name. Of course, you can have your column name as well, but by default, Excel has divided the sheet, the workbook, into row into columns, and this row is numbered to 1, 2, 3 onwards, and this column names are ordered with alphabetic from A to Z, and then it starts with double A to double Z, and similarly so on. So this is number of rows. Column name I have already told. Next come to the downside of this interface, the bottom one. And this bottom one is this part is known as worksheet and the status bar, with which worksheet you're working. Like if you're working with the Excel, so you can have the same document with the multiple worksheets. So it is not necessary that these worksheets are related to each other or not, but normally if we talk about the logically, in that case, if we are saving for data for a one organization, one particular organization, so for different departments, we can have data in the different worksheets. So let's revise this again, but this time we will do with the Excel, our systems Excel. So I'm launching it again in the same manner. Version check and the launching Excel we already learned. I'll go to the blank workbook first. So just see this. So we were talking about this interface. Till now, what we have learned what the particular part is known as or called in interface. So this top one, this top part, this green one you can say, this is known as quick access toolbar. And I already mentioned that you're allowed to customize this. So we have some options here. You just hover the mouse and you can see the tooltip here. The symbol is for the save. So save option is available. Auto save I need to on or off. It is up to me. You can make it for one particular file as well, and for you can make it your default choice as well. So each document you can turn on for the auto save. Then we have here copy, we have here deletion for the sheets, and we have some mouse mode also, and the spelling check is also available. So this is quick access toolbar. So easily available or frequently used items or frequently used tools are normally kept in this quick access toolbar. Then we talked about this part from file to this clipboard thing. So this is known as tabs and ribbon. So file, I'll go back, home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, help. This everything is tabs. And what are ribbons? Ribbons are this clipboard, this complete set is one particular ribbon. This font is one particular ribbon. Alignment is particular ribbon. Similarly, number here. I'll zoom my screen so that you can see it. But okay, let's try that. Then we have styles here, cells here, and editing as well. Similarly, if I'll go to one another tab, in that case, I have different ribbons here. Like for whom I have different ribbons, for insert I have different ribbons. So if we talk about the tab insert, we have ribbons for the tables, illustrations, add-ins, charts, tours, sparklines, filters, and this links, comments, and if I go to page layout, in that case, we have themes, page setup, scale to fit, sheet options, arrange. If I go to formula tab, I have function library here, define names here, formula auditing, calculation. If I go to data tab, in that case, I have get and transform data, queries and connections, sort and filter, data tools, forecast, outline. If I go to review, then we have proofing, accessibility, insights, language, comments, notes, protect, and this link one. View, I have sheet view, workbook views, show, zoom, window, macros. And similarly for the help, we have two ribbons. This is help and community. So for different tabs, I have different ribbons. So these all tabs and ribbons are actually having all the functionalities that is available with this wonderful tool that is Microsoft Excel. So once you complete this course, you'll be master in using all the functionalities, whether it is available with different ribbon or different tab. So for now, I just want to have a quick look on this interface so that you should be aware where we can have this particular functionality. So this was tabs and ribbons. Next, this part is known as formula bar, name and formula bar. So whatever I am writing here, I can see that. How we can enter and edit the data, we will learn in a few minutes. And this is number of columns. So this A, B, C, D, I'll scroll my screen. Let me zoom it again so you can have a clear view here. So this is this A, B, C, D, E. I'll go to my right side of the sheet. So you can just have a look. After Z, I have double A, then A, B, A, C, A, D. This is the combination. And I'll go again and you can see it an n number of columns here. Of course, it is not n number of columns. We have a fixed limit here. I'll tell you that also. For now, you have a good amount or good area to enter your data. Similarly, if I'll go to the rows, as we have Microsoft Excel in the form of the rows and columns. So this 1, 2, 3 is known as columns. So this is not necessary that you can't have your column name, you can have it. But by default, this Microsoft Excel is providing you space to enter your data in the form of rows and columns. This A to E onwards is known as the columns, name of the columns, default column names, and this 1, 2, 3 is known as the row number. So if I talk about I need to enter something here. So what I am doing, I am entering in C column and sixth row. So this is about the interface. And if I'll go down here, so here I am having the information about the worksheet number, workbook number. So which worksheet I am talking about, how I am adding sheet. We will learn that also. So this is status bar and worksheet bar. I'll minimize this with this minimize option. I am minimizing my tool and coming back. So we have learned about the interface. What we have learned about? We have learned about the quick access toolbar. We have learned about the tabs and ribbon. We have already seen the formula bar and the name boxes, column names as well, number of rows, and the worksheet and status bar. Let's come to the next topic, that is entering and editing data. So we talked about we can do data analysis and visualization with Microsoft Excel. But before that, we need to learn how actually we can write or enter our data in this tool. So how we can do that? So there are number of ways to do that. First, you need to click on the cell. Cell. So what is cell? I'll just go back to Microsoft Excel again. So this area is known as cell. A, B. You just see this cursor is moving, this green cursor. So this is known as the cell. This particular area is known as cell. So what we are saying you need to click on the cell. Okay, we need to click on the cell and type in the formula bar. Formula bar is this one. And here you can write ways to edit the data. So once you have the data, then you can edit the data. If you're writing something here, so this is entering the data. What I did, I just opened my tool, this Microsoft Excel. I clicked on the cell. Once I click this, I'll have this line with me. So once I have this line, I'll write my content. And once I have the content, if I want to make any changes, this is known as the editing the data. So how we can edit the data? Delete and type. Okay, so I entered something by mistake. So what I need to do, I need to delete it and enter the data. Okay. The another way is double click on the cell, edit in the formula bar, and then we have one option, this press F2 also. So let's try this. I'll start it from idly. I'll go with the idly row 1 and the column 1. So I'm writing here. I'll click here. So I'll write this is my first time, my first type of data. So I wrote this thing in this Excel. That is fine. My first type of data. So, for example, I want to make some changes. So I'll click that. I'll go to the formula bar. You just see it here. I'll go to the formula bar. For example, I'm adding here data and data. So you can see the complete sentence in this formula bar. Do we have in the cell also? Let's try that. I'll come out of the cell. Yes, we have it. There is no problem in that. So my first type of data and data. So this I can enter. I'll try it again. My first set of data I'm writing here. If I want to delete this, what I'll do, I'll go to this cell and put the delete button. The another way I'm doing Control Z, that is the shortcut for the undo. I have done the undo here. I'm just reversing the last change and I'm getting this again. The one option is to delete this. Just go to the cell and click on the delete button. The another way is to select the particular thing, or maybe I want to delete this only first thing. So I'll click this first and click on the delete button. So this how we can actually edit the data, how we can enter the data, how we can delete the data, or we can edit the data. So we can rewrite it also. When you are doing this and want to make some editing here, so you need to click on the cell first to get the this editing allowed to yourself, or otherwise what you can do, you can from arrow from keyboard you can go to the particular cell and press F2. Once I'm pressing the F2, so I don't need to click on the cell, I can have the access or the data and then I can make the changes. Or what will happen if you're not doing that? Suppose I want to make some editing or I want to add something in this cell, this my set of, and what I am doing, I am just going to that cell, but I am not clicking anything. I'm not clicking and even I'm not pressing the F2 also. And if I'm writing something, this will overwrite the previous content. If I want the overwritten thing, so that is okay. What I'll do, I'll go to this cell and I'll write whatever I want to write. If you want to make the changes, then you need to click on that particular cell, go there and make the changes, or the another way is to click on the F2 button, function in F2 according to your system requirement, and then do the editing. So we have learned about how we can enter the data in the Excel and how we can actually edit the data. So this was all doing the dummy data entering. What I'll do, I'll take some original set of data. I'm writing here maybe serial number here. Let's write the name of student, name of student. So what I am doing, I'm just going to this particular cell and then I'm writing whatever I want to write in this data set. Now you just see that this name of student is crossing, this content is crossing the width of this column. Go to the column, that particular column, and get this kind of a symbol and click on that. So once you're clicking that, automatically this column width will be set according to the size of the content. I'll do the control Z again. The another way, what you can actually stretch the width here, or you can right click here and you can give the column width again. So the three options available to set the column width. The first option, to do it automatically, let it decide how much width it is required with the maximum size of the content that is written in that particular column. Click on that. Or the second option, stretch it. And the third option, right click and click on the column width and give it a column width. So this is 8 written here. Let's do it 16. I'll click on that. So I got the column C as with the width of 16. I want to make it shorter. I can do it like this also. So this is allowed. We have three ways to actually give the column width. Similarly, we can do with the row also. I can make it much bigger, the height thing. I can make it smaller also by clicking that, and then the right click option. You have the row height with you. I can set the row height. For now it is 14.4. I can make it 16 as well, or whatever is the requirement, and accordingly it can make the changes. So we have just learned about how we can increase or decrease the row height or the column height. So we have learned here row height and the column height. Serial number, name of student, then I'll enter some marks. Let's enter marks for physics, then for mathematics, and maybe your favorite subject. I'll put here chemistry, and let's have total here. This the data entry. Now, very good thing available with the Excel is that at every step, Excel is actually helping us. How it is helping us? I'll write here 1, 2. I have total 10 students. So, how you're doing the data entry? You'll write everything 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have 10 till 10. So this is the one way. Now you just think you have records for 1 lakh students. So are you going to write everything? If you're not aware about the Excel, you need to write everything. If you're doing it in any other tool like any word processing tool, yes, you need to write into it. But when we are dealing with Excel, Excel is actually helping us with the data. So what you can do it, you can just write two numbers here, so 1 and 2, so that Excel can actually learn what I want, what kind of data I want to enter in this particular column. So once you have entered that, I'll select this one. So these two cells are selected like this. So once the selection is done, I'll hover my mouse to the borders, this border area of this cell. This plus symbol will be converted like this symbol. Just see it again. This was the symbol coming before. I'll take my mouse to the corners or the border area of the cell, the selected cell. I'll get this kind of plus sign. Once I got this kind of cell, what I'll do, I'll hold my mouse here and stretch it to the down. So you can see a tooltip here. So automatically it has got the numbers. You have not entered anything. What you have done, you have entered the first number, you have entered the second number. And once you entered that, I'll just select the cell, the both cells. And once both the cells are selected, I'll hover my mouse to the border area of those two cell selection. I'll get this kind of a plus sign and I'll stretch it to the down area. So it's not necessary you can do it in a column manner also. You can have it in this manner also. So I'll do this. This way I can have multiple numbers. For now, I just want to have maybe a record for 5 students. So I'll delete the rest of the numbers. Can we have any other format also? I can do it with the alphabets also or not. Let's try that. So for now, I'm writing A and B here and doing the same thing. So I selected this A and B, and this plus is converted to this plus and I'm stretching it down. So same kind of pattern is repeated here. AB, AB, AB. So if I'll do again, so it will, the same kind of pattern will be stretched, the copied with the Microsoft Excel. Another way, if I'm having, maybe I want to have the numbers like, you can assume here 20, 40, 60, 80 and 100. So now you just see we have the difference of what is the pattern for these numbers. So this is a example situation. It can't be happen with a real life data. You can't have marks for a student in this kind of difference. For example, we have this kind of a data set 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Can we do it same with the Excel again? So we have the difference 20 for each numbers. So I'll delete these three numbers. I'm clicking on the delete button after selecting it. And now I'll try the same method with this 2040 also. I'm stretching it down. And the great thing is that like we got the numbers 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Now just think about you have these kind of a patterns. You can identify the patterns. You will give your first, second, or even in some cases you can give the third, fourth number also. And Excel will decide that format, and accordingly Excel can have the multiple set of the data, whether it is in the thousands or it's in the hundreds of data. This Excel can help you out. So you just think that your so much work is already done by Microsoft Excel. So that is why this is the only very simple example. That is why this Microsoft Excel is preferred when you're doing the data analysis or even for the data record purpose. So I'll try something else here. 3060, same method. I entered the data. Another thing I'll try here, maybe 40 and then let's 40 again. So we have three here. So I'll copy this. In that case, I'm getting same 40 here. So it got the pattern and accordingly it provided the data. Another thing, let's try with the weekdays, Sunday, Monday. So I'll write complete for now. Sunday, Monday, and same method I'm applying. Yes, we got that also. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Microsoft Excel is actually right. This Excel is aware about the number of this day's name as well. Similarly, I can have it the complete 7 days also. So I'll just do it for maybe more stretching. You just see this more stretching. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again. So the repetition is so going on. Can I do this with SUN and MON also? Let's try that. So I'll do the stretching again. Oh, great. So this Microsoft Excel is so smart to do this also. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, this short form is allowed here. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Can we do it with the month name also? Let's try that also. So I'm writing here January, February. I'm again doing the selection part and going down. And you will amazed to see this result also. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and we can have December as well. Let's try it with the short form, Jan, Feb, and do the stretching part here. Oh, great. So we got the short forms as well. So we'll keep the student's name as January, February. Yes, we can have these names also. Don't worry about that. So I'll keep my student's name as January, February, March, April, May. I'll delete the rest of the thing. So till now, what we have learned that this Microsoft Excel tool actually helps us with the data entering as well. So this F2 thing we learned how we can enter the data, how we can edit the data by clicking on the cell, on that particular cell, writing in the formula bar and doing the clicking on the F2 key and then entering the data, deleting the data, overwriting the data. And then we learned about this entering or getting the help from Microsoft Excel to enter the data. So we can have that particular number here. we can have this table thing also here. For example, I am not aware about the table for the 13th table. So I can have the 13th table directly from Microsoft Excel as well. 13 ones are 13, 13 twos are 26, 13 threes are 39. Similarly, I can have it for the other numbers as well. So Excel actually calculated everything according to the pattern that is detected by Microsoft Excel. In fact, this thing is also available with the number of this name of the month and the name of the weekdays as well. We can have it in the full form also and for the short form also. And similarly for string, it can do the pattern matching. Pattern matching in the sense, if I'm writing here ABC and then again I'm writing here AA, BB, CC. So if I'm trying this, so how it is doing, it is copying ABC to the first cell and this again, this again. So pattern will be first, second, first, second, first, second, that will be repeated. So whatever pattern is understood by Microsoft Excel, accordingly, it will generate the data set. So for now, we have this data with us, serial number, name of student, physics, mathematics, chemistry, and total. So this is just one very simple example. So you can have your a good number of rows data with you, whether you want to enter on your own or you can have help from the Microsoft Excel's functionality. So this is all about entering the data in Microsoft Excel. I'll come back to my screen. So this we learned here. Next topic is relative and absolute cell references. Before going to that, I just want to have a quick revision, whatever we have till now. I'll go back to my tool. So we have learnt about how we can actually launch Microsoft Excel. What we can do, we can go to this Windows bar, search bar and write Excel here. Another option is writing in the window button, window plus R and run. You can write Excel and launch the Excel. And then the third option is just looking for the shortcut for the Microsoft Excel tool and then clicking on that. Second, we checked about the version also. So how we checked, we went to file option, file and then account, and then we can check the which version is available with us. Then we learnt about the quick access tool, and then tabs and ribbons, formula bar, column names, row names, and this worksheet name and status bar. Then we learned about how we can edit the data, how we can enter the data, delete the data, how formatting or the data pattern can be detected by Microsoft Excel, and it can actually help you to enter the data. So next topic, what we are doing here now, relative and absolute cell references. So believe me, this is very important topic and very interesting one. So you'll amazed about knowing like how actually this Microsoft Excel can actually help us. So let's try this. So what is relative and absolute cell reference? So first we will see or first we will learn about relative cell references and then we will come to absolute one. So what is relative and absolute cell reference? So when we are talking about A1, this is called as relative cell references. And when we are writing something, this $A, $1, so this is known as absolute cell reference. So we have total four number of ways to do cell references that is available with Microsoft Excel. So let's come to the first one first. That is relative cell reference. So once you are done with relative cell reference, we will go to absolute one. So I'll come to my Excel sheet. You remember we entered the serial number, name of student, physics, mathematics, chemistry. So now what I am doing, I want to make some changes. So I actually want to do, I want to make entry in the total 20 plus 30 plus 40 that I want in this particular cell. So what is the value of this cell? The cell is known as G3. G3. You will not call it 3G, you will call it G3. So this is first the name of the column and then the number of the row. So if I am talking about this cell, so this cell is known by G. If I am talking about this cell is known as H2. So in this way, we can address the particular cell. This particular cell addressing is done here in the Excel by including the predefined column name and using the row number. So what I want to do, I want to actually make some addition here using physics, mathematics and chemistry here. So I want to have the total marks with me. So what I'll do, just understand this. So I want to add 20 plus 30 plus 40, 40 plus 60 plus 40. You don't need to open calculator and doing the addition here. And after doing the addition, you enter here. This is not the way. Microsoft Excel is with us, so we don't need to worry about this calculation part. So what I'll do, I'll click on the cell. Either you do the F2 or click on the cell, double click, write equal to here. Once you're writing the equal to, now you tell the Excel which cell value you want to add. So what I want to add, want to add this January's mark. This is my student. So I want to add January's physics, maths and chemistry marks, and what I want to have that total in the G3. Okay, that is the case. So what I'll do, I'll write here D. I'll make it capital for now. There is no difference in that, but for for the simplicity, I want to make it use the capital D and D3. So what is D3? So once you're writing this D3, you can have this kind of selection here. Okay, so this is known as reference of that particular cell, that is D3 plus which cell value I want to add here? E3. This E3, I'll write here again E3. In that case, I am again selecting that mathematics marks. Again, I am adding something, that is chemistry's marks. So this is F3. I'll write here F3. Once I am done with the getting the exact number of the cells, exact value of the cells, I'll click on enter button. So once enter is clicked, you are seeing here 90. So how it is happened? This Microsoft actual Excel worked according to your instruction. So that instructions, how it has happened? So it actually added the cell values, three cell values. These were D3, E3, F3, and you got the result over here. I'll click on that, double click, then you can see the formula here, or another way, you just click on that and see on the formula bar. So if you're seeing on your workbook, there you can see the value actually. And if you're going to formula bar, this formula bar is showing this which formula has been used for calculating the values, that is 90. This is equals to D3 plus E3 plus F3. If I click on this 40, 40 is a normal value. No formula is associated with this value 40. So we can see this normal 40 in this formula bar. Another way, what I can do, I can see the formulas here also. Just see it carefully. Click on the formula tab. Okay, so we are here. And then look for show formulas. Go to the ribbon formula auditing and click on show formulas. So once I click that, so whatever available is the with the value that is shown in the form of the values, and the formula will be displayed here. If you want to write it here a normal value, you will see the normal value. If I'm writing here the formula, then I can see only the formula, not the value. So it is showing the workbook with the formulas. I can just deselect this again. So I can have a normal view with the values. Whether it is available with the particular formula or it is not available, you can actually see the value. And you can use the shortcut also. The shortcut key is Control plus the symbol of tilde, and you can actually see the formulas. So if you're not, comfortable seeing the formula in the formula bar, you can see in the workbook as well whenever you want to see. You can do it by going to formula tab and going to the ribbon formula auditing and click on show formulas, or you can use the shortcut key also, that is control plus tilde. Okay. So we got the formulas here. Now what I want to do, I want to use same kind of addition for another cell also. So same thing you need to do. So you need to write the formula. Okay, let's try that. So this time I have the value D4 plus E4 plus F4. I click on the enter and I'll get the addition again. This time it is 140. Okay, that is fine. So if you have the records for 10,000 students, in that case, if you need to write the formula every time, so it is better to calculate it on calculator or do it with some another way. Yeah, that is very right. But this Microsoft Excel is so smart to do that you can actually copy the formulas as well. So what I am doing here, now just see it carefully. I went to that cell, the first cell where I already provided the formula. The formula was D3 plus E3 plus F3. That is the same formula you want to have for another cells also, that is G4 and G5, G6, G7. Yes, the same kind of formula I need that, but this time the values are changed. What I'll do, I'll go there and I'll hover my mouse on the boundary areas of that cell and I'll wait for changing the symbol this to this and I'll stretch it down. So once I'm stretching, I got the result. Is it right? So just see the formula. What I'll do, I'll go to the show formulas. So are we got the same kind of the formula? Yes. You just see this time D4 E4 plus F4, D5 plus E5 plus F5, D6 plus E6 plus F6, and similarly D7 plus E7 plus F7. So Microsoft Excel is not only recognizing the values pattern, it is actually recognizing the formula patterns as well. So whatever you have given, accordingly it changed the formula and got the results. So you can do it for n number of the records here. Whatever you want to do, you want to have records for 100 students. Yes, you can do it with the formula. Just you need to detect the same kind of pattern you want to do and accordingly you can change the values. So in this way you can have the result. So this kind of referencing is known as relative cell reference. This is known as relative cell reference. Why it is called as relative cell reference? Because the reference is provided for every cell relatively. Relatively means you are dependent on another value and that is the previous one. In this case, we stretch the copy or the properties of this cell, this particular G3 to other values as well. This is G4, G5, G6, G7 and accordingly you got the result. This is known as relative cell reference. So similarly, you can have it for multiple records also, and normally it is used, in demanding nature when we are working with the Microsoft Excel. So I'll come back to the normal display. I'll not see the formulas here again. So I can have the output like this. I'm just doing some formatting by doing the part for the column width when fixing, giving the column width. Now another case need to talk about the absolute cell reference. So in that absolute cell reference, what happens? Now let's understand this with the example. I have the total with P. So maybe we want to make it multiple of 5. I want to multiply this sum 90 multiplied by 5, 140 multiplied by 5, 190 multiplied by 5, 240 multiplied by 5, 290 multiplied by 5. So in this case, what is my requirement? My value G5, this G2 is fixed. This is my fixed value. For that fixed value, I want to have multiplication result for the n number of values. So this n is how many values we have? We have total 5 values. So what will be the formula? So this is F3. Okay. So when we are doing the multiplication, we have the asterisk sign with us. Okay, this is for the multiplication. So you want to multiply it with what? The fixed value which is placed in this particular cell, that is G2. So I want to multiply it with G2. So this is again selected. I'll click on the enter. So we got the result. Very perfect. And now similarly you want to do it with next cell also, that is G4. So same formula. What will be the formula now? I'll mark it. I can write it here again, that is F4 multiplied by our value is G2. So I can have the result here. But I don't want to do it. I want to do cell referencing again. So what I'll do, I'll go to that particular cell and the same manner, I'll just stretch it to down. We got the results, but whether this result is right or not, how we can check that? I'll go again to the show formulas. This time let's try the shortcut. I'm doing control plus tilde. So I can see actually the values here. Now just understand the result here. So what has happened? F3 is multiplied by G2. Okay, G2 is this one. And then F4 is multiplied by G3. F5 is multiplied by G4. F6 is multiplied by G5. F7 is multiplied by G6. But what was our requirement to do? Our requirement was to keep this 5 is as a fix. So every time I should have G2 here, not the G3, G4, G5, G6. But when we copied the cell reference, in that case, it is actually having the changes accordingly as we had in the previous. We had for C3, D3, E3. We had for C4, D4, E4. We had for similarly for the seventh row as well. And similarly, we are having when we are doing the cell reference. But our case is not the same. Do we need to do separate kind of editing of the formula? No, we don't need to do. In that case, we have the another type of cell reference that is known as absolute cell reference. This is known as absolute cell reference. So this is absolute cell reference when we are keeping something fixed. In that case comes to absolute kind of referencing. So how I can keep this fixed? For that, I need to use another type of referencing which we were talking about, this $1. So, but in that case, what you want to make fix? You want to make fix this particular value. So let's use that. So what will be the formula here? I am making the changes in the formula. I don't want to make it change. I want to make changes in F3. Yes, these changes are allowed. So I want relative cell reference in the first case. And in the second number, I want the fixing. Fixing is allowed with the absolute cell reference. So we will multiply two numbers by using relative cell reference in the first number and the absolute cell reference in the second number. So we want to keep this changing and keeping the another number as absolute. So what I'll do, need to make it absolute, click on dollar and again dollar. So now I'm making these as $G and $2. So G2 was the number, but what I have used $2 here. One is before the column name and another is before the row number. In that case, what I am doing, I am clicking on enter and same I'll copy with the other cells also. So now you just see when you stretch that row part, when you stretch that formula part, you're getting the result. This F3, F4, F5, F6, F7 is changed because we have used the relative cell reference, and this G2 is fixed. How it is fixed? Because we are using absolute cell reference here. So let's see the result. This time we are having a correct result because 90 multiply 5 is 450, 140 multiply 5 is 700, 190 multiply by 5 is 950, 240 multiply by 5 is 1200, and same 290 is multiplied by 5 is 1450. You got the result. So we learnt about relative and absolute cell reference. In relative cell reference, we want to make changes according to the detected pattern. And in the absolute cell reference, we are keeping it the same for making changes in the formula. So in this way, you got the result here. Let's see the formulas once again. Let's try it with the shortcut, that is control plus tilde, and you got the result. And what else you can do, if G2 is written and once come to this starting of this G and click on function F4. So when you're clicking on F4, this is a shortcut. That time you don't need to enter $$ again. Automatically Excel will do that. So if you want to have absolute cell reference, what you can do, you can actually write that particular cell Suppose I'm writing here G4 and I want to make it absolute cell reference. What I can do, I can click on function F4 key and I can have the absolute cell reference here automatically. I don't need to use a dollar dollar. So for using absolute cell reference, what you can do, you can click on $2 as well, or you can go with the function F4 key. So this was the case of relative and absolute cell reference. Let's understand, this time we have only fixed that particular cell. You have the situation where you need to, maybe you need to fix the row or you need to fix the number of a particular column name. In that case, what we need to do, we need to use a single kind of cell referencing that is a part of again absolute cell reference, but this time you are using the way $1 or $A1. So how we can use that? Let's try that also. I'll take one more example, one easiest example, so you can have the clear understanding of what we want to do with the mixed cell referencing. And believe me, you guys, this is very important topic and very useful topic and very easy to do also. So this time my case is I want to have multiplication. I want to multiply 10 with maybe I'll just with 500, 15, 20. So this is my case. In fact, I can take another sheet also. How I can take? I can click on plus and get the new sheet. We will learn about this in more detail in next upcoming slides. For now, you just learn that how after clicking the plus sign, I can have the sheet 2. So I'm working in the same document but working in another sheet. You can actually rename it also. We will learn that also. So this time my question is I want to do some mixed kind of reference, absolute and the relative one. So what I want to have, I want to multiply 10 with 500, 15 and 20. So this is my case. Now in that case, I want to have formula here as well, here as here. So this time my value will be fixed here, but every time I'm changing the value for the different columns. In fact, I can have it 20, 30, 40. So this 10 should be multiplied by 5. 10 should be multiplied by 100, writing it here. 10 should be multiplied by 15, writing it here. And similarly, 10 multiplied by 20. So what is our case? Let's understand the question as well first. So what I want to make the changes now. So I want to multiply here 10 multiply 5, 10 multiply, I'm just writing here to so that you can understand the question. Then 10 multiply by 15, 10 multiply by 20, then 20 multiply by 5, 20 multiply by 100, 20 multiply by 15, and 20 multiply by 20. Another row, 30 multiply by 5, 30 multiply by 100, 30 multiply by 15, 30 multiply by 20, 40 multiply by 5, 40 multiply by 100, 40 multiply by 15, 40 multiply by 20. So this is my question. How I can do that? So I'll just write it here so that I can understand it. I'll copy it down. Copy is Control plus C. I'll copy this column also. So now I want to have changes in the formula. So what will be the first case? The first cell value. So I want to have this kind of multiplication. What I'll write here, I'll write equals to, and the case is C12. C12, okay. C12, and I want to multiply it with D11. D11. So this time I'm just using a normal referencing. So I'll come to the formula, show formula. So this is the formula is C12 is multiplied by D11. Yeah, this is the thing we wanted here. This is the C. Now I'm copying this to another values. So let's see after stretching what is happening. This is making changes according to the relative reference, that is C3 and D are actually copied according. So this is now I am making changes in C12, C13, C14, C15. So that is fine. But this time this D11, D12, D13, D14 is also changing. But I want to make it fixed, but for this particular column, not in, I just don't want to make the changes like the as we are changing here. So we have learned here about absolute cell reference. So I'll try that absolute cell reference as well here. I'll use the function F4. So I want to fix it something here. So what I have done, I have fixed the this 5, this D11 I fixed. I click on enter and I'll make the changes. So when I'm making the changes, is the answer is correct? Let's try that. 10, 20, 30, 40. So C12, C13, C14, C15. That's perfectly fine. Are we multiplying it 5? That is D11. Yes, we are doing it with the D11. So we got the correct answer. Now, same thing I want in another column as well. So I'll make this stretching. So when I am making this stretching, what is happening now? Is this is the answer which I wanted here. So we got the result here D12. D12 is what? D12. I you want to make the changes like this? No. Now again we are fixing something that is this the value as D10, 20, 30, 40. So now the case what you are understanding here in this thing you want to make the column as the same column. You want to keep it as same column, but you want to make the changes in the rows when we are talking about these rows, these values. And the another case, you want to make changes in the same row, but not in the with the when we are talking about the column. So now when we are talking about when we are talking about first value should be changing the rows but not the columns. When we are talking about the second value, then it means we are what we want to make changes. We want to make changes in the columns but not in the rows. So this is the case of the mixed reference where you cannot use one particular reference. You need to make the mixed reference. So now understand the second case. First case, you want to keep the when you want to keep the change same, you want to keep the same columns, you want to make the changes in the rows. So how you can change the rows or the case you can understand, this is the first value case. What you want to have, you want to have a value, a reference where column does not change, where column does not change, where column does not change. So what I'll do, I'll use single dollar here. I'll use single dollar here. I'm typing here dollar sign, but you'll not use the F4 key here. You'll write here single dollar. So single dollar with only the C. So this is the case where you want column does not change. I'll write it again. So this time I'm just fixing the what I am fixing, I am fixing the column. So when you want to fix something, so you just want to fix the column here. Okay. In the second case, in the second value, what you want to fix? You want to fix the row. And when you want to make changes in the row, what is the row here first? The row is D11. Yes, that is D11. And in that D11, what kind of reference you want to do? You want to fix the row, and that is when you want to fix something, just put the dollar here. So this is the case. Now I'll put enter and I'll copy this here by stretching. Similarly, I'll copy same with another fields as well. So now you just see the result. So this is C12, C13, C14, 15. Yes, this was the case. And for the another value, you want D11, 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 D11. That is fine. And again, when you're doing it with the another number, and this is the perfect result you want to do it with the your value. So this is called the mixed cell reference, where you are not completely fixing one particular value. Either you are fixing the rows or you are fixing the columns. So it depends on your case. So how you're using, there are two ways to do that. When we are putting the values, like I'll write it here one example. When you're writing something like $2, in that case, row does not change. Row does not change. Another case is when we are talking about mixed reference, we have $A2 maybe. In that case, column, the value for the column does not change. So in you need to decide what kind of cell referencing you want to use, what is useful for you. You want to use normal referencing, that is allowed relative cell reference that we used here. You want to have mixed cell reference, or you want to have fixed cell reference. If you have something fixed value, in that case you'll use complete fixing of the rows and columns. If you want to make changes in particular direction, either it is row or column, accordingly you'll choose row or column wise referencing. For this kind of referencing will be used where row does not want to change. This kind of referencing will be used where you don't want to make the changes with the column. So column and row don't change where relative reference is the default cell references in Excel. It is simply the combination of column name and the row number without any dollar sign. And when we are using dollar sign, if we are using for both rows and column, in that case it is used with the fixed value, and accordingly you can choose row versus column as. So I hope this is clear to you. So till now we have understood about how we can launch Microsoft Excel, how we can check the version of installed Microsoft Excel in your system, and then we have learned about some basic interface of Microsoft Excel, and we have also learned how we can enter the data, how we can edit the data, and most wonderfully, we have discussed also how to deal with how to get advantage of the cell reference, whether it is a relative cell reference or it is an absolute cell reference. And after that, we have common shortcuts with us. So what are the common shortcuts? Shortcut keys are basically functioning to provide you easiest way to use a particular function. So we have the shortcuts available. In that case, you are directly moving to a particular functionality rather than following the main path. You'll go with a shortcut. So the first shortcut key we are discussing here, this is Control plus N. So what you are pressing here, you are pressing Control key and then you are pressing the N from the alphabet key. So this shortcut is used to create a new workbook. So whenever you require a new workbook, rather than going to opening it from file menu, we can do it from Control plus N as well. So how we will do it? Let's try it with the Excel also. So I'll launch the Excel, the same my favorite way to do that. So what we are doing here in the home, I'm going to a blank workbook for example, and I have the option file and to open a new file from new file new. So if I want to do that, I can do it with the choosing the blank workbook, or you want to choose any predefined package or any predefined sample template, you can do that. For now, we can take the blank workbook as well. The same thing you can do it by clicking on Control plus N. So if I'm here and I'm not going to any file menu and on not going to any particular option, what I'm doing, I'm just pressing the Control plus N, and in that case again I'm getting the new workbook. How you can get that? You have checked it from the book 3 as well. I'll minimize this. I'll minimize this also. So I'm not saving anything for now. So this is the shortcut Control plus N to create a new workbook. Then the next shortcut key which we are discussing here is Control plus O. O is to for opening the new workbook, or the new we should not say it new workbook, we should say it the existing workbook. That is opening a existing workbook, that is Control plus O. After that, I have Control plus S. This is for the saving the active workbook. So for the opening the existing workbook, what we can use Control plus O, as we have used Control plus N to create a new workbook, then this Control plus S key is used, the shortcut key is used to save the active workbook. F12. F12 is save as. So what is the difference between the save and save as? When you want to change the name of that particular workbook or particular document with any other name, then in that case you can make it save as. What we can understand it with an example as well. Suppose I have this workbook and what I am doing it, I am saving it. Let's save it with the shortcut only, that is Control plus S. So I am putting the name, I'll put it in my desktop. I'll name it as maybe week 1. I'll put it week 1.1 as the name and I'll save this. So in this way, I have saved that particular workbook here. Now I want to make it the same changes like what I am doing here. I am putting some kind of data here. Some data is available and I'm saving it again. Now I'll close it, and if I'll go to my screen or if I'll go to my desktop, I can find this particular document over there which is named as week 1.1. Now if I want to open the same file, what I can do, I can go to the open and I'll look for week 1.1. Now my requirement is to save the same file with another name also. In that case, I'll do save as, or I can go with the shortcut also, and I'll put it as a name, maybe second version, and save. So I have two files now. One is with the name week 1.1 second version. So I have the same data set with me. So whatever changes I am making in any copy, that is independent of the another one. So basically I have two workbooks for now. These two workbooks are carrying the same kind of information. But if I want to make any changes, I'll make the changes in the open one only. So this time I'm working with week 1.1 second version. So I am making the changes in the same file. If I'll open the previous one, I'll make the changes in the same file. So this is the difference between save and save as. Let's go back to the slide again. So the shortcut key for save as is F12. We have discussed till now 4 shortcuts, that is common shortcuts. Control plus N is to create a new workbook. Control plus O is to open an existing workbook. Control plus S is to save the active workbook, and F12 is to do the save as. Control plus W is used to close the active workbook. So you don't need to go to your interface and close it from the available menu at the top area of the right top area. You can directly do it with the keyboard also, that is using Control plus W to close the active workbook. Next shortcut is Control plus X or C or V. So you might be aware about this already, that Control plus C is used to do the copy of the content. Control plus V is used to paste the contents, and Control plus X is used to cut the content. So I'll write it again. This is cut, copy, paste. So X is for cut, C is for the copy, V is for the paste. So you can use it very frequently. So rather than clicking on the key menu bar in the file, you can go to the keyboard and you can do cut, copy, paste. Control plus Z is used to do the undo. So if you want to go back to your previous work, so you can use the undo. Control plus P is used to open the print dialog. So whenever you're printing, you want to do the printing of your document, what you can do? You can just directly go to the print page, print dialog page, that is Control plus P. Let's try that. This is very interesting one. So I'll go back to my Excel. So I'll click Control plus P. So it is this print dialog has opened here. Whatever settings I want to do, I can do it from here. If I want to choose my particular printer, yes, I can choose it. I can tell about the active sheets also, and the portrait or the landscape orientation you require. Margin you can choose, scaling you can choose. You can further go for the page setup as well to set up the margins, header, footer, and many other functionalities are available. So the another way is to go to file and print, and otherwise what I can do, I can directly go to Control plus P. So both the cases. So normally common shortcuts are used to use these functionalities. So right now we have learned function, this common shortcut for new also, open also, save as also, and for print also. I'll go back to slide. Next shortcut is Control plus D. So this is very useful shortcut whenever you're working with the large data set or even with the a good amount of data, whenever you are entering the data, when you're doing the analysis, at that time we use this. Control plus D is used to copy the content from the above cell. I'll show you. For example, what I'll do, I'll just open my previous file. I'll go back, open, so that I saved with week 1. So this was our previous file where we have learned how we can enter the data, how we can edit the data, how we can do cell reference, whether it is relative or absolute cell reference. So similarly, what I want to do, I want to copy this entire content from this to this row. So one method is to go to that particular cell, copy it, maybe with the shortcut, or you can go with the this cut copy and paste thing as well. So what I'll do, I'll paste it. So this is the one way to do that. Otherwise, the second way is to, I am at that particular cell and I want to copy the content from the above cell. So I'll just directly press the Control plus T. So I can have that particular value with copying it here. I don't know to go to this Control plus C and Control plus V. What I can directly do, I'll just do directly Control D. So we can have a good amount of data copying in a single shortcut. Rather than using Control plus C and Control plus V, I'll directly go with the Control plus D. So if I want to copy the entire row, this 500, 15, 20, so I'll try this also. So what I did, I just selected everything and then I pressed the Control plus D. So you just now you think about, you have the large data set. In that case also you can perform this thing also, Control plus D, to copy the content from the above cell. What if I try it here, whether it will work? No, it will not work because it is picking the only value that is available at the above position of the that particular row. So this is copy the content from above cell. Control plus space, this is to select the entire column. So I'll try this also. What I want to do, I am here. So I'll do Control plus space. So what I'm selecting the entire column here. So I don't need to go it directly here or something like this. Wherever I am here, so what I'll do, I'll click on Control plus space, and what I can do, I can choose the entire column over there. This is the power of the common shortcuts. Next shortcut is Shift plus space. So select the entire row. So this is very good difference. So whenever you want to select the complete row, in that case what you can do, you can just keep your cell over there. You can put the space accordingly, or you can have the path accordingly, and then you can click on Shift key plus space. When you're doing that, you are selecting the entire row. And on the another case, what you're doing, if you want to select the entire column, in that case you can use the common shortcut key as a Control plus space. So I'll go back to my Excel again. So this Shift plus space, entire row selected, Control plus space, entire column selected. So if I'm at this cell, then in that case Shift plus space, entire row, Control plus space, entire column. So I can do it like this. Next shortcut, press Alt key to navigate through keyboard. And the another thing is that suppose I'm here, and if you want to move it like to another tab, what you can do, you can press the Alt, and you can press Alt key, and you can actually know about all the shortcut keys that is available with the Excel. So whatever shortcut you want to use, you can use in the combination. The symbols are written here. So this P indicates the page layout, formulas for M, A for data, review, view, help. And so other ways are to use the common shortcuts. This is all about using the common shortcut. So I'll revise it again. So what we have covered till now, we have covered Control plus N to create a new workbook. To open an existing workbook, we can use Control plus O. And to save the active workbook, it is the workbook in which we are dealing. F12 is to use the save as. Control plus W is to close the active workbook. And the shortcut is Control C, V and X for copy, paste and cut. Control Z to do the undo. Control P to open the print dialog box, and Control D to copy the content from above cell. Control plus space is to select the entire column, and Shift plus space to select the entire row, and Alt key is to use to navigate through keyboard. After doing the common shortcuts, let's come to the formatting. So what is formatting? All the formatting options are available at home ribbon. Okay, so we have the shortcut also, that is Control plus I. So this our home ribbon. In this home ribbon, we have this space thing, this copy, this choosing the text style, the size, everything, this bold and italic. This is all about doing the formatting, and we have other option also. So in this module, in this session, we will try all the formatting options here. So some points need to be remembered, that is cells retain their formatting until you change it. So whatever, if you're not making any kind of any particular changes, then in that case you have the same formatting with you. If you're making changes, in that case we will change the formatting. And Excel auto picks the cell format based on the value entered in it. So if I'm not making any particular change, so automatically it will have the format for it. So let's do the magic with the formatting. I'll come to the Excel sheet. Let's go to the same Excel sheet where we have the data here. So what I'll do, I'll work on this sheet only. So what I need to do, I need to, for right now, I have this Calibri 11 for this content. What I'm going to do, I'm selecting this whole content, the serial number, name of student, physics, mathematics, chemistry, and the total, or this formula also. So I'll go back. Before that, I'll click on formula and disable this show formulas. So I have the values now. So it actually looks like the data now. So what I'll do, serial number, name of sub student is there, physics is there, mathematics is there, chemistry is there, total is there. So now we have the data, but we want to make it beautiful, and that beautification can be done by the formatting option. So what I'll do, I'll come to the data part and select this. I'm selecting till now till the total. So I just want to make the beautification on this particular data set only. So I'll go to home, and here we talked about we have the formatting option. So what I'll do, I'll choose a different text style here. I'll go with something beautiful, like I'll choose Arial black here. Okay, so now my content is looking like this. I can choose any other also, like I'll go with this Barlow condensed, Vahanet Similite, many other styles are also available. By default, it is Calibri. So maybe I can go with this Kevit. So this is serial number, name of student, physics, mathematics, chemistry, and total. So it is written there. So I can do the changes with the text size also. Let's make it 10, or let's make it 18. So this is how you can make it changes. There is another shortcut also. What you can do, you can click on this, decrease the font size. So rather than choosing in the points, you can do with this option also. I'll click on that. It will automatically decrease the font size. If I'll click on that, it will increase like this. Decrease, 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 and increase, 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 decrease. So this way I can do that. So you just see here. So when you're clicking on this decrease one, it is going in the minus. If I'm clicking on this increase one, it is increase. So this is how you can change the font size. So this is, we can change the font, pick a new font from your text. This is font size. So this is to increase your font size, and this is to decrease the font size. So till now for formatting, what we have covered, how we can change the font style, how we can make the changes in the font size. Whether we want to increase it or decrease it, we can give it to the points as well. We can do it with the option, another option also. Then the another case I have, another case is what I'll do, I'll try the another formatting options. So we have to make it here bold. So to make it bold, what I can do, I can go with the column headings and I can make it bold. So this is, I'm making my, the column name or the heading name as bold. Next is I. I is for the italic. Can I make it italic? To learn about the italic, what I'll do, I'll make this as Times New Roman. So this is now Times New Roman, and this is bold. So what I want to do, I want to make these name of the student as italic. So I'll click on the I. This is italic now. Just see the difference again. This is some kind of a straight kind of alphabet I'm getting here. And if I'm making it italic, this will look like that. So we have tried bold also, italic also. I can make it underline as well. So let's make the subject name physics, mathematics, and chemistry as underline. So I can make it underline as well. So this is depending on my application, whether I want these kind of a beautification or not, or I want a simple kind of a document, simple kind of a data recording. In that case, you don't need much recording or much formatting. So you can go with the simplicity as well. Next, I have something very interesting, that is borders. So borders, see, if what I want to do, I want to print this document. So I'll come to directly Control plus P. So now you just see it here. I'll increase the size here so that you can see it carefully. Print portrait we have done. Print properties I'll go. This is already set here. I'll go with the page setup. So I'm increasing it like maybe 165 for now. So you can see it here. So when you were entering the data at that time, you were getting the look like a cells, or you are getting the look like a tables and the columns with the rows and columns equipped. But now when you're printing the document, you're not getting anything. If you want to have the look like the table, what you can do, you need to choose the borders. The borders as in, so this, when you're printing something, this line which you can see here is not visible. It's not visible. So make the borders, you need to actually assign the border. So how I can assign the borders? I'll select this whole thing. I'll get my complete data here. So I have selected serial number, name of student, physics, mathematics, chemistry, and the total. What I'm doing here, then I'm picking up the borders here. After picking up the borders, I'll go for this all borders, for example. So now this line has become much darker now. So this line will be visible. I'll go to Control plus P again. Now you can see the difference here. This time I can see the table like look. Otherwise I was not getting anything. And there are some other type of borders as well. I'll go with the borders thing. So I'll choose here maybe outside border. So in that case, there is no border inside the table. I'll go with the Control P again. So this time you can see it. What I need to choose before that, I want need to make it no border first. Let's make it no border. Now there is no border. Then you will go for the outside border. Yes, this is done. Now I am going to Control plus P. Now you can see it like that. Border is available only at the outside. So this is up to you how you want to have a look. There are different options available. Just have a look. You can have a bottom with the border only top border is also available, left border, right border, no border, all borders, outside borders, or some kind of a thick outside border as well, border, double border, thick double border. These options are available. In fact, you can draw your own border as well, grid also, erase the border, line color, line style. In fact, you can have it with a different color as well. So I can make it color like I have the pencil, and accordingly I can make it color also. Wherever you will hover the mouse, you'll get the borders there. So if you have the color printer, in that case you have the color border as well. So I'll go for a simple one. What I'll do, I'll click the no border first, and then I'll go for the all borders. So my data will look like this. I have the red borders now. See, this is looking very nice, but if you have the color printout, only then you can have this kind of output. Otherwise, if you're showing your screen to someone, you're dealing with customers, in fact, in that case also this color will come. This color will help you. Now, let's try something more interesting. We had till now what we have covered. We have seen how we can change the font, how we can change the font size, whether we are increasing it or whether we are decreasing it, that we can do it with this. And we can make the text to bold also, italic also, and this underline as well. Cut copy, you're already aware, cut copy paste. Painter, I'll tell you. So format painter is very interesting thing. What I want to do, so I want to make the same changes which I did in physics, this physics one. So what I have made, I have a particular text here. This Times New Roman is there. 11 size is there. This is bold also. This is italic also. Same kind of formatting I need it for fixed also. So one way is to remember all this and do it for this fixed. And the another option is that go to this particular cell, click on format painter and click on the second cell where you want the same kind of the changes. So what I did, I basically copied the formatting of this physics to this fixed cell value. So whatever the formatting was applied here, so now you can see that this fixed is also Times New Roman. This is of also 11 size. This is bold and italic. So this we copied. Similarly, I want to copy this name of student for matte painter to this 10. So I got this kind of the data. So this is the copying the particular formatting, format painter. So normally whenever we are dealing with the data, we will not remember that. We will just directly click on that format painter and get the same kind of the formatting. So even in fact in the tooltip also it is written that like the look of a particular selection, you can apply that look to other content in the document to get started. Select content with your formatting you like, click format painter, select something else to automatically apply the formatting. Great. Next we have covered this. What is this? So we have colors here. Yes, we can apply the color as well. So this color, as you can see with the symbol, it is the fill color. Color the background of cells to make them stand out. So I can make it, maybe let's make this. So I have this color for February. Let me try the another color. I'm making my sheet colorful so that my client should be impressed by my skills. Okay, I'm going with another color. Like I have this April, I'll take again one another color, and this May is we are getting any other color. Yes, I am taking this one. So this is done. Similarly, you can have a different font color as well. So I want to make it, let's make it blue. Yes, I can do that. Let's make it red. Yes, I can do that. If I want to make any other changes, like let's try any other color. I tried yellow one. I'll try any other color here. This is April and May. So now you can have a different colors for font color as well as to fill color. So it is now choice of the user which color he or she wants to use in particular workbook or worksheet. So we have covered this ribbon as well. Now we have something here. What is this? So this is for the alignment. What I am doing here, let me increase the row size. I'm increasing the row size here. Now this is by default is aligned to the bottom side. Now this alignment I want to change. What I want to do, now see it carefully. This is by default bottom aligned. Okay. This is top alignment. This is center alignment, middle alignment. So I will make it middle alignment. So once I am making the middle alignment, in that case, my content is aligned in the middle of that particular row. Similarly, I have the center for this one also. This is column wise. So this way I can have the alignment in the center for the column wise. This is for the left side. This is for the right side. I can make it like so. Whatever is my requirement, I'll do it. What I want to do, let's make everything center. I'll select it, center for this as well, center for this as well, and now see your data is looking actually very beautiful. So whatever formatting you like, you want to make it bottom alignment, you can do that also. I want to make it this kind of alignment, this alignment, this alignment, this alignment, everything is available. So this is column and horizontal or vertical, you can say the alignment of the your content. You can make it for the entire sheet also. I can go, for example, I have a data of maybe 60,000 records. In that case, I'll go with this selection and directly I can do this. I can go with this selection and I can make it aligned. So this is alignment, whether it is vertically or whether it is a horizontal alignment. Next, what we have, this is used to decrease the indentation. This is used to increase the indentation. Indentation is the space around that particular text. If I'll do that, so this is we are increasing the indentation. This is as you do with the paragraph. If I want to decrease it, I can do it like this. So this is increasing and decreasing the indentation of the text. Normally this is not used, or this is used in some kind of a text kind of a values. Otherwise we don't use these kind of indentation because we are dealing with the numerical data in most of the cases. Orientation, rotate your text diagonally or vertically. This is a great way to label narrow columns. So let me try this, and after that we will understand what is the indentation or how we are talking about the orientation. I have kept this on January and I'll click on that. So what I want a vertical text. So this just January will look like this. So this is aligned vertically here. So if you want to, like, I'll go back, I'll make the changes like this. So what you want to do, you want to keep your column vertically. Maybe whatever look you want now, You want to have an angle counterwise, you can do that. Angle clockwise, vertical text, rotate text up, rotate text down, format cell alignment. So let me try this one. So you can have the output like this. So this is the your style of putting the column name. You can have it like this also. I'll just increase physics. It is written like this. Let's make more changes. You can have like this output also. You can have output like this also. You can have output like this also, and you can do some kind of alignment also. So for this work, I'll go with this physics. So it is your choice how you want to make your column or how you want to make your data. You can do it for other text as well. This is not like that it will only work for the headings or the column names. No, it's not like that. You can do it with other things also. So this is looking very fine. I'll go with this mathematics. I can do it with the chemistry as well. So this is the way of doing the orientation. Now let's come to the another thing. For now, I'll come and get the things in the normal way. I'll not go with any kind of any particular thing. I'm deselecting it. Even for the chemistry as well, I'm deselecting it and I'm having the normal output. Now what is, we have the next thing, we have the wrap text with us. So what is wrap text now? Wrap text is basically what we are doing. Now I'll decrease the content, decrease the width of the column. So I have this name of student with me. So what I want to make, if I click on this wrap text, you just see that wrap extra long text into multiple lines so you can see all of it. So I'll click on that. Now what happened? It has not changed the width of the column. It actually wrapped it to the multiple lines so that you can actually see the entire content of the that particular cell or that particular row or column. To this now, this time that content is not hidden. If I unwrap this, so this look will be like this one. So you need to actually go to the name of the student, or otherwise what you need to do, need to increase the column width. And the other way is what you can do, you can click on the wrap text and have the data like this is the wrapping of the content. After that, I have something like I want to write here student marks. So this is my heading of this table of maybe I'll write batch 2021-22. So this I want to make heading for the entire table. What I can do, I can directly select everything, whatever you need there. So I'm selecting from column A to column F and I'm clicking on merge and center. So this time what this option has done, it has actually merged the cell value of A1 to B1 to C1 to D1, E1 and F1. So this is now only one single cell, and where you have the content as student marks of batch 2021 and 22. So whatever you are writing it here, it will consider as in a particular cell, not differently. It will consider in a particular cell only. So this is the way to get started with the column heading, or you can say the table heading. So this is merge and center. I'll go back and get the content like same. So this time I have now 3, 4, 5, 6 cell. If I want to merge that, I can select it and can do the merging as well. If I need to demerge it, I can do it with the same option. So we have tried general formatting. Now let's try this conditional formatting as well. So what is conditional formatting? So just let's hover the mouse and get the tooltip information. Easily spot trends and patterns in your data using bars, colors and icons to visually highlight important values. So this is as clear from the name, whatever formatting we are doing, which we are doing it with the condition. So there is one option, you can highlight the cell rules, that is greater than, less than, between, equal to. So what I'll do, I want to have a highlight on the marks greater than 100. This should be wrong actually. The marks normally will have it from 100, for example. So I'll select this content, and what I'll have, choose conditional formatting. I want to highlight the values that is greater than maybe 100. And what I want to do, I want to fill it with the light red fill and with the dark red text. You can choose any other thing also. You can use custom format, and maybe you can make it bold, italic. You can make it with any particular color also. You want to make it yellow. You may want to make it underlined, single, double. Whatever you want to choose, you can choose it. But right now I'm going with the default one and clicking on OK. So this 120 and 150 is highlighted now. So this is the area. So in this content, what we have choose the value which is greater than 100, that is has been highlighted here. In fact, this mathematics is also covering here. So what I'll do, I'll change this. What I'll decrease this condition, get this conditional formatting remove. How I can remove this? I'll click on that, clear rules from the selected cell or from the entire sheet. I'll clear it from the selected cell. So this is clear. So whatever changes I want to make the changes in the numerical data only. So what I am doing here, I am putting that here. So I have done these changes here. After that, I have another option also. So you can have the top bottom rules also. Top 10 items you can choose, top 10%, bottom 10%, above average also. We have the formatting for data bars as well, for the color scales as well, and for the icons also. So this is in the advanced version. You don't need to try it for now. Right now, what we can cover it here, the conditional formatting to highlight that particular cell, whether it is greater than, equal, between, you can specify a range it here. So if we just revise what I have done, we have covered what we can do with the cut copy paste. We can do the format painter to pick the particular formatting. We can go change the font style, we can choose the font size, we can make it bold, italic, underline, we can provide the borders, we can change the text color, and we can also fill the color of that particular cell. Then we have the alignment, whether it is vertical or the horizontal alignment. Then we have here orientation of that particular content, and after that we have this decreasing of indent also. Indentation we can decrease, increase, we can wrap the text as well, and of course we have the merge and center with us. Then after we tried that's conditional formatting. In fact, you have some table style also. With if I'm selecting my table and I'm choosing format as table, I can go with like this. So where is the data of the available, and accordingly the predefined style is applied on my table. I can change the style as well. So this is already predefined. I don't need to do anything. I can pick it from the option. So and I can go it like this. So this is predefined style is available for the table design as well. So we are formatting our table according to that. So this is formatting of that particular table. So this we can do that. Next we have the cell styling as well. So cell styling, how you can do, you can choose particular heading, you can go for any kind of that content. So this text size and text color is already available there. So this is all about the formatting we have covered. Hello everyone, welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are in week 2. What we are going to do in this week, we are covering here basic Excel functions and modification of worksheet. About week 1, in the last session we learnt about how we can go to file, account and product information to check the version of the Excel that is already installed in our systems. How we can use F2 or double click on the cell to edit the data. We actually launched the Microsoft Excel first, and accordingly we started using different functionalities of Microsoft Excel that is available in the tool. So one of them was to edit the data, to enter the data, and how after the entering the data we can do the editing part into the Excel that we covered in the last week. We learned about some common shortcuts also, how we can increase the efficiency of the tool rather than choosing the complete path to use particular functionality. We can go it with the shortcuts as well, as we are doing with for copying. We can use Control plus C. For undoing the any statement, we can use Control plus Z. For getting the print preview, we can click on Control plus P. So these were some few common shortcuts. We covered more in the last week. How you can use the home ribbon, that is with the Control plus I to format the data. We learned about the data formatting, how to customize the quick access toolbar that is available on the top of the Excel, and then we learned about very important thing in the Microsoft Excel, that is how to use relative and absolute cell references. By default, cell references used as relative one, and we can change it according to the absolute cell reference as well. Whenever we need to fix something, we can fix with the complete value as well. We can fix a complete row also, and we can fix a complete column also. When we are fixing one of them, either row or column, we are doing use of mixed cell reference. So it is depending on the application of the data, what kind of project you're working into, how to use Excel cell for quick detailed answers. So all this we covered in the last week, week 1. And I hope you have done with your assignment as well. So what we are going to do in week 2, we will learn about the basic functions, design of Excel function. We'll understand 3 basic functions. First, sum, min and max. Then we will understand the average function. We'll understand the count function. We cover auto sum and the autofill. Modification, we will learn how we can modify the sheets, how we can insert the new worksheet, how we can insert the row and the column. Then deletion part, how we can delete the sheets and rows and the columns, moving or copying sheets and sheet formatting, Excel option and customize ribbon. So many things to do in this week as well. Let's learn Microsoft Excel with great zeal. Learning objectives of the session. By the end of the session, you'll be able to understand the structure of Excel formulas, use routine Excel functions. So these functions which we are covering here, these are very basic functions, and normally whenever you're working on Excel sheet and you need to do some kind of a calculation, so the sum, average, min, max, count functions are the basic functions. Apply autofill to your data, modify the worksheets, know more about your Excel option and customize ribbons. So these are the objective of this session. So let's start with the basic functions. What are the basic functions? So when we talk about the Excel functions, it's divided into 3 parts of an Excel function. So first we are writing here equals to. We will learn this by the practically also. Before that, just have a brief idea how these functions work. So 3 parts of an Excel function, equal to, and then name of the function, and after that the arguments we are passing to this particular function name. So as we were talking about the sum function, so what we are writing here, we are first in the cell, we are going to enter this equal to first. In place of function name, we can write sum here. So as the arguments, we need to pass the value you require sum for what kind of particular value. And then, so the function will look like something like this, equals to function name and then the argument when it is starting with these kind of parentheses. Points to remember, functions are predefined. You cannot have your own function in Excel. So user defined functions are not allowed here. So it's already predefined by the Excel. So you can use the combination of function that is allowed. So we can have multiple function in for a particular cell. We can do that. We will learn that also. But we can't make our own function here. So how we can start with the function? First, we need to write the equals to, and we will get the option to insert the function. We can choose the particular function. If we don't remember the function, in that case we can choose it from the scroll bar option, and after choosing it we need to click it on the OK, and in the parenthesis we need to pass the argument. So this is how the function works. So here we can see the formula, what exactly we are writing. As we were doing in the case of the cell reference, we can check the formula in the formula bar. Similarly, we can do it with the formula bar. So let's try that. So I'll open my Microsoft Excel. This time I already have a sheet with me. So I'll directly come to that sheet. So this sheet is week 2. So I'll directly come to that. I don't have much things to do in that. I'll come to this sheet. So I just saved it with the week 2 name. So what we are going to do here, we are basically want to have something to check on the functions. So just zoom my screen. This will be okay for everyone. Yeah. So first I need to write equals to. So let's try the function name. So function name, we can, how we can do, if we don't remember the function name, what we can do, we can go to this formula bar, this formula tab, and click on insert function. So once we click this function, we can choose from that list which kind of function you want, and you can choose that function. So this showing search for a function, type a brief description of what you want to do, and then click to go. So for example, what I'll do, I'll just click sum and I'll go this go. So This is showing me all the results that is starting with the sum thing. Sum if s, sum product, sum q, sq, sum x2. And the most important thing and the interesting one, whenever you're clicking one particular function, you can actually see what that function is doing here. Adds all the numbers in a range of cells. Similarly, if I'll go to sum if, adds the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. So it's not necessary you need to cram all the functions or something. If you are confused about something but you have something in your mind, so what you can do, you can just write that particular keyword in that search for a function and click on the go, and accordingly from the choices you can cross check this is the same function you want to work, and accordingly you can click on ok. So this is recommended. And another category also, so if you want to have all function, you can have that complete list with you. So you can see these all much functions are available with Microsoft Excel. Similarly, what I can do, I can go for any statistical function as well. This is average A, average F. So these all functions lies in the category of statistical. Similarly, we can go for financial as well. We can go for date and time as well. Date, value, days 360. So just for now, you can just have a look on these functions so that you should be aware these all functions are available with Microsoft Excel. Then you can go for this lookup and references. We have another category, database, text, logical, information, engineering, cube, compatibility, web. So these all are the categories available. So what are the ways to do that? Use the function. First, we need to write equals to. If you don't remember the function, then you can click on the insert function. You can write that particular function name and click on the go. Or you can choose from these category, either from the all or most recently used or any other category, specific category, you can choose that function. Another option is like you what you can use from recently used also, financially, logical, text, date and time, lookup and references. So you have these other option also to choose the function here, more functions. So you can choose the particular function. For this thing, for what we can do, before calculating something, we are talking here about the function. We should have the data at least. So let me enter a small data set 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So what I want to have a sum of all these values. So where I want that result, I want to result in this cell. This is my B7. So I'll write equals to, I'll write here sum. Now you need to pass the value. So you want to have the value from 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So what I can do, I can click on this. So once I'm clicking that, now you just see without doing any kind of changes, this is showing here B2. So as you are talking about formula here. Now another thing, the next number is 20. Okay, that is fine. 30, that is fine. 40, that is fine. And we have 50 as well. So that is not visible here. So I'll write here B6 and then I end that parenthesis and I'll click on the enter. So this is giving me result in 50. Is it correct? Yes. 10 plus 20 is 30. 30 plus 30 is 60. 60 plus 40 is 100 and 100 plus 50 is 150. So the result is very much correct. So we got the result with the using the function sum function. Very nice. So now I have another sheet as well with me. So I just downloaded it and it will be provided in the dataset as well. So I'll open that also. This is a financial sample. This is available on the Microsoft's website. So it's easy to download also. This Excel sheet is having somewhere about 700 records. So what I'm going to do now, in my case now, if I want to have a total for this unit sold, now total values we have here, this is 700 approximately, and I want to have a total for these all the units sold here. So in that case, if I need to apply the same function, sum function, that is easy. But whether I need to do what, I need to write everything in the comma again and again? No, I don't need to do so. So let's check that. This is called giving a range. How we can give the range? Now I want to have this sum here in the end at the 702 row. Here I want to have the result. for this unit sold. So what I'll do, I'll click on equals to. I'll click on equals to. So I'll provide here the range here. How I can provide the range here? First, I need to just enable the saving here. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to have the result here for the case of units sold here. This is my E. So the value is starting from E2. E2. So I'll come to the end. This is again, I'm reminding you people that we have total 700 records here, and here I want to have the result. So I'll click on the equals to, I'll write here sum, and I'll give here which value? E2, and then I'll write here colon. I'm not writing here comma, I'm writing here colon. Now after writing colon, what I'll do, I need to provide a range. So that range is from E2 to E701. So I'll write again sum E2, range starts from E700. Now you can see that as I'm done with this writing E2 colon E700, it is picking up actually the range and it is selecting everything that is written in the column E. And I'll close that parenthesis and click on the enter. I got the result. So this is how we got the result by providing the range. I don't need to do that comma thing again and again to provide each cell value for this sum function. I can do that also, that is also correct way, but obviously that is a very lengthy process. Similarly, I'll come to this sheet also. So here instead of writing that comma thing, what we can do, we can write here sum and we can provide a particular range. So the cell value is B2 colon and then B6. So this is ending here and parenthesis closed, and I'll click on the enter, and thus we are getting here the result. So in this way, using comma we can have the multiple values, and using colon we are providing a particular range. So range, when it is talking about range, it is picking everything from that value. So starting from B2 to B6, everything inside that range is selected in that function. This is how we are using the function. So how you can do that? If you are not remember with the name of the function, what you can do, you can write equals to, you can click on the insert and look for that particular function, and the remarks for that particular function is coming here. Even you can go for the self-help as well, help on this function, and you can choose that function and click on OK. Or another way to do that, you can choose from these function that particular function. Right now we just understood how we can use the sum function. So this is about the sum function. We learnt about three parts, that is equals to, function name, arguments, the passing the arguments. So arguments are basically the values we are passing to that particular function. It is your choice how you want to use that function, from which option. Understanding sum, min and max functions. So we learned basically how we can use the basic functionality of the functions. Now sum we understood, sum, range, or this how we can provide the range. Similarly, let's try the minimum as well, the maximum as well, and these functions we will try first, sum, min and maximum. So sum is basically it adds all the numbers in the range of cells. Whatever is provided in that particular range, so it will give us total of that particular numbers. And when we are talking about min function actually provides us, it gives the resultant of the minimum value that we are providing in that particular range. And on the other side, we have the maximum function, that max function. It returns the maximum value from that particular range. So these three functions are very frequently used. So let's try that with our function first. So we tested with the sum. I'll just write here sum so that understood that what we are doing here. This is sum. Let's try for the max. Let's try for the min then. So what I'll do, we will do the range thing only. So this is for the sum, and let's try for now. This is our numbers. I'll make it bold and just make have a good color as well. Let's make it centralize. Also, we learned the formatting. Yes, now this looks nice. Let's try the maximum function. So I'll give equals to max function. What is the range here? This range is starting from B2 colon and B7. Range is provided. Is it B7 or B6? Let's give it B6. So what is the maximum value from that range from B2 to B6? So you can just have a look. What should be the result? Result should be 50. Let's check with the Excel. Can Excel do it correctly or not? Yes, Excel is performing it very well. Again, I'll make the changes to try the min function. This is the min function. Let's provide the range. We can provide the values or the arguments in the comma as well, but we can provide the range as well. As we have a good numbers, then in that case we are providing colon with a range. So here again we are providing data B2 colon and then B6. I'll close the parenthesis, enter. Yes, and 10 is the minimum value from that set. This is the small 5 number set, a group of 5 number value. Now formula is written here. Can I make the changes here? Yes, we can make the changes. So these all the formulas are working in the case by taking the cell references only. That is relative cell reference, not the absolute one. So I can change the values as well. What I can do, let me make any changes. So now I am doing the changes. I'll make this 50 to 100. Now you just see result is also changed for the sum. I have not done any other changes. Formula is already written. What has done? I just changed this number. So sum is changed. Maximum value is changed. Minimum is the same. What if I change the minimum value as well? I'll make it 5. So I'm getting the result again. So its changes are reflected here. So this is the power of the functions. You don't need to do anything once your formula is done, that you are decided with one particular thing that you want to do some kind of calculation. You can apply the formulas over there, and in case of any changes in your Excel sheet, you're good to go with the formulas. You don't need to change the formulas again. This is the beauty of this Microsoft Excel tool. So let's try this max function, this min function with the big data set as well. So I'll go back to this financial sample again. So we have the 700 records. So we did it. Now we can show the formula as well. If you remember that, you should remember that. So it was how we did that. We went to this data tab and we formula, and we can show the formulas. So here we can see the formulas, what was the formula provided here. Similarly, what I am doing here, sum is done, and then I am applying here min also for the minimum function. The range is from E2 to E700. So minimum function is provided here. It is giving some error. We will see update formula to include cells. No, we don't want to add the formula. It is asking for the above value. No, we don't want to apply that. And then maximum function, and the range is again E2 colon E700. I'll close that and enter. Again the same error. Let's ignore that. Ignore formula. This is the formula thing. And then what we can do, let me disable the show formulas, and we have the results with us. So $200 and $4492. So this is our maximum number. This is our minimum number. So we applied the same formula for the 700 values as well for the units sold in the financial sample database. So we tried it with 5 numbers as well. We tried it with the 700 numbers as well. So our sum worked very well. Now we are able to calculate the sum of the numbers that we are providing in a particular range. We are able to conclude the maximum number from the range. We are able to conclude the minimum number from that particular range. Let's come back to slides. So we learned about sum function, we learned about the minimum function, we learned about the maximum function. Adds all the numbers in a range of cells. We did that. Minimum function, this is returning the minimum value from that particular range. Maximum function, returning the maximum value from the range. We can apply it for 2 numbers as well. So we can, even in the 2 numbers, we can use comma or the colon. It is up to us. Understanding average and the count function. Next two functions of this we are average and the count function. So average is basically as we calculated. This is the calculating the average. So we can do it for the range also. And in the case of the count function, it actually counts only the numeric values. So count function counts the number of cells in a range that contain a number. Let's use that, and then we will understand how it is happening. Let's go back to week 2, small data set first. So now I want to use this count function. Rather than going down, I can use the count function here because we can give the range. So I'll write here count. Now you can see here counts the number of cells in a range that contains the numbers. So what I am doing before that, proceeding to something, let me write something again. 5, 10, 20, 30. So now I have total 4 numbers. So I want to get it output from Excel. So I'll provide the range. Range is now D2 colon to starting from D5. So I'll write here D5. I'll close the parenthesis and click on the enter. So this is 4. This is perfect. What if now I'll write here instead of 20, I'll write A, B, C, D something. Now this is 3. This is the provided into the range, but this is not a number. In that case, it is only counting the numeric value. That is why it is returning 3. If I'll make it again at the alphabet, so it will give me answer 2. If I'll change it to E, it will give me answer 1. If I'll change it to E again, it will give me answer 0. So this count function is actually returning only the numerical values. So this is the beauty of this function count. Similarly, if we talk about the average, I want to take an average of these all 5 numbers. This is 5, 20, 30, 40, 100. So normally what happens, we are dividing the sum, the total of the sum by the number of the values. So let's try in the both way how we can do that. First, what I'll do, I'll calculate the sum. Sum it already calculated here. So total count, if I'll calculate here, count, I'll write first what I'm calculating. So count ranges from B2 colon, I'll start and then B6. So this is count. I'll close that parenthesis and this is total 5. Now for calculating the average, what should be the formula? This from the basic maths, we are aware about that. So what I will do, I'll divide this sum I have written here equals to. I'll click on that. So by default, it is picking up B7 divided by count, that is 5. So this is the average of 39. What we did, we calculated the total, the sum value of those numbers. We have the count with us and then we divided it with the 5 and we got the average. Similarly, if I'll do it with the average function, I'll write average and I'll just provide this range, that is 5 to 100. Now I'm doing it by selecting like this, B2 to B6. I'll close the parenthesis. So answer is again same. So Microsoft Excel is working very fine and calculating the average perfectly. Now the another case, if I'll change this with G. Now in that case, see the changes. I'll come again. Just see the changes where you need to keep your eye. You need to keep your eye on the sum. You need to keep your eye on the count. You need to keep your eye on the average and this average also. This average is calculated by the formula AVG. This average is calculated by the division. What I am doing, I am just making one particular number as an alphabet. So I am making this 40 as a G. In that case, sum is changed. Yes. Count is changed to 4. Yes. Average is changed. Yes, in both the cases. So again, Excel did the smart work and changed the values accordingly. Average can be calculated only for the numerical values, so it made the changes accordingly. So count also, sum also, average also, these all are working in the case of the numerical values. So this is, we covered the count and average. So let's try this on the good data set also, that is large data set. So for the units sold again, I'll come to the down, the 700 rows something, I'll do page down and I'll come to the formula thing. So after applying sum and minimum and the maximum, let's try the count as well. So I'm applying here count and then giving the range. The range is from E2 colon E700 parenthesis closed. So this is, let's ignore the error. So this is what we calculated the count. This is perfect, 699. And then we have, because the first value is the column name, that is in the alphabet, that is why it is returning 699. And again I want to calculate the average, and in that case we are again providing the range E2 colon E700 and this is the average. Let's ignore the error again. So this we got the results. So we tried the 5 functions total. That is, I'll show with the formula, show formulas. So we tried sum, we tried minimum, we tried maximum, we tried count, and we tried the average. And the good thing is that in the Excel as well, if I'll just disable the show formulas. So let's come back to our this sheet. I'm selecting some numbers here, and if you see here in the down, you can actually see these things also. Average is also already given, count is already given, sum is already given. You have not provided or applied any kind of formula, but still you can see these options. If I click on that, I can actually make the changes as well. So you can see, you can copy the values from here also. You can see the things from this side. Count is this, sum is this. So the sum of selected value. Now you, if you hover your mouse here, you can see the tooltip and where it is showing sum of selected cell, copy to clipboard, number of selected cell that contain data, copy to clipboard, average of selected cells. So at least for the overlook of your data, you can apply that. But at least if you need the result in your Excel sheet, in that case, you need to insert the function. Either it is sum function, either it is the minimum function, count function, average function, and it only counts in numerical values. After understanding count, sum, average function, let's come to the next topic that we are covering in this week, that is auto sum and autofill. And also we will cover a special function of autofill, that is flash fill. So what we have learned till now, we can actually execute the sum of the numbers, the numerical numbers given in the range. We can select whichever cell we want to pass to the that function. And similarly, we have another option to do auto sum without applying any kind of function, without writing any function. What we can do? We can do auto sum as well. Autofill is another option where Excel is actually doing all the calculation and everything without writing any particular function. So how we can do it? Left click, hold and drag. We will learn it with the practice. For now, you just understand where we have these functions. So first we are talking about here auto sum, where you can find this auto sum. It is available with the formulas tab. There you can see the auto sum here. And similarly, what we can do, if we have a number of series, for example, series 1, series 2, series 3, and 4 and 5, what we can do, rather than applying individually sum for all these columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what we can do, we can apply this auto sum option that is available with the formulas, and automatically it will calculate the summation of these 5 numbers or the numbers we are providing into the range. And we can pass this auto sum to another cell as well, but in this case it is going to calculate the sum of these series 2, not the series 1. So we are just passing on the function, and that function is auto sum, which we selected from this formula option. So how we can do it? Let's try that. So I am opening that sheet again, my week 2 Excel. So we have some numbers here where we tried our sum, max, min function. Similarly, what we are doing it now, let's try the auto sum. Before applying it auto sum, you just see it where we have this auto sum with us. So we talked about it is available in the formula. Yes, in formula we have the auto sum. So let's have the numbers first. I can write some numbers 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So what I want to have, I want to calculate the sum here at this cell, that is B15, but I don't want to use the formula that sum or something else. So what I'll do, I am at this cell and I'll click on this auto sum. So it is showing me some results. Now it is actually assuming that I want to include this 105 as well, but I don't want to do it. I'll change the range, so I'll press the escape and I'll click on something like this, and then I'll click on auto sum. So I selected this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and obviously that value as well, where I want to have that sum of those particular numbers. I click on that, so I got it 150 here, so it is the sum. Now you just see the formulas here. If I click on show formulas, so this is sum from B10
to B14, and that B10 is 10, B11 is 20, B12 is 30, B13 is 40, B14 is 50, and we got the sum. So we have not written here any formula like I'm writing here sum equals to something or something. I just click on the auto sum, and by default we got the result here instead of the sum function. If I click on the options here, this by using this auto sum, what we can do, we can actually calculate average as well. We can calculate count numbers as well. We can calculate max, min, and some more functions as well. So in by default, we can actually put that particular function, and by clicking on this auto sum, Microsoft Excel will be doing that function processing and writing it here the function's definition with the argument, and we will be getting the result. So this is the work of Microsoft Excel. Let's try the same numbers, and this time I'm just copying it into the C cell. What I want to do, I'll select it and I'll click on average. So average 30 is written here. And if you see the formula here, I'll go to formula and show formulas. The formula is average C10 from C40. So we have not actually written the function like average or something. What we have used, we applied average using this auto sum functionality of Microsoft Excel. Let's try with another function also. I'm just copying the same values. You can change the values as well. So I'll select that and I'll click it on maximum. So I got the maximum number here. If I click on the minimum number, I can get the 10 out of these numbers. So this is how we can use the functionality of automatic functions. So this auto sum we can use, auto average, auto count numbers, auto max, auto min is available, but we can choose more functions as well with the functionality of the auto. So this is the functionality of auto sum. Let me apply to a big data set as well. So let's open that financial sample. So we have this data here. We tried whatever functions we have to the unit sold. Let's try it with the sale price this time. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the last cell, that is somewhere around 700. Let's go to that sale price. That sale price is written here. So last time we did all the calculation, we calculated sum, average, count, max, min on the unit sold. This time we are doing with the sale price. So this is written here. So what I'll do, I'll go with the formulas and I'll click on auto sum here and I'll click on auto sum. The sum is written here. So what you can do, now you can actually see what it is doing. It is calculating the formula here, subtotal with the values of all the sale price. Similarly, if I want to write some formula, I can write it here again, and we can use in the same manner some average, count numbers, max, min, and some other functions as well. This is the functionality of the auto sum. I'll go back to the slide, and what we have covered, there is one shortcut also to do the auto sum. Rather than going then from this formula and choosing the auto sum or auto average or auto count option, you can go it with the alt plus enter as well. So what I'll do, I'll go back to the same week 2. So what I want to do, I want to have sum of 150 here. I want to calculate the sum here. So what I can do, I can select it and I'll press alt plus enter, and that is alt plus equals to. This is the shortcut key for this auto sum. Even it is written here, you can see that sum is equal to alt plus equals to automatically add a quick calculation to your worksheet such as a sum or average. So this is quick calculation. You can do it with the auto sum or this auto option. And in fact, the shortcut we have, this is alt plus equals to. Next, we have the AutoFill option. This is very wonderful option that is available with Microsoft Excel. So let's try that also. So we have here, now what I want to have, we have a data like series of the data. So this is 10 plus some, I'll delete this. So I want to have, maybe it is starting from 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and this data I am having 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000. So this is the data I have. So what I want to have, I want to have the total for this series always. I'll create a column name also. So I'll write it maybe the content 1. This is my content 2. I'll copy it here, content 2, and we can do the editing with the F2 button. We have learned in the week 1. Same we are practicing here, and we have here for content 3 as well. So this is the content I have. Now I want to have the total to these cells. So one option is to apply the sum function. The another option is to apply this auto sum. So I am clicking here auto sum. So I have the total here. So this 150 is the resultant of the summation of this 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50. Similarly, what I want to have this total for content 2 as well and content 3 as. So I can apply auto sum here also and here also, or I can write the sum function as well. The another way is to use the autofill options. For using autofill, what you need to do, you just come to this cell and scroll it down and wait for this plus sign. I'll do it again. Wait for this plus sign and drag the result to these side by column. Now you got the result again. So this is, if you see in the formulas, I'll click on the show formulas. So we can actually have the summation of other two contents as well. So this is sum of C11 from C15, sum of D11 from D15. So it just copied the formula through the autofill option and provided the result to us. So we have applied this, we got the summation of these numbers, these numerical numbers using the autofill option. And how we applied this autofill? By using this drag option. And what we are dragging, actually we are dragging the formulas and the cell reference are changed accordingly and we are getting the results. This was the autofill option. So if we have the multiple values and you want to actually calculate the sum, for example, I have the sum here and similarly I want it for all the fields. So what I'll do, I'll simply drag it like this and I'll get the result at here. So we have the result for till profit. I'll enlarge these cells so that we can actually see the results for the total. So this is the sum of all these numbers, whether it is any field: manufacturing price, sale price, gross sale, discount, sales, COGS, profit, etc. So you just see how it was very simple. You don't need to write any function again. You don't need to apply even sum again, this auto sum option again. What you did, you just dragged the cell value and you got the result accordingly. Even if you're making any kind of changes, that changes will be reflected in the answer. For example, for this 5, I am writing here 10. So similarly, my result will be changed. Similarly, if I am making it 5 again, so my result will be changed again. And what it is calculating, it is actually calculating the sum from the range F2 to F700. And similarly, we have for other fields as well. And how we did it? We did it with the option of the autofill and we applied the formula here by dragging the results. Another autofill examples, we applied this left click, hold and drag and we were successful of applying autofill. Next, another option of autofill we have, let's understand with small numbers first. Now, I am writing here 1, 2, 3. So we already discussed in week 2. So Excel actually provides us a range. So whenever I am selecting it and dragging it again, so this is again the option of autofill. In this case, Excel understood the pattern, the starting number and the ending number, and the difference between these two numbers, and accordingly, Microsoft Excel provided the range to us, and it is up to us whether we want to keep it further more range or we want to stop it here. In the same manner, now I'm just writing 10 here. Now in that case, if I drag it, so what autofill is doing? Just putting the same number everywhere. Similarly, I can go it by column wise also. So this is autofill functionality provided by the Microsoft Excel. If I'm not following any kind of formula, it is going through the values and according to the values, it is providing us the result. I'll go back to this home option and here we have this auto sum we already tried. It's in the shortcut. Similarly, we have this fill option as well. Now you just see I have the values 20. Now, in fact, I'll write only 10. In that case, I have the cell value here. I am not at the C23. In C23, I have written a numerical value that is 10. Now I am at C24 and I am clicking fill and just want to copy the above cell. So I'll click on up. Nothing happened. Now I'll click to the down. In that case, it actually copied it to the down cell. Now I'm at the left side of this value. I'll click on the right. I got that value. I'm at this side. Now I'll click at the left. I got that value. So what is the doing? This autofill is actually rotating, whether it is at the top, whether it is the bottom, whether it's the right option, whether it is the left option. Similarly, I can have this 10 at the up value as well. So I'll have it using the up and I got the result. So in this way, we can have this autofill from other sides as well. This can be down also, this can be right also, this can be up also, this can be left also. So this is fill up options we have available here. Similarly, we have the series option also. So I'm writing this 10 again to understand what the series option do. What happens in the 10, I'll click on the series. Now you just see it carefully. You want to have the series in the form of row or column. So it is your choice whether you want to have that series written in the form of rows or into the columns. Let's try it for the rows first. Now, how you want that growth? You want that growth, for example, in the linear manner. Step value, let's do it 10. Stop value, let's do it 100. And now understand it. Now you can see it. We have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 till 100. Similarly, now I'll come to another option. I'll write 10 here. I'm at this cell value. I'll click on the fill and I'll click on the series. When I'm clicking on the series, this time I'm not going with the rows, I'll go with the column. Again, I'm selecting the option for the linear. When I'm selecting it for the linear, again I'll write the step value as 10 and the stop value as the 100. Where it should stop at 100. Where it should have the difference between two numbers, that is 10. I'll click on the OK. So now this time I have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So the step value is 10 and the end value, that is stop value, is 100. That's why we are having these numbers. So this is the option that is available with the autofill. So you can actually have autofill but according to your requirement. You're not leaving it to the Microsoft Excel to decide how Microsoft Excel wants to have that output or how Microsoft Excel is detecting the pattern. You are deciding it you on and you are telling the Microsoft Excel the same to do to make your help here. Now let's try it with some other values as well. This time let me start with the sum table 13. This time let's click on series again. So what I'll do, I'll have a column value, step value, I'll put 13 again and I want to stop it at 130. So it should result in table for the 30. So this is 13 ones are 13, 26, 39, 52, 65, 78, 91, 104, 117 and 130. So the difference between these numbers is 13 and where we stopped at 130 and accordingly the Microsoft Excel provided us the range whatever we want to have. So we have applied the autofill option. So in the autofill option we have the option for the down, right, up and left to actually copy the same content. In the series we can go through the rows as well and we can go as to the columns as well. Let's try with something with a date function or let's try with some date values. So I'll write the date 31st December 2021. So this is a date written here. Now I'll click on this fill and I'll click on the series. This date unit is actually enabled now. So I want to have the output in the columns. The format should be date and date unit should be day. So I want to have step value as 5 and stop value I'll put for example 10 for now. It has not given any result because I was using the wrong stop value. Let's try it again. We can have it something like trend as well. But for now, let's try this date. I'll go with the month, step value and stop value. Let's give the stop value as, so we have the output like this. So we provided the same output and we got the result similar manner. So whatever we were doing it into the month wise, that is why we had the two values here, 31st December and 31st January. Let's do it again. I'll do this time autofill for 31st January 2022. So I'll click on series, date. This time let's do weekday, or let's try for the day. Stop value I'll give 31st December, or let's give 31st March 2022. I'll click on OK. So now this time I have the result as it is providing me all the dates that is in between 31st January to 31st March. I have all the results with me. So for autofill option, we can do it with the date as well. So autofill is a very great features. So you don't need to actually enter the data every time. What you can do, you can actually take help from Microsoft Excel and enter the data as well. So now you just see if you want to do it in some kind of a word processor. So all the dates you need to actually write. If you're doing it with the numbers, all the indexes you need to fill. You can't do it in the word processor. Another feature with fill, this autofill is flash fill. This is very smart. The shortcut key is Control plus E. So you just read the tooltip here, automatically fill in values, enter a couple of examples you want as output and keep the active cell in the column you want that filled in. So here what is happening, fill is provided, this autofill is provided, but it is intelligent enough to actually detect the pattern and accordingly it will provide the result. So you can see it like if you want to have smart filling, in that case, you can use the flash fill. To check this, I have a sheet with me, President of India. I'll just zoom it. So what we have in this sheet, we have serial number, name of president, flash fill, I just filled it here, and tenure, it is like the name of the president and the tenure the respective honorable president work for the India, that is written here. I took it from Wikipedia. From the same data, I want to apply the flash fill. I'll just repeat the definition again for the flash fill, that is automatically fill in values, enter a couple of examples and you want as output, keep the active cell in the column you want filled in. So what I want to have as the output, I just want to have first name here that is written. So if Sri Rajendra Prasad is there, so what I want to write here, only Rajendra, nothing else. So I'll write here Rajendra. Now in that case, what I'm doing, I'm clicking on this fill and flash fill. Now you just see here what happened. This is filled with Sarupelli, Jakir, VV, Mohammed, this V again because full stop is there. Fakhruddin, Basappa, Neelam, Gyani, R, Shankar, K, APJ. So we got the result with the flash fill. So actually Excel decided what Excel wants to do with that smart filling up, and that smart filling up is done here. What if I'll copy it again, Rajendra Prasad again. In that case, as I copied it in the flash fill, I got the complete setup here. If I do Rajendra Prasad again, I'll write Rajendra Prasad. So what I have, again same output. So this is the smart filling up and that is available with the auto fill and that is with the flash fill. So what we covered now, we covered basically till now we covered how we can actually apply the auto sum, how we can use the shortcut for that, that is alt plus equals to. An autofill can be dragged here by left clicking, hold and drag, and in the autofill option we have multiple options. We can actually fill the values at the down, right, up, left, and the series is very good example whether we can have that series in the form of rows, columns. We can have that growth in the linear manner, growth in the growth manner, date autofill. We can choose the date values and we can decide what is the step value and what is the stop value. And when we do the flash fill is the smartest one. So this we tried and we learned about the auto sum also. That is in the providing with the formulas, we have the option to do automatic calculation, and that calculation can be done for auto sum, auto average, auto count numbers, auto max, auto min, and in fact we can do it for the more functions as well. So this we learned here. Till now, we have covered auto sum, autofill, flash fill. Just revise that once again, and then we will start with the whatever is left in this week. We learnt about the design of Excel function that is divided into three parts, that is equals to name of the function, and then we pass the arguments here. So we got function something like function and name and then argument. We are passing it with the parenthesis. Points to remember: functions are already predefined in Microsoft Excel. You can use the combination of function that is allowed. And then we learnt about understanding sum, minimum, and the maximum function. What we use, we can provide the range here by providing the exact cell address. Similarly, we can do it with the min function as well. What we are writing here equals to name of the function, and within the parenthesis we are passing the arguments, that is basically the numerical values for that particular range we want to calculate the sum or the minimum or the maximum. Similarly, we actually applied all these functions on the data set also. We applied it with the small data set as well as the large data set as well. We learned how we can actually use the sum function here by using providing the single values or using the range. Then we learnt about the average function and the count function. Counts only have the numerical values. Even if we are passing any alphabetical value, it will not count it, and by default it will be ignored. Then we covered auto sum and the autofill option. We learnt about the flash fill also, that is smart filling up the Microsoft Excel after detection of the pattern by Microsoft Excel only. Next, we have the modification. So first modification, inserting new sheets, rows, and the columns. So what we can do, whenever we are working on Microsoft Excel in particular worksheet, we can actually insert sheets as well. We can actually insert rows as well. We can actually insert columns as well. So how we can do it? We can do it with using home insert. So what we can do, right click on the cell, column name or the row number, and then we can click on the plus. So let's try that. So output will be something like this. We can have a new worksheet as well. And if we are talking about the rows, so rows, in this manner we can have the new rows and the new columns. So let's go back to Excel and let's do the practice. So we talked about what we can do. We can have three things basically. We can have new sheet, we can have new row, we can have new column. So this is the part of the insertion. So let's talk about having the new row first. So I want to have a row in between this sheet and row. So I'll click on this 21 and right click insert. So I have a new row in between the sheet and the row. If I want to have a new column between F and G, now you just see it when you inserted a new row, by default the number has been changed now. So I want to insert something in between. I'll get it, and this is again 21, 22, not we are having something like 21.5 or 21.4. Similarly, when we are doing a column thing, I'll click on this G and click on insert, right click, and we have a new column, and the column names is changed by default. I'm not doing anything, I'm just adding a new column here. So understanding the difference, I'm writing here insert, and then I'm clicking here and clicking on insert. So I got a new column between this sheet and insert. So in this way, what we have tried, inserting the new rows, inserting the new columns. So one option was to click on the column or click on the row and have the right click and click on insert. The another option is go to insert, and then we can actually use it by home and insert cells, insert sheet rows, insert sheet columns, and insert sheet. So my cell is here in the sheet, and what I'll do, I'll click on insert sheet rows. So I'll get a new row over there. If I'll click on sheet and click on insert sheet columns, I'll get a new column at the before side of the sheet only. Then I'll try with applying a new sheet. So what I want to have, now I am working with the sheet 1 and I have another sheet President of India as well. Now I want to have a third sheet. One way to get a new sheet is click on this plus. Even you can see that new sheet is coming here with the tool tip. I'll click on that, so I'll get the new sheet here. So this is my new sheet here. I can start working on the new sheet as well. The another way to get the sheet is go back to insert and click on insert sheet. So I got a new sheet. Now just see the names here, sheet 1, sheet 3, sheet 2 is given here. Another way, right click on insert and now choose what you want to do it here. You want to have a new row, you want to have a new column, you want to shift it right, shift cell down. So this is all the options available when you want to do the modification, and this time modification we are doing with the insertion. That insert can be, you can actually insert a cell, you can actually insert a row, you can actually insert a columns. In fact, you can have a multiple sheets as well. And the shortcut to have the multiple sheets is to insert a worksheet, that is shift plus F11, that is written here. And similarly for the columns we can click here, similarly for the rows we can click here, and for the cells as well. So this is the modification part of your Excel workbook. The another case, I want to have multiple rows or multiple columns. What I can do, for example, I want to have 5 rows here. So I selected some 5 rows and click on the right click and insert. This time I'll get the more 5 rows here. Similarly, if I want to have 2 columns, I'll click 2 columns and click on insert, and I am having 2 columns. So multiple rows and multiple columns also we can do the insertion by using the same insert thing, but this time we will select the multiple rows and multiple columns, and whatever we selected accordingly we'll get the rows and the columns. So this is the modification part. This we can do it here. Let's come back to the slide. What we have again, deleting sheets, rows and the columns. Once the insertion is done, now the case is you want to delete something. So what you can delete? Again in the same manner, you can actually delete the sheets, you can delete the rows, you can delete the columns, and the ways using home, delete and right click on the column name or the row number and the sheet. Is the same way we applied the insert, we have the delete also now. Let's try that. So this time let me remove all the rows from here in between sheet and row. So I want to delete these 2 rows. So what I'll do, I'll select it, right click and delete. So it's gone. Same way, I want to click this, I'm clicking this J and deleting this J now. So I'll click right, I make a right click and click on delete again. This time again, I have deleted the rows now and the columns as well. So in the same manner, we can use it from the delete cell as well. That is available in the home option. So what you can choose? You can choose to delete the cell. In fact, you can use the control minus as well. Delete sheet rows, delete sheet columns and delete sheet as well. Let's delete the sheets now. I'll go to sheet 3 and click on delete sheet. It's deleted. In fact, let's do it with the sheet 2 as well. Delete. Microsoft Excel will permanently delete the sheet. Do you want to continue? Yes. So I'll click on that. I got the result. So by plus, you got the new sheet. Right click and you can delete it from that option as well. In fact, you have the insert option as well. So in the modification part, what we are doing here, what we can do here, we actually can insert multiple rows, we can actually insert multiple columns, we can insert new sheets as well. This is the modification in Microsoft Excel. And when we are talking about the deletion, in that deletion, what we have, we can delete the cell, a particular cell, we can delete the sheet, we can delete the columns, we can delete the rows. So this is the option available with Microsoft Excel. Another way, if I want to move these sheets in between, I have sheet 1 here. Let's rename it to something data. President of India is written. Here I'll see the copy of data. So this is, I am renaming my sheets. By default, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3 was the name given by the Microsoft Excel. I have changed the name to something else. Now I want to change the order of these sheets. So I can actually pick it up and put it in between. I can pick it up and put it in between. So the order of the sheets will be changed here. Or in fact, I can move it from right clicking as well. So move, you can move or copy, you can do from that where you want to change the order, and you can actually select in which order you want to have it. You want to move it to end, you want to move it upwards, so you can do it with the sheets. Let's understand more about moving and copying sheets. So the option available with Microsoft Excel is right click on the sheet name, go to home format, and you can actually move or copy a sheet. To move or copy sheet, you can use the right click option as well, or you can go it with the format as well. So let's try it. So I'll go with my sample database, that is financial sample. So this is a big data set here. We have a good number of records. So what I want to do, I want to copy this entire sheet somewhere. So I'll click it, sheet 1, right click, move or copy. So I'll click this move or copy. Now where you want to copy it, before sheet 1, okay, and I'll click on create a copy. I'll click OK here. Now you just see you have another sheet as well. So this copy of sheet 1 is provided here and it is exactly the same. In fact, even if I'll count the number of records here. So I have somewhere 701 count for the sheet 1. I'll go with the sheet 1 copy. So again, I have the record of 701 records in my sheet. So copying thing is done entirely by Microsoft Excel. So I have another sheet as well. If I want to make any kind of changes, I can do it independently in other sheets. So what I can do, I can name it, let's make it copy. Let's make it main data. Now this main data and this copy is actually independent of each other now. Whatever changes I'll do, it will not be reflected in each other's sheet. So I can make it, let's go this, I'll go to the first record. So instead of this government, I'll make it change as mid-market. I'll save it. I'll go to my main data and I'll go with the first row so that we can see whether our changes are reflected here or not. So this is the same only, government only. So nothing has been changed. So these two sheets are independent of each other. Same thing we can do it with the option available in the home, that is format. So from format, you can actually move or copy as well, copy or move sheet. Move or copy, same option will be displayed here. So it is your choice. You want to do it from the right click option or you want to go with the format. After understanding insert delete, the another option that is available in the under the home tab is format. This is again a very good option here. So what we are using here with the format, we can actually change the row height, column width, organize sheets, protect and hide sheets with using format. So let's try that also. The first option is row height. So when we are talking about row height, let's check the current row height first, then we will understand this. So I'll click on this any row. I'll go with this fifth row, right click and see the row height here. Now row height is written somewhere 14.4. Let's change it to 20. I'll click on OK. Now you can see the row height has been increased. Let's try it with 200 now. So you can actually see the result here. The row height has been increased. Let me make it 14.4 it again. So this is row height is written. Same we can do it with the format option also. So row height, you can choose the particular row height. You can do it for all the 700 records as well. You can do it for any particular row as well. So from where you can choose it, either you right click it and then go for the row height, or you can go to the home tab and click on the format and click for the row height. In fact, you can apply this auto fit row height also. So in the case of auto fit, the row height will be set according to the size or the content or the height we are having in the our data, and accordingly the height will be decided by Microsoft Excel depending on the size of the text that is written or that is entered in that particular row. Similarly, we have the column width. The column width, we have two ways to do. Right click, click on the column width. So right now the column width is 25.78. You can change it to some specific value as well. I'll make it 550. So this will be increased here. You can decrease it as well. Click on the format And then we have the column width. So this 50, you can make it 30 as well. So this is the column width. So in the format option, we have learned two options for now, that is row height and the column width. So you can actually set the row height and the column width according to your requirement, according to the data. And you can set it to the auto fit as well. In the case of the auto fit, Excel will automatically decide the height and the width according to the content that is written in that particular row or the column. And you can also select the default width also. Right now the default width is 8.11, so you can select it to the other number as well, so accordingly the changes will be performed here. So this is the auto fit column width and the default width. In fact, now I have this data, so I am passing this Excel to somebody else. At that time, I don't want to see, make it visible all the records. So what I can do, I want to hide this B and C. So I'll click on that, click on the format, and I'll hide the columns here. So now you can see it here. After A, we have directly the D. B and C is not visible, that is hidden only. To make it visible again, what you can do, click on that format again, hide and unhide, and you can choose unhide column. So you have the option to hide and unhide. What you can hide? You can hide that particular row. You can hide particular columns. You can hide multiple rows. You can hide multiple columns. You can hide, in fact, a complete sheet as well. And then you can come back to do the changes, undo the changes. That is, you can use the unhide rows. You can choose the unhide columns. So this is the option. This is the visibility option that is available with Microsoft Excel. And similarly, what you can do, you can rename the sheet as well, that we learned from the right click option. In the format as well, you can rename that sheet. So for this copy, let me take another name this time. So we can change the name to copy of main data. So this I am renaming the sheet. So we have multiple options to do it. One option is to right click and click on this rename option. Other thing what we can do, we can go with the format as well to rename that sheet. And same we have for the move or the copy sheet. If you want to move a sheet from one particular place to another, you want to change the order of that sheet, you can do it. Or you can copy the entire data to the new sheet as well. Similarly, we have the color combination as well. So I'll go with the color combination now. I'll click on this sheet, click on format, tab color. Which color I want? I want this yellow one here. So now you can see in the background of this name copy of main data, this yellow color is given. Same, I can have it for other sheet as well, format and the tab color. This time I'll use this green one. So colors I can provide in the name of the sheet as well, providing this tabbing color for that particular sheet. So we can use the colors here for using the sheets. So you can name the sheets, you can have the different colors for the sheets. So this is all about the modification. In the modification, what we covered the insertion part. Either it is for the cell, either it is for the row, column, or for inserting multiple rows or multiple columns, multiple sheets you can have in Microsoft Excel. It is your choice whether you want to put it data into one single sheet or in the multiple sheet. We can delete the sheets, we can delete the rows, we can delete the columns. And in the format, we covered the row height, column width, visibility option, that is hide and unhide. We can actually rename the sheet, move or copy a sheet, and by the providing the tab color, we can use different colors for the sheet. Hey students, till now we have learned about the sheets formatting as well. So what's the formatting? It's renaming, giving a new color to that sheet, and then we having other options as well, ways how we can do that. We can click on that sheet, we can make the double click and then right click, and from the home tab we have the format option where we can have different options where we can actually rename the sheet, we can move or copy a sheet, and then in fact we can give a background color as well when we are providing the names. So we learned about the sheet formatting as well. So in one Excel workbook, you can have multiple sheets starting from 2 onwards, and then you can work on those sheets. So ideally, when we are working with these sheets, what we can do, we can actually divide our work. For example, I am working with an organization where I am storing a e-commerce data. So what I can have data for different countries in different sheets, so that segregation is there. But when I'm opening that data, that e-commerce data, I'm just opening one single Excel workbook, but in that my data is divided into multiple worksheets. So we have done the renaming, we have done the tabbing. Next, we have some other options, very generic options. These options actually decide the working of Microsoft Excel. So what we have basically in these options, we have different categories for these options. So these categories are general, data, formulas, proofing, save, language, advanced, customize, ribbon, quick access toolbar, add-ins, trust center. So what we have in these categories for briefing for now, just read the description written here, and then we will come to the Microsoft Excel and we will understand all these categories, how actually by doing some changes we can make the changes in these categories, and we can do the changes in the settings of Microsoft Excel. So you can let Microsoft Excel work according to your choice. And how these options works with making changes in Excel options. First we have the category general. So in general, what we have default options including the display, enabling of some mini toolbar or some live preview, etc. We will see what else we have. For now, we are just covering a brief description so that we should be aware about what we have in particular category. Next category is data. This category we use to choose the settings for the data handling and import settings, how we can import the data into that Excel. Then we have the formulas as well. In the formulas category, we have calculation of the formulas, the performance of worksheet in terms of calculations and error handling. Proofing, we have autocorrect in spelling settings, etc. Save, we have location and the format used when spreadsheets are saved. And in the language category, what we can do the changes, we can do the changes for language used for spelling, help in the screen, tips. And then we have advanced, we are making the changes for the wide range of options including some general setting. Customize ribbon, we have content of the ribbon we will discuss what exactly we can do with this settings. Then we have the quick access toolbar, content of the quick access toolbar. We already see how we can add some other things also. And then we have add-ins also, some special programs that bring additional functionality to Microsoft Excel. So one example is that we have add-in for the MySQL. So we can actually operate MySQL data with Microsoft Excel, and that functionality is available, is allowed, or it's enabled with the add-in, that is MySQL add-in. Trust Center, protect your spreadsheets are stored in the Trust Center. Now let's see all these categories and where actually we can make the changes. Let me open the Microsoft Excel. Let's come to our sheet, that are week 2. So we are not going here or there. What we are doing, we are clicking on the file and then we are going to options. Now you just see we have the same categories. I'll tell it again. So what we are doing, we are going to file and then clicking on the options, and we have this Excel options available. Now just count the categories. How many categories we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And these all 12 we recently discussed few minutes before, what we have in these categories. So if I click on that particular category, I have a different options there. Now let's explore these options, and these options are very understandable for each one of you. And what exactly you can do with these changes, whatever changes you want to make in Microsoft Excel, you need to do it in the Excel options only. So whatever default option or some specific options is required, some functionalities are required, how Microsoft Excel should behave, this all depends on this Excel options. Now let's start with the category first, that is general. So just see there, general, in this category we have general options for working with the Excel. And that is the most important thing when we are talking about the Microsoft Excel, because it decides all the general working of the program of the tool. So first we have the user interface option. What we have other categories, subcategories, we have user interface option. You can see it from here. When creating new workbooks, personalize your copy of Microsoft Office, privacy setting, LinkedIn features, and startup options. So we have these subcategories. So we'll just first come with the first category. That is, now even if you put your tooltip here on some of the options there, it is actually showing you, this Microsoft Excel is telling you what we have in that particular option. Now if I click on here, when using multiple display, it's the first option. So use best settings for my display, automatically adjust to screen changes so text and images look sharp on screen. Disabling this setting can fix issues like buttons and text being too big or too small to read, requires application restart. So if I am making anything changes here, so what exactly I need to do? I need to close Microsoft Excel and then that particular change will occur. So right now my option is selected for best appearance. So I can choose it for the compatibility also, like in some displays, if we have some error or something, in that case we can move to this compatibility display option. And right now we are going for the best appearance so that we can have a good output there. Next option is show mini toolbar on selection. So what happens? We have this mini toolbar, show the mini toolbar when you select a text. That mini toolbar provides quick access to formatting tools. So what is happening here? Close this. So if I am selecting something, I have a mini toolbar with me. It's selected automatically and I can do the all the formatting changes with this option. So this is allowed when I have clicked this option here. Let's come back to options and see the general categories. Now we have next option, show quick analysis options on selection. So we have the quick analysis options as well whenever we are selecting here. So by default this quick selection is selected. Next option is show convert to data types when typing. So you can actually convert the data type. If you're typing something in the decimal value, you can have it with the data type as well. So that conversion is allowed by default. Enable live preview. Show a preview of how a feature affects the document as you hover over different choices. So I'll show one example, one very good example. Suppose I'm selecting this and from the data, I have something like page layout or some design. I'll go with this. So I'm selecting some other text here. Now I can see the result directly here. So this is my results are shown here. In fact, in the conditional formatting, I'll go, and if I have a particular data bars here, something like this, gradient fill, or we are doing any other conditional formatting, format table as like this. So you can actually see what kind of result will be visible if I'm selecting something particular. For example, I clicked on that, so apply, and this setting is provided here. So this is my data here. So whatever is can be done by that particular change, you can actually see it from that allowed example. Let's go back to the file options and we were in the general category. So again, what we have next option, live preview, we have seen collapse the ribbon automatically. So if you're opening the ribbon and you when you're not working, so what will happen? It will be collapsed automatically. By default it is disabled. Now it is your choice if you want to enable it or not. Then we have collapse the Microsoft search box by default. In fact, this is also disabled. Then we have show screen tip style. What we have in this option, so we have right now the option is selected, show feature description in screen tips. Don't show feature descriptions in screen tips. Don't show screen tips. Don't be confused here what we will do and how you'll cram everything here. This just we need to have a go through on all the options. So whenever you want to do any kind of a changes, so you have in your mind from where you can make those changes. For default working, it is suggestible to work in the default manner only, but if you want to make any particular change or any changes, so you can make the changes from these Excel options, and you are advised to go through all the options. So whenever you have the requirement, you are aware where you can do the changes or not. Next category, subcategory in the general category, we have when creating new workbooks. So whenever I am opening a new worksheet or new workbook, What will be the default font? That is body font. I can make it to some other font as well. Font size is 11. Default view for the sheets, what we have, page break preview, page layout view. This is when we are doing the changes in the print, then we can have the page break preview. So in the page break preview, what will happen? Microsoft Workbook will be divided into multiple pages, and when you're seeing that, you'll see it into the pages only. So page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, your data will be divided into pages. But by default, we have the normal view here. So whatever changes I want to make, so I can go with any other font as well. I can go with some 48 size also. Default view also include this many sheets, how many sheets you want to include. So these all changes you can do, and this is dependent on when you are inserting a new workbook. Next, we have personalize your copy of Microsoft Office. What has happened? This is username IT admin, office background, clouds. You want to give it on the clouds or no? And then office theme is colorful. This is the default theme. And now what is happening? Suppose this week 2 is already saved. So if I'll go to some properties here, I'll go to properties. It's not there. Let me close this and I'll come to my sheet. I'll come where the sheet is already provided. So I'll go to that particular location where my this sheet is lined up. So this is my sheet. This week 2, I'll go to this properties for the sheet. In this properties, now you can see what we have, the name here and this sheet here, security details we have, and in the details the authors has written IT admin. So by default it is coming that it is making this as author as IT admin. Next time if I want to make the changes with this author name, what I can do actually, let's go back to that option again and see where we can make these changes. So I'll go to file options and I want to change the author name here. So I can change it here. I can keep it maybe skilling. So this is the author now. So this is the username when I am opening this. This is the personalize your copy of Microsoft Office. So now the default settings will be changed. By default, it was taking the name of the username of the system, this user account name. Now in this case, this is dependent on me what name actually I want to keep. So this is skill link. Next, in the privacy settings, we can go for the some other settings also. So this is some experience, some privacy settings are managed by your organization. There are optional connected experience that you can control because your organization has given you this option. So some privacy issues are also enabled there. Next category is use LinkedIn features in Office to stay connected with your professional network and keep up to date in your industry. So all the features that is available on the LinkedIn, that is also linked up with this your account of Microsoft Excel. Next category is startup options. So choose the extensions you want to open by default. By default, what we have in the Excel sheet only, show the start screen when this application starts. Tell me if Microsoft Excel is not default program for viewing and editing spreadsheets. So this is default programs. So this is all covered up in general category. So if I talk about the most used feature, this is only the, if you want to change some particular changes in the font size and the font style or some kind of in the view, or you want to make changes in the author name. So these subcategories are frequently used in the general category, not the other ones. But if you want to make any kind of changes in the mini toolbar or the quick analysis tool, so you can actually change the default settings. You can check and uncheck according to your requirement. Next category we have is formulas. So formulas, we work with the formula, we work with the sum, max, min, and average count. Right now we have covered up. So in this now calculation option, so this category is used to change options related to formula calculation, performance and error handling. Calculation option, we have workbook calculation. So when automatic calculation is enabled, Excel recalculates the workbook automatically each time a value affecting a formula changes. So what is happening with this workbook calculation? I have a data, this 10, 20 we were talking. So if I am making any changes in that and this formula is written here, so I am changing it to something this. So automatically this value is again changed. So how it is happening? It is happening with this feature. This formula 1 So workbook calculation is automatic. So that calculation is already done every time I'm making any changes. So this is automatic except for the data tables, manual or something. So if I'll click on the manual and that time it will not happen. But it is advisable to go with the automatic. If you want to make any static changes, in that case, you can do it manual. Next, we have enable iterative calculation. Some iteration also we can do, like for some particular 10 iterations it is allowed, and for other iterations it is not allowed. So you can choose according to your requirement how you want to make the changes in the calculation. You want to do it automatically, you want to fix it manually, you want to do it for some particular cell value, you want to do it for some particular number. So it is your choice how you want to do this automatic calculation. Next category is working with formulas. So let's see what we have. R1C1 reference style. So this is row 1 and the column 1. Change the way Excel work formulas refers to cell. So this is a style. Instead of using letter for column and numbers for rows, this option enables using numbers for both rows and columns. Cells are then referred to in this format. So if we are talking about any particular cell, C2, B2, so this is happening with the reference style one. Formula autocomplete. So if I write something SUM, even if write S, so what is S I'll write. So what is related to that particular formula, that will be shown to me. So this is show a list of relevant functions. So this is, we can say that relevant results are suggested. So how this auto completion is has been performed, because by default this setting is enabled. Then we have use table names in the formula. Yes, that is allowed. Table names are allowed to do. Use get pivot data functions for pivot table reference. When you will understand this pivot data and pivot table, you will get to know what this option actually means. For now, you can remember that by default our setting is already set to this get pivot data. Next, we have suggest formula variations that are supported by the older versions of the Excel. So if I have some data or some formula into a older version, that is also workable in this sheet, and it will suggest what will changes you can do it. So if you can take an example, before in an older version one function name was written as some B1 and now this is C1. So Excel will actually suggest you that which formula you should use. So this is with the working with the formula. So formula, we have some 4 settings, that is formula should be auto completed. We can use a table name as well. We can use the get pivot data function also, and we can have the variation for the formula by default with the Microsoft Excel. Next, we have the error checking. So how this error will be checking? In that error checking option, we have some green color. If we have the error with the formula or something, in that case, it will be this Excel will make it indicate errors using this color, that is something like green. Enable background color error checking. Then we have some error checking rules again. So these checking rules are cells containing formula that result in error, inconsistent calculated column formula in tables, cells containing years represented as 2 digits, numbers formatted as text or preceded by an apostrophe, formulas inconsistent with other formulas in the region, cells containing data types that could not refresh, formula which omit cells in a region, unlocked cells containing formulas, and this option you can see it's unchecked. This is formula referring to empty cell. So this is already unchecked. You, if you want to make check it, you can do it. And you can see that how Excel is so interactive with you. If you click on any particular option, it will actually show what this description is all about. Like if I'll do this error, the first one. So display error indicates an enable error correction for formula that result in error value such as divided by 0. So I can't divide a number by 0. So this is already selected and enabled here. Data entered in a table is invalid, misleading number format. So this is all about the formulas. Next category we have data. So data category is basically workable when we are actually importing data from another source. So whatever default option we have, change options related to data import and the data analysis. So from where you can have the data import wizard. So right now it's not selected. But if why I want to import the data from any particular wizard, I need to check this option. So I have the option to from Access. This is an another tool, from web, from text another tool, and we have from the SQL server, from OData, from XML, data import from data connection wizard. So this is like we have data in provided into any another tool and we want to have it into Microsoft Excel. That process is known as data importation. And how we can do it? We need to actually be sure about in from which platform we are importing the data, and accordingly we can make the changes here. So right now we have make changes to the default layout of the pivot table, disable undo for large pivot table, refresh operations to reduce refresh time, prefer the Excel data model when creating the pivot table. So these options, the data options is already selected. So pivot is basically what we are doing. We have the data and we want to have some summarized kind of a result. Like I have a data for a customer and shopping customer. So from an e-commerce website, in that case, like how many males I have, how many females I have, how many person belongs to one particular city, how many people are doing method for the cash. So this all summary I can have with the pivot table, and we will understand this pivot in the details also in the upcoming weeks. For now, you can remember that pivot tables are used to summarize the data, and all these data options are for that pivot. Here pivot is mentioned here. So in the pivot table, it is not necessary that you are having the data from the same Excel sheet. You can have the data from other sources also. That is why we are talking here that data import option is available, and legacy data import wizard you can choose it. Next we have category proofing. So change how Excel corrects and formats your text. This is autocorrect option. So autocorrect option is basically you made some mistakes, but this time you are not correcting your mistake. Excel is correcting your mistake. So that is autocorrect options. So by default, we have when correcting spelling in Microsoft Office programs, we have a spell check here. Let's see that. I'll go to the spell check first so that you can see it what we are talking about. So in this review, we have the spelling, and accordingly we can actually check the spelling. So if I'll click on this numbers and you want to continue checking at the beginning of the sheet, so I'll click on the yes, spell check complete, you're good to go. So this spelling check is performed by Microsoft Excel. Now see how helpful is this Microsoft Excel with us. I'll go with the proofing. So this is change how Excel corrects the format as you would type. So we have ignore words in uppercase, ignore words that contain numbers, ignore internet and file addresses, flag and repeated words. So this is already ignored. So whenever Microsoft Excel is making any auto correction or checking the spelling, in that case, Excel will ignore these cases. If you don't want to ignore it, anytime you are writing any something into uppercase, it will give you an error. So this is how you want to make the changes. If you have some data where uppercase is not allowed, in that case you can uncheck that field, and you can, when you will click on the spelling option, this review and spelling, you'll actually get an error. And then we have some custom dictionary also, which dictionary right now it is falling for French mode, Spanish mode, and dictionary language in English, India. And we have for the different countries as well. So if you belong to any different country, you can choose it there, and in fact in your system by default that option will be selected. I belong to India, and that is why it is showing dictionary language English India. So this is auto correct options. Next category is save. In the save, how the things will save. So now you just see that in the auto save is clicked with the OneDrive and the SharePoint. So if I'll click on the auto save, in that case my data will be saved to my OneDrive. What will be the default format? That is Excel workbook. And save auto recover intimation information every 10 minutes. So if you're not saving into 10 minutes, it will give you some reminder, save it, save it. Keep the last auto recovered version. So auto recovered is like you by mistake you have closed that, in that case what will happen. So auto recovers file location is, this is written here. So in case if you are not saving your file properly, where your data will go to the auto recovery, and that auto recovery's path is written here. And then we have some additional spaces also for saving, and default file location is C users and this documents. My data is going here. So you can change it to desktop also, you can change it to any particular folder also. And auto recover exceptions, for if you want to disable auto recover for this particular sheet, you can disable it also. Offline editing options allowed on this draft option. Preserve visual appearance of the workbook, you can choose any particular color. Cache days to keep files in the office document, cache is 14 days. So this is something like keeping the cookies. So these cookies are saved for 14 days. If you're not using that document for next 14 days, so this will be removed from the cache settings. So this is about the saving. So auto, the main usage from this category is if you want to make changes about your default location of the document, that you can change it here from this category, that is save category. So customize how workbooks are saved. Next we have the language here. In the case of the language, so you can add the language. Right now we are working match Microsoft English, and this is English. So if you want to have any other changes, you can change it here, but you need to actually add that language. So if I click on that add a language, so I need to choose that particular language and I can install that display language. So I can have the result into any other language also. So languages, we have some this Afrikaans, then we have Shib, Arabic, Assamese, Bangla, some other languages. You can choose it from any regional language as well. But you need to install that particular language. And how you can install that? You can install it by going into File, Options, and then we have Excel options, and you can make changes in this language thing. And by default, what we have this Math English. Then we have accessibility option. In this accessibility, what you can do, make Excel more accessible, make your document accessible to other. This is for the sharing. If you want to share your document with the other, feedback option or something, then you can choose this. Application display option, we have screen tip style, show feature description in screen tips, show function screen tips, show the start screen when this application start, font size is written here. So all these accessible functions, you can make the changes in this category. It's an advanced option now. This is in the advanced option. We have, after passing enter, move selection, where should it go? If I am clicking on the enter, it should go down. Okay, that is allowed. If you want to make any other changes, you can do it. Automatically insert a decimal point, yes, display it. Places should be 2 decimal. I can make it uncheck also. Enable fill handle and cell drag and drops option. Allow editing directly in the cells. Extend data range formats and the formulas. Enable automatic percent entry. Enable autocomplete to the cell values. Zoom on rule or IntelliMouse. Alert the user when a potentially time consuming operation occurs. When this number of cells is affected, use system separators. So these all are the default option that is already selected for the editing. Then we, for the cut copy paste, what we have, show paste options button when content is pasted, show insert button option, cut copy sort inserted objects with their parent cells, link handling, pen, image set in quality, print, chart, display. So all these settings actually can be changed from this advanced option. We have the display options for the worksheet, formulas. We have when calculating, update links to the other documents, some general category. So many much more options are available in this advanced category. Lotus compatibility settings. So this is the tool we use with the when we are using Microsoft Excel. So I'll advise everyone to go through these all options, so that next time if you want to make any changes in this advanced settings of the Microsoft Excel, you are aware you need to go to do the changes. This quick access toolbar, for now we are not covering this customized ribbon. We are going to cover it in the next slide. Customized ribbon, this is very important. Next we have the quick access toolbar. So this we already discussed before also. So this is the top one is the quick access toolbar. So right now what we have, auto save, undo, redo, touch, quick print. So if I want to make any changes in any edition, I can choose that particular functionality and click on the add. So you already have this on the quick access toolbar. Let me check it, do it for the spelling. I'll add it here. So this is written here. You can change the order as well. You can see by clicking this is now coming down, coming upwards, coming down, coming upwards. I can have it up also. So accordingly, I can have the changes here. And when I'll click on the OK, this quick access toolbar be customized. I can go with the reset option also. I can import or some export the settings as well. So this is allowed with the quick access toolbar. What you are doing the changes with this quick access toolbar, actually you are having the some used to, or that is allowed functionalities, easy to use functionalities over there. Next, we have the add-ins. So add-ins we were talking about. If you want to have something from, you want to use it some other category, like say any other tool you want to have, in that case add-in work. So right now no active application add-ins are there. What we can have inactive, you can see some options are shown here: Power Pivot, Power Map, Data Streamer, Microsoft Access for Paint 3, Euro Currency Analysis Tool Pack, VBA, document related add-ins, disabled application. So this add-ins are allowed here. So you can choose any particular add-in that is allowed. I'll go for one add-in. This is very useful, MySQL Excel add-in. So what we can have, if you want to access MySQL with Excel, that is allowed with this add-in only. So you can choose that add-in. So you can download it from MySQL, some archive version, and once this installation is done, you'll have option in the Microsoft Excel in this data thing, and you can use MySQL with Excel. Similarly, we can do with some other tools also. See, this product version, operating system, written here, download, installation, and that add-in will work. Similarly, we can work with other add-ins as well. Let's go back to file options. So we were with the add-ins and the trust center. Some Microsoft Trust Center settings are allowed. By default, what it is doing, help keep your documents safe and your computer secure and healthy. So by default, whatever is allowed with the Microsoft Excel, with the Microsoft Office suite, that settings are already set here. Next thing, I'll come back to the slides first. We have covered the different categories. Just we have left with one category, that is customize your ribbon. So how we can customize ribbon, let's see that also. So what we can do with the customize ribbon, this is make your own ribbon. How you can make, add groupings, add commands, add shortcuts, customize icon. So what we are talking about, so ribbon, we already know that we have this home. I'll go back to my Microsoft Excel. So this is my home, and here we want to have on my own created ribbon. So let's, how I can do it. I'll go to home, options, and this quick, before this quick access toolbar, we have the customize ribbon. So which ribbon you want to have? Let's have a new tab first. I'll click on that new tab. Right now you just see that what we have. This is the category or the filter we want to add. And if this is your ribbon that is shown here, main tabs, you have the background removal first. You have the home. Home, you can see it here. You have the clipboard here, font here, alignment here, number here, style here, cells here, editing here, analysis here. Let's go through it again so that you can see the difference. This is the main tab. You have the home. Yes, home is there. But you have the clipboard is here. Yes, this clipboard is here. Then you have the font. Yes, font is here. Then alignment, then number, then styles, then cells, and then editing and the analysis. So this is the how your ribbon is visible here. If you want to make any kind of changes, you can do it. I'll click on this plus. In that plus, see, now I have the paste. Yes, I have the cut. Yes, I have the copy. I have the format painter. I have the office clipboard. So all the changes, if you want to make anything, any deletion or anything, you can do it from here. Next, we have the font here, alignment, and similarly for other tabs also. Let me go back to the review, or I'll go back to the formula. In that formula, what we have, function library, we have function defined names, we have the formula auditing. If I click on the function library, I have the library as in recently used, financial, logical, text, date and type, lookup, reference, math, trigonometry, more functions. So this all already available with here. Let's go back. Formula. So this all is written here. So this is customizing your ribbon. So by default, whatever setting is already stored, that is visible here. Now, if you want to make your own tab, this is now what I'll do. I'll be here. After this help, I need a new tab. What I'll do, I'll click on this new tab and I'll rename it first. Let me write the name for this. I'll click on that, and what we have in this new tab, I'll rename this to maybe skill link. I'll click on OK. Then I'll have a name here. Which group I want to make, I want to rename it to maybe what choices, what symbol you want to keep it here. I can choose, let me choose a smiley. New group names I'll provide Excel, or maybe I'll do data analyst. This is the name of the group. So once this is done, now what I can do, I can actually have my own things here. So now what I am doing, I want to have this option of spelling to this group. Now spelling is added to this one. Now I'll do sum to spelling. So after spelling, I have the sum here also. Let me select something else also. So I selected this borders as well. I'll select some cut also. I'll select some fill color also. So this all is written here. Now in my tab, this is my customized tab. Customize ribbon. I have a tab here, skilling, where I have a group data analysis and where I have the options spelling, sum, border, fill color. Okay. For now, I'm clicking OK here. I'll click OK. So now you just see the changes. Like after help, you have another tab also. This is skilling, and now we have the option that group name is data analysis, and in data analysis we have spelling, sum, borders, fill color. So now you have seen that you can actually prepare a complete setup of the functionality, making your own ribbon. So what is the application of this customizing your ribbon? So you are working on a particular data set and you know that you need some particular functionalities. So what you can do, you can choose those functionalities, so you can keep it in that particular ribbon. So next time whenever you're working on the data, you're just clicking it. So I am aware that I just need these four functionalities, so I'll keep it in the skill link and I'll use this. So this is easy to use. So how you can customize it? File, options, we can go back to customize ribbon and you can choose it. If I need to delete this, I'll click that and I'll do, I'll remove, or I can reset it to the default also, reset all customizations. You can delete this also. In fact, you can change the order as well. If I want to make it to, let me after formula, so I'll make it up, 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 and I'll click on OK. Now you can see that skill link is here. So this is, you can actually decide what you want to see in that particular customized ribbon, what particular functionality you want to have. You can choose it from other category also, from the all command, from the popular commands, and you can change if you want to make any other changes also in any already available tab. You can also do that. Just you need to do how you can make your own ribbon. You can add the groupings first, you can add the commands, you can add the shortcuts, and then you can customize the icons. As this is all about customizing the ribbon. So in this session, what we have learned the structure of the Excel formulas. So in the Excel formula, we have the three things: equals to, name of the function, and then in the parenthesis we are passing the argument. Basic Excel functions we learned. What were the functions we covered? We covered sum, we covered minimum function, maximum function, then we covered the count function and the average function. We remember that in the count and average only take the numerical value. Even if the alphabets is written there, it will actually ignore that. Then we have applying the autofill to your data. So whether it is about the auto sum, we tried auto count, we tried auto maximum, we tried. So this all again, in fact, we can repeat it with the autofill option also. In autofill options, we were having a good effect with the flash fill. We can make the series as well. We can choose the stop value, we can choose the in between value, so that we can display the range. We can do it with the numerical data as well as with the date data. And then we learned how we can make the modification in the workbook by adding the sheet, by inserting a new sheet, by inserting the new row, new column, whether it is single column or it is a multiple column or the multiple row. Then we also learned how we can delete the particular worksheet, how we can delete the particular row or particular column. And Excel options then we covered. We learned about the formatting of the worksheet also, how we can rename the worksheet, how we can move the worksheet, how we can change the tab color of the worksheet. This all we learned here. And then we have a detailed study on the Excel options and the customized ribbons. So from this we can learn that if we want to make any changes in the default settings of the Microsoft Excel, we can make the changes from that one particular category. If we want to have your own customized ribbon, you can have it from that Excel option, customize ribbon option. You can make your own ribbon. If you want to make changes in the existing ribbon, Even that is allowed by adding or removing. When you are making your own ribbon, you need to choose the name of the group first, then you need to add the different commands, different shortcut here. You can choose your own icon as well. So this is all allowed with the Excel options. So this is all about this week. Thank you. See you next week. So we are in the course data analysis and visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 3, and in this week what we are here for doing data formatting, working with shapes and images, and creating charts. So what we did in the last session? In the last session, we learned about the structure of Excel formulas. So basic structure of the Microsoft Excel formula is equals to, and then you write the name of that formula, and in the parenthesis, you are passing the arguments. Then we covered some basic functions. That basic functions were sum, we covered maximum function, minimum function, we covered count function, we covered average function, and we learned that count and average work with only numerical data. Even if it is alphabetical data is provided, it will only consider numerical data. Then we worked with how we can apply the auto sum, and then an autofill category we can use to your data. So we can provide in particular range there from the series. We have the flash fill option also, that was for some smart autofill. So accordingly, whatever pattern you are providing, Excel will detect that pattern and that option will be displayed there. And then addition of worksheets, rows and columns, how we can insert the new worksheet, how we can insert the new row, how we can insert the new column, that we learned there. And then deletion of worksheets, rows and the columns, how can we delete the worksheet, one particular sheet from the workbook, and how we can delete one particular row or the column, that we learned there. And we covered formatting of worksheets as well, how we can change the color, how we can provide a new name to a worksheet, how we can move or a copy a worksheet. So all that we covered in the week 2. And then we learned about how we can change the default settings of Microsoft Excel by doing changes in the Excel options, and in fact we can have our own customized ribbon as well. So what we have for this week? So we are going to cover data formatting, cell formatting. In the cell formatting, we will learn about the merge, alignment, etc. and the borders. In the format, we will see how we can have a particular format for the number or the numerical data, and how we can use the format painter. Then we will learn about the find and the search and the conditional formatting. After that, we are going to cover shapes and images, inserting and formatting shapes and images. Then we will learn about smart art. So this is we are doing, and again after that we will be covering the first chart, how you can create your first chart, creating chart options, chart formatting, types of charts. And in the date functions, we will be covering some date functions, that is date value, net work days, EO month, this is EOM month, and EDate. So these functions we will cover. So learning objective of this session, by the end of this week, you will be able to understand the formatting of cells and ranges, know various number formats and their use cases, use shapes and smart chart, create your own chart, and will be able to apply date functions in your day-to-day jobs. So let's start with data formatting. In the data formatting, we are working with a cell. So that is the cell formatting. Home tab for all the formatting options is allowed. So let's open Microsoft Excel, so that whatever we are learning, we are just practicing it as well. In fact, whenever you are covering your assignments or you are doing your learning part, please, it's suggestible that you open your Microsoft Excel side by side, pause the video and experiment whatever is taught there. And in that way, you can practice and learn more. If you'll be keep hearing these videos, keep watching these videos, and you are not practicing anything, this will be like cramming. But even if you're learning in the manner by practicing, you will be never forgetting the concepts. So we are talking about the cell formatting here. So in the home option, we have this clipboard option, this font option, this we are covering in the cell formatting. So we have first option, the merge and center. So what do you mean by the merge and center? So this is, let me locate the merge and center. Merge and center is written here. So what happens with the merge and center? Combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new larger cell. This is a great way to create a label that spans multiple columns. So what happens? So now I am putting a data. Let me start with the scoring card only. So I have a team 1, and then team 2. This is my team 3. And now from this team, for each team, I have a criteria like for learning skills. This is maybe writing skills. So for evaluation of a team is we are doing here. And then presentation skills. Then maybe execution or maybe certification count. Something like this we have. Now for learning skill, we are giving marks 10 to this team 1. For writing skill, we are giving 20, and this is maybe 4, this is 5, and similarly I'll have 9, I'll have 7 here, this is 20 again, this is 10, this is 11, this is 12, this is 5, this is 7. So some numbers are there. Now what I have, this is my table, my content is written here. Now what I am doing, I am writing the caption of this table. So I'll write this team evaluation criteria. So this is the heading of this complete table. Now I want to make a complete table. So what we can do, we can use the merge and center. For merge and center, just now see the definition again. Combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new larger cell. So what I want to do now, I want to make this content into center. That center should be for the complete heading, that above of the table. And how I am doing that? So I'll select from D to this G column where my team 3 is ending up, and I'll click on this merge and center. Now what happens? I'll make it Control Z and then click it again. Now just see the changes. So now this is the one particular cell. Now this is merged. So I merged how many cells now? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cells are merged into one cell, and this is applied as center. So this is the option that is available with the merge and center. So you're making your content merge as well as into, you're aligning it to center, so better viewing up. In this way, now you can see it a good table, and the table heading is written on the top of the table. Next option we have, this is merge across. So if you want to merge across, this merge selected cell in the same row into the large cell. So this time if I'll do that, let's try that also. I'll not click merge and center, I'll go with merge across. So in this case, merging is done, but center is not performed. Let's make it Control Z again. So the other option is merge cells. In that case, merge the selected cells into one cell. So this will be merged, but not into a center. So whatever cells you are collecting, choosing that cells will be merged. Now, if you want to undo your changes, how you can do that? It's not required every time you use the undo or something like this. In that case, what you can do, you can unmerge it, split the current cell into multiple cells. So this is unmerging is done here by unmerge option. So this is merge and center. So normally in the generic manner, we frequently use this merge and center option. So this is team evaluation criteria. So after doing this, let's come back to the slide. Merge selected cells into one. Yes, it's done. First cell is used as cell reference. Very much correct. Now let's talk about the borders. So borders is what? In the week 1 also we discussed about this. So if I make it print preview by using Control P, in that case I'll have the output something like this. So this learning skills, team 1, team 2, team 3, it's visible. When you're going back to your Excel sheet, we have some borders, but these borders are to have a virtual view for you people, but not as the table. But if you want to have a table-like structure, in that case, you need to provide the borders to your table. What you can do, let me select this and I'll go with the borders. Where are the borders? So this is in this font ribbon. I have this borders here. So I click on that. Now you can see actually we have a different options for the border. So this is, we are providing border only to the bottom of the selection or the table. In that case, we are providing top border, left border, right border, no border, all borders, outside border, thick outside border, bottom double border, thick bottom border, top and bottom border, and we have top and thin border and top and double bottom border. So you can choose accordingly. Let me go with a simple one first. So this is my borders now. If I'll see that now you have the darker lines here, and if I'll go Control P, this time you can see actually a table. So this is with the borders only. Now if I go for any other table or any other border, let me make it thick outside border. In that case, now you can see the output. So this is more thicker at the outer area. In fact, you can go no border first and then you can choose a different border. So from out of these borders, you can decide which border you want for your data. So it is your choice. Nobody is comparing you or compelling you this particular you want. So whatever you feel like, that borders you can apply. So in fact, you can draw borders also by clicking like a pencil like structure, draw outside border. So if I'll make it no border and I'll click on draw border. Now I have a pencil. So this is like, I'll make a line here and then I'll make a line here and something like this. And then in this way, I can draw a border basically. So it will give you a straight line. Don't worry about that. That you're using pencil or something, you'll not get a straight line. You'll get a straight line. And in fact, you can erase it also. So this was only eraser for erasing the borders. So this border will be erased from this side. And then we have line color as well. So in fact, even I'm providing border, let me provide all borders and I can have a different line color as well. Let me make it yellow. So this time, this yellow borders will be provided with this line color. Line style you can choose. You can have a multiple dash lines also. So this kind of borders you can have it. Let me make it with any other color so that the results can be seen by you people also. So this time you can see the different output you can have. So if, in fact, in the borders also, Excel is providing you much more functionalities. Many different style of borders are provided. You have the option to draw the border. You have option to draw the border grid, erase the border, line color, line style. In fact, you can go with some more borders also. So you can choose here which style you want for that border, what kind of settings you want. You want outline setting, inline setting. So this all setting can be done. Color, automatic. You can choose any other color as well. So what we covered now, select from predefined sets or draw your own borders. Yes, we did that. And then we have profit and the loss statement in this order. In fact, you can see this output, like this was profit and the loss statement for month, sales, expenses, and profit percentage. So this border were provided to the heading, and in fact, this profit and loss statement has been merged and provided in center. And if you need to choose from these two outputs, you obviously you'll choose this one. So this merge and center in the borders is actually enhancing the user interface and the display. So you can decide you want to have multiple borders, you want to have all borders, you want to have some thick border, how you want to make it bold, or how you want to make it at a good color. So this is cell formatting. Next we have data formatting. We talked about cell formatting. Now what is data formatting? So this is number formats in the format painter we are covering here in the data formatting. So what is number format? Assign appropriate number formats. Select from predefined sets or make your own. Format painter we will do. So now you just see that in this output we have two things to do. In the profit percent we have here 0.32, 0.88, 0.34, 0.52 and 0.53. Here we are showing it to 32% and 34%, 52%. How it is happening? Let's try on an Excel. I am going back to my sheet So I'll just come up with a good display. I'll delete all the borders here. Let's make it no border. Yes, and in fact I'll make it all border. And this time, no, this red color is not working for me. Let me make it black only. I'll go back and make it black. Or what I can do, I can go with the predefined thing. So what I'll do, I'll just unselect this pencil. I don't want to draw it. What I want to make it, I want to use the default version that is provided here. That is all borders, and let me choose the line style, the simple one. And let me unselect that. So it's a normal thing now. So once this is done, merge and center is done, border is done. After that, in fact, I'll do some alignment as well. Cell alignment, I'll make it center. In fact, for these fields as well, I'll make it center. Now, let me calculate the total for each team. What is that final score? Let's use the auto sum. We have already done auto sum. So auto sum is there. And then after using auto sum, let me use AutoFill as well. So I'll have the total for all three teams. 39, 45, 36. So this I'll calculate total score. And then after calculating total score, let's come with the percentage. So let's have that we have a percentage. We have these scores out of 50. Let's assume that team evaluation criteria, I'll write here out of 50. So this is out of 50 is the total marks. So how much marks they have achieved? This team 1 has achieved. I'll make it bold also. Now it's looking a good table. Okay. So this is the score 39, 45, 36. I want to have the percentage. So in the percentage, what we need to do? I'll make it equals to. So this is my number 39 divided by 50. So this should be the percentage 0.78. In fact, if I multiply it by 100, then I'll get the percentage. This is the formula for the percentage, but it is not coming anywhere that I should have a percent sign or something. So I'll drag it first. So now I have the percentage for 78, 90 and 72, but I want to have an output like as it is shown in this here percentage. How I can do it? So our slide is telling us what we need to do: assign appropriate number format, select from the predefined sets. So what are the predefined sets? What I'll do, I'll right click that cell, click on the format cell, click on the format cell. In that format cell, I have the option for the number. In that number, I need to go for this percentage and click on OK. And this was already percentage with 100. In that case, I'll delete it and now it'll make it 78%. So if I'm choosing a format as percentage, by default it is multiplied by 100 and a symbol percent will be displayed. Now I'll do the same it again. I'll not multiply it with 100. So what I'm doing, I'm just dividing it with 50. That was the out of the criteria. And I'm making the same changes in this third cell as well. Once that is done, I'll select that and I'll go with the format, and that format, how I can change, either you can change it by right clicking or you can change it by clicking on this number. In that number tab, in this home ribbon number, you have this general. This time you can choose percentage and you got the percentage like this. This is the one way to do it. The other thing, if I want to have some information into decimals, in that case, what we can do, let me go back to this sheet. In this week 3, we have some data like this. So I have some data in quick ratio. The sheet will be provided to you. Don't worry about that. So this data is already provided here. Now, this 1.33. So why it is not having more decimal values? So if I click on this number, in that number, if I want to have some fractions here, and there I can choose, this is the number there, 1.33 there. So I'll click it, make it right click, format cell. In that ratios, you can choose multiple decimal as. So if I make it 5 and click on this. So you get it now as a 5 decimal place. So you can actually decide how many decimal places you require, and accordingly you can make it decimal changes. So what are the options available with us? Let me right click this so that we can see it. In the format cell for the number, particular we can have a general, normal number. A number in that you can decide if it is a decimal value that how many places it should be. It should have 2 decimal places after decimal, or it should have multiple 3, 4, 5. You can decide on your own. In that currency, what you can have a symbol. So if I am writing something like I'm writing 100 rupees, so I can have this symbol by clicking on right click and doing format cell. In that currency, I can choose this decimal places to like 100, and the symbol will be this. I'll click on OK. Now this is the output. Similarly, I can have it into dollars as well. So I'll right click again, format cells, and let me choose this time dollar. Look for dollar. It is Canadian dollar, English Canada. And click on OK. So you got $100. So in this way you can write your numbers into the currency rather than writing 100. In fact, if you're talking about some rupees or currency, so writing 100 like this and this, obviously this is required. And in fact, the best thing is that you can do all your calculation. You can apply formulas and everything also with these currency data as well. So like I am adding something 200 here, and it again I want it as in the dollars. So I'll right click that and go to the format. I have the currency with me. Let me choose again English dollar, Canadian one. And this is, if I'm adding this, so I'll add this plus this, enter. So you'll get result like this. So this is the beauty of the formatting of the provided one with the Microsoft Excel. And the another option we have, let me right click to a number to check the other formats that is available with the numbers. So we can change into accounting also. Some other symbols is given here. Decimal places are given here, and in the date for a, if you're writing a date, you can actually choose a particular format how you want to display it. 14 March 2012, and some different formats are given. In fact, you can have it like this also. For the time also you have a particular thing, percentage also, fraction also, how many fractions you want. And since scientific, if you want to have some values like this, you can have it for a larger values. Text, it's normal text. Special are some other categories that is allowed here, and custom you can have something like this also. So you can choose the format of your data, either it is numerical data, either it is a text data or a date or a time data, how you want to show that particular data. So this is all about the formatting of data. In fact, if every time you don't need to change something. So if I want something in the same in the percentage, what I can do, I can copy the format of this particular cell. What I can do, I can click on format painter. This format is copied. If I click on something else, so now this format is provided or copied to another cell also. I'll make it Control Z. Now like I want to make it dollars to everyone. So I'll click on that cell. I'll copy the format center and go back. So this is into dollars now. So this is $4. This is copying the format of that particular cell to any other format. If you want to apply it to multiple location, what you can do, you kept your cursor there to that particular cell and then clicked on format center. Now this time make it double click. Once double click is done, then you can apply it here, 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 here. So multiple times you can apply. If you want to copy that format for a single time, just make a single click. If you want to copy that format for multiple locations, multiple cells and multiple time, that time you need to double click on the format painter. Just read the description of the format painter again. Like the look of a particular selection, you can apply that look to the other content in the document. Select content with the formatting you like, click format painter, select something else to automatically apply the formatting. Now, this is important to apply the formatting in multiple places. Double click the format painter. So this time we copied the format of the number. Let me make it normal, everything. I am not getting my data. So I'll right click on format cell. I'll go back to the number, and in the decimal places, this time I'm choosing 0 maybe. Okay, so I got my data back. Thanks to this formatting thing, I'll get my borders again back, and percentage is that is fine, currency is fine, 100 I'll delete. So this is formatting of the data. But for the output like the percentage, you will need to be using these kind of percentages. So this we covered format painter. Next we have find, search, conditional formatting. What is find and search? Control F to find, Control H to find and replace, find and search as a function. Let's try that. So now we have a very small data set. I'll come back to this sheet 1. So I have some data here. And in fact, I had a one other Excel also. This financial one. We have a good database there. Let's open that first. So we will understand what we are trying to do in the search and the find. I'll open that financial sample. This is the same worksheet we were working before. A good number of records are there, so that is why we are working here. Now what I need to do, data is written here. Now I am finding some particular content. I want to see where this channel partners are written. So are you going to look it for each cell? No, this is not the right way. What you can do, you need to find something. Click on Control F. Find and replace. So find what? What do you want to find? I actually want to find channel partners. After writing this, I'll click on enter. So now you just see this green thing. So this is shown by this find thing. In options, you can actually choose where you want to find that particular content. So you want to find it in within sheet or the workbook, entire workbook. So even that can be done. Search, you want to search it by rows. In the rows, it means it will search like this. First, it will look for the data in the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. You can change it to by columns as well. So if I'll make it by column, it will search that particular content in A column first, then in B column first, in the C column first, in the D column first, and then it will look for the formulas. You want to look it for the formulas, you want to look it with the values, notes, or the comments. So you can actually have the criteria. Match case, it is uppercase, lowercase, it makes a difference. If you click on the match case and match entire cell contents, so these are the options available. So you can have the look for the channel partners. I'll go back channel partners. So if I click on find all, now in this summary, I can actually see where I have this. Now you just see what is provided. The workbook name is financial sample. This is the name of the workbook. Perfect. Sheet name is copy. Okay. Name is not coming here. Cell. That particular cell is given now. Now cell is A9, A11, A20, A22, A29, A35, A37, A41, and the value is channel partners. Formula nothing, no formula is given here. So this is the beauty of this Control F option, this find option. You can find the same content all over the sheet. Now you just see that you have so many records rather than looking it for each cell. What you can do, you can directly write it. Now the other option. So how we did it? Control plus F. Control plus F. Now the other application is that my spelling is wrong. For example, this channel partners, I want to change the spelling of partners to partner now. In the replace, when I'm clipping, the shortcut is Control H. I'll close it and Control H I'll go. So this replace will directly open. In that, what you want to find? You want to find channel partners. And what you want to change? I want to write it channel and partner. So in that case, no format set. If you want to set any particular format, even you can choose that format also. You want to some changes in the alignment, font, border, fill, you want to give a different color, that you can give it. This preview is given here. Now if I click on the replace all, first I can have where all the things are there. So if I click on the find all, so we can have the value. Now I am writing replace all. We could not find anything to replace. Click options to more ways to search. Why it could not find? Because I have set a format here. Let me clear that format. Okay. Replace all. Now you just see this thing carefully. All done. We made 100 replacements. So it was so easy by Microsoft Excel that you changed 100 text without doing anything. You just did. You asked Excel to find, and then you asked this should be replaced by this particular thing, and then your work is done. So this is find and replace. What is a shortcut for find? Control F is for only finding up when you want to see where you have that particular content, and the Control H is for replacing that content. So this is find and replace. We have this function as well. So if I'll use this function, how I can use it? I'll come to this main data, or maybe let me come to this another sheet, week 3. How I can use it? Part of the function is equals to name of the function, find what I want to find. Now just see the output. What is the tooltip is saying? Find text, within text, and the start number. So what you want to find? Maybe I want to find skills. Okay. From where you want to find? Maybe from the learning skill, D8. And where should that number start? Maybe at 1. Let me close this. So this is an error. Let me help with this error. See how this help is working. Help is taking us how this actually works, how these functions work. So we can apply this find and search function and the replace function here. We can do the same thing with the search function as well. Now let me try this find function. I'll click on equals to find. So what I want to find skills. Now make sure that you are writing this content into parentheses. So skills like this. And from where you want to find, I'll click it here, comma, and I'll pass this learning skill and I'll close the parenthesis. I'll repeat again how I am writing this formula. So equals to find, in the parenthesis first we pass that string that we want to find, and I need to be have in a quoted format. This is quoted here properly, and then in the comma I pass the from which string I want to have that value. I click on enter. Now it is telling me the place where it started. So learning skills was there. We just count the words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So S, it is starting skills. So it found the location of that particular string. So we tried find also, in the search also it work in the same manner. Then we have the conditional formatting with us. So how we can do conditional formatting? Format a cell range based on a condition. Select your from predefined rules or create your own. How we can do that? Find replace we covered. Conditional formatting, let's try that. So conditional formatting is that you are doing the formatting but it is the conditions. How these conditions are working now? So let me try conditional formatting for this thing. I'll go to that. It is available in home conditional formatting. I'll click there. Now first see the first option, that is highlight cells rule. So what I want to highlight now, I want to highlight the value that is maybe higher than 100 or higher than 70. Greater than, what I want to highlight, that values are greater than 70. See now for alphabets what he did. And what color you want to choose, I want to have light red, fill with dark red. Even that will work, or you can choose your custom format as well. Right now I'm going with default one. So now you can see that 70 we selected and we got output like this, but we don't want to do it with the contents for the text. So let me go back, conditional formatting. I'll clear the rules, click on click formatting, conditional formatting again. Now you see there, I want to have a value text that contains skills. See, now you can see the output, skills light red fill with a dark text. This is done. Let me try something else. Now date is not there. Duplicate values, anything duplicate. See, whatever duplicate we have, 10 is repeated here, 20 is repeated here, 5 is repeated here, 7 is repeated here. It is duplicate and it is highlighted. Let me try something else also. So we tried less than, greater than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring, duplicate values. In fact, you can click on more rules as well, and accordingly you can choose. Formats all cells based on their values, format only cell that contains, and then format only top or bottom ranked values, format only values that are above or below average, format only unique or duplicate values. Use a formula to determine which cells to format, and you can choose it. So format, you can choose which format you want to have for that particular output. Let me have a thing like I am having a data here. Now let me insert some rows here. Let me insert some 5 rows. So I'll select this and insert rows here. Some rows are there. Now I want to have, like, if my data is blank, in that case I should have a different color. So I should know that my data is pending here. Something like that. I want to make that changes here. So what I can do, I'll select the conditional formatting again. I'll select it, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and in that case I'll go with the more rules. And I want to have format only cells that contain cell value. What should be the cell value? Blank. Blank. So if it is blank, in that case I want to set it the format as the fill. Let me make it some yellowish color, and I'll click on OK. Now you just see whatever blank is there, so that is yellow. If I'm writing it something, in that case it's not yellow. So this is the beauty of the conditional formatting. So you can format your data according to your conditions as well. So it's logical now. Now your formatting is based on some logic, so you can decide that logics. It's your choice. You want to use the predefined logics or you want to go with the your own logic. So this is your requirement. Then we have some top bottom rules also. So you can have a top 10 items highlighted, top 10%, bottom 10 items, bottom 10%, above average, below average. You can have the more rules as well. So this is according to some calculation, and obviously that calculation has been performed by Microsoft Excel only. You're not doing anything, you're just selecting the options you want to choose. Same, we can have a database bars fills also. You can have a gradient fill, you can have a solid fill, you can choose the color scales as well. If I'm choosing a particular color, I'll go with that. Let me choose a color scale here. So this will be the color scale. So this output is coming like this. So it is actually deciding the colors they're on. You can have set for icon sets also. Some icon sets will be provided here. So this is conditional formatting. All this is to are making your display more beautiful. Now you just see that I'm doing some indicators I'm using here. For the numbers we are using the indicator, some directional, some shapes, some indicators, some ratings. In fact, you can choose more rules as well. If I'm choosing this, so you'll get output like this. This is conditional formatting. See, it is not differentiating anything with the formula. It's only the simple as we were doing in the currency case. Same we are doing here. You can have a new rule as well. You can define your new rule. You can have manage rules. If the rule is already written, you can change that rule also. You can have new rule, you can edit the rule, you can delete the rule, you can duplicate the rule, and what formatting you want, you can choose your own. So this is conditional formatting. I want to clear everything. It's very simple. Select it and clear rules. It's over. So this is conditional formatting. What we have in the conditional formatting, you can highlight a particular cell value according to the condition: greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring, duplicate values, or you can have your more rules as well. You can have a top bottom rules, top 10 items, top 10%, bottom 10 items, bottom 10%, above average, below average, and then the data bars. Gradient fill you can have solid fill, and the color scales you can choose. Icons you can set there, and you can have your own rule as well, and you can manage these rules. So managing these rules, create, edit, delete, and view all the conditional formatting rules in the workbook by using the conditional formatting rules manager. So we selected from the predefined rules or create your own. After learning about this cell formatting and data formatting, let's come to shapes and images now. So we can insert and format shapes and images as well in Microsoft Excel. It's not that we have formulas and we are working with the data, we cannot have a good images in the Excel. We can have it. How we can have it? We can go with the tab insert and illustrations, and then we can click on pictures, include stock images powered by Bing. We can have the shapes, we can have the icons, we can have the 3D models, smart art, screenshots. In fact, you can click on image shape to see all the formatting options that is available. So how you can do that? Go to this insert. In that illustrations, you can choose what you want to have in that your workbook. And you can actually have the look like shape format, shape how you can have. In that shape, if you're choosing that particular shape, you can choose the shape fill, shape outline, shape effects. So let's try that shape format and insert the picture. Then we will understand more about this. So let me have a new sheet now so that we can see the pictures here. So click on insert. In that insert we have pictures. In that pictures what we can choose, we can have the shapes, we can have the icons, we can have the 3D models, we can have the smart art, we can have the screenshot. Now let's click on the shapes. In the shapes what we can have so many things. Let's try with the shapes first. I'll click on that shape. So whatever shape you want to have, now we have some different categories. Recently used lines, rectangles, basic shapes, block arrows, equation shapes, flowchart, stars and banners and callouts. Let me have something, the smiley. I'll click on that. So this smiley I can have in my Excel workbook. So once I have that shape format is visible now. So you can change the format of this shape. Like I can shape have a different fill now. Let's have a red color for this. Outline I can make it more weighted now with 4.2. Shape effects I can give it some reflection like thing. Let's give it glow. Okay. Or you can have a different format here. So something like this. I can have like this. So some predefined designs are there. So you can choose the theme styles, you can have the presets there, other theme files you can have, you can edit the shape as well, change the shape. Let me change this to heart shape. Let me change the edit points also, so I can make it a bad heart as well because I'm choosing wrong points. So this is something like this. You can have the other shapes as well. So what you can do in the shape option, you have different shapes there. You can choose line, you can choose rectangle, you can choose basic shape, block arrows, equation shape, flow chart, stars and banners, and the callouts. Once you're choosing this, and after that, you can choose the format for that particular shape, as in you can go over the shape format, you can have a shape fill, a different color. In fact, you can pick the picture with this also, gradient fill also. Let me make it a gradient fill. I can have a texture as well. Let me have a heart like a wood heart. So this is I can do with this shape format. Weight you can have a weighted background shape outline, sketched outline, something like this. This is the outline for the shape. I can have it in the dashed value also. Shape effects I can choose a particular shadow, reflection, glow, soft edges, 3D rotation. I can make it a rotated one, oblique also. So this is all the shape format. In that shape format, I can choose this text fill also, text outline, text effects. So some output like this, if I'm writing something there, so that changes I can make it. So right now I don't have any text, so that is why these all options are useless to me. So right now we have on the shape we have. For the shape we have predefined styles that we can use here. We can change the shape, we can change the text box, and we can write on this shape by using text box. So I'll put a text box here. Now if I'm writing something, data analysis and maybe pre-processing, So this is the text box onto the image. Now if I want to make any changes, I'll go back to shape format. Now I can use this text fill thing. So let me select all and let me make the outline as red. Text fill with this different color. Text effects as in the reflection. I can increase the size as well. Let me go back and increase the size. I'll increase it to maybe 28. And the text box, I can set it like that. So this is the output of that text processing, data analysis and pre-processing. Shape format. So we understood about how we can insert the shape, how we can change the color and the theme for that shape, how we can add the text boxes on that particular shape, and then we can have the text fill, text outline, text effects over there. Go back to the insert. Once you're done with the shapes, now try this icons as well. So insert an icon to visually communicate using symbols. So icons, what we have, please wait while we load icons. So this is internet oriented. So it's already there in your system, some of that. In fact, you can have it from the system as well. Now you just see, you can choose multiple options from these icons. It's loading more and you have so many symbols over there. So let me have, maybe I'm having a hospitality data with me. So when I'm making that sheet, I'll put something like, I just gone through some hospitality team. Maybe this dining one. I'll click it and that I'll make it check and insert. So once insertion is done, see this icon is there. So you can resize it according to your choice. So in this way, you can work with the icons in Microsoft Excel. We have some different categories as well. People, body parts, weather, tools and building, music, security, arts, animals, and some other categories as well. So you can choose from those categories and you can choose the icons from there. So for example, I have the faces here. So let me choose this devil one. I'll click on that. So this time I am having this kind of output here. So you can use the symbols and icons there. I'm deleting this one also for now so that you can see it. See, if this is already there, you can write your data as well. This is not like that you can't enter your data. But you can see the boundaries of these cells. Now these cells are locked. You can't have data here. But otherwise for other sheets, you can have the data. Inserting icons, then let's try the 3D models. So inserting 3D models is, insert a 3D model so you can rotate it and see it in all angles. Stock 3D models. This is online 3D models. So I'll go with the model for, I can have it from my system as well, but I don't have any file, so I'm not going with that. Let me go with the treasure hunts. So this is, now you just see the pictures. This is 3D data, 3D images. So I'll go with the book. So now that is inserting a 3D model. So it is taking time. Like when we were inserting this image or this shape, it was not taking time. Now it is taking time because 3D model is of a much higher size and it is having a good preview as well. Now, in fact, you can make it enlarge as well. So this is, see, now you can actually twist it. Let me rotate this like this. So you just see how we are working with the 3D models. You can actually rotate it. If you're having any file, you can use that. But right now I'm not having any file. That is why I'm using system file. In fact, in the 3D model also, you just see how many options are available with you. You can reset it to any other model also. You can set the height and width also. Let me try any other 3D model. This time, let's go with the avatar. I'll go with this buddy. Again, it will take time for the insertion, as we talked about, high resolution taking much higher time. We have that men with us, that avatar with us. So it is your requirement whether you need that or not. It's not that you can't make your sheets interactive or user friendly. See, you can rotate that 3D model in a very good way. So when we are working with some automobile interest, in that case, we can actually insert the pictures for that motors or something, that engines over in that Excel sheet only when we are talking about the horsepower and the capacity of that engine. In fact, for other teams also, like I am working with the e-commerce, so the model for that website you can put it here. So this will make your sheet more interactive when you're creating dashboards for the users and everything. Let's come back to the insert again. So we covered shapes, we covered icons, we covered 3D models. We'll cover now the smart art. Before that, come to the picture. So you can choose any picture also. If I have any picture in my system, in that system, I can insert that image here. Stock images. If I click on that, this is already saved some files. So some images are given here. So I can choose from that image as well if it is required. So let me choose. And in the newer version, you will get more options. Like this COVID picture is already available in that data. Now it is downloading that picture. Again, it is from the internet. See, now you have that image with you. So you can use the stock images as well. If you don't have the file in your system, you can go with the stock files as well. Insert picture and some online pictures. I'll click. Let's see. By default, it is going through Bing. In that Bing, let me look for a bird. I can choose a bird. Let me choose. Do I have anything like this? Let me choose this picture. Again downloading, and I got the pictures with me. So this photo is unknown author by license. Some license are shown here as we downloaded from the internet. So you can resize it. What picture format is now enabled. So you can have a different format for that picture. This look you want to have. You want to have it in a rounded. You can do it. Picture borders you can give. You can use some effects also, some reflection, alternative text you can use. You can change the picture, reset the picture, compress the picture, some artistic effects you can apply. These all are the picture format options. Color you can set, corrections you can do. So this is with the picture formatting. So in the insert, we have picture option. We can select the picture from the device itself. We can have some stock images. We can have the online pictures, and by default, the pictures are downloaded from the Bing. Once you're done with the pictures, you can have the screenshots as well. Like in my system, I have one screenshot available on the Windows. So I'll come with that. So see, this screenshot is coming here. So what I have in the screenshot file, that image is displayed here in the screenshot one. So you can put your screenshot also. After screenshot, the important thing is doing smart art. So what we have in the smart art, let's click on the smart art. We have different categories for the smart art, or list, processes, cycle, hierarchy, relations, matrix, pyramid, picture, or something from the office. So let me choose hierarchy here so that I'll understand. You people will better understand what I want to explain it here. Let me choose from that hierarchy a particular hierarchy. Let me choose this. Now something is written here, how you want to make the changes here. What you can do, let me write computer science here. See, I'm writing here, type your text here. Here I am putting a language, maybe programming language, and then here I am writing C, C++, and then Python. I'll click outside of that box. Now you just see the output for that. So you have actually prepared a hierarchy, and that hierarchy, you don't need to create these boxes or something. You just have selected that particular style, that smart art design, and there you provided the text, and then you have the hierarchy like structure. Now what you can do, you can change the colors as well. I can have a different color here. I can have something colorful. Yes, it is written given here. I can change it to right to left. I can change it to this place also, right to left again. So this is the way. Add shape, I can add any particular shape as well on that. So once the shape is added, so I have changed the hierarchy again, I can delete it. So if I want to add something here, I'll click on this particular node and I'll click on text pane. I'll click on add shape. So this shape is given here. So I can have another text pane again as, and I can write it here, maybe advanced C++. So this is the hierarchical based smart art structure. So you can choose it, how you can work it on that. First you can go to insert, click on the smart art. From that smart art, you need to pick your category. How you want to have a list like structure. You can choose it from there. You can have a process like structure. You can choose it from here. Cycle, you can choose it. Hierarchy, you can choose it. Relations, you can choose it. Matrix, pyramid, picture, office.com, you can choose something from there. Maybe I'm having something like this. Now I am having output on this manner. So I can add it whatever you want to write it here. So for example, here what I want to write, let me make it changes here. So what I want to write, maybe we can write some name of the cities. I'll write Chandigarh. Then I'm writing Delhi. I'm writing Chennai. Then I'm writing maybe any other city, Hyderabad. And then I'm providing text like, here we have Chandigarh is famous for hospitality. Delhi is famous for industry. Chennai is famous for manpower. Hyderabad is famous for IT. So this is all just example. It may or may not be true. Don't judge me here. And then after doing this, I can have different output there. I can change the colors. I can choose the style as well. I can convert it to particular shape, move up, move down, demote, right to left, add bullets I can do. I can have the text pen again and not again. So all the formatting you can do it by the smart art. So this depends on your application, how actually you want to have that display, how you want to see your output here. Smart art. So we have cycles also, like in the cycle you can show this kind of cycle. You just see this output. Let me delete this. Let's not make it more confusing. I am deleting the complete entire shape so that we can work on the new shape as well. So this is the shape here. Now see, this shape you can individually also edit, or what you can do, you can have it again. We are choosing that cycle one again. I'll go insert smart art and go to cycle. This is the output. In fact, you can read it from the description as well. Used to show interlocking ideas. Each of the first three lines of the level 1 text corresponds to a gear shape, and their corresponding level 2 text appears in a rectangle next to the gear shape. Unused text does not appear but remains available if you switch the layouts. So this is the output, something like this. Let me write it here. First it was COVID-19. Then it was maybe some Delta version. Then it was Omicron. Omicron. So this was all the versions. So we can enlarge the image. We can have a different output there. You can see some 3D effects also here. That kind of output you can have. You can change the colors. You can recolor pictures in the smart art graphic. And then we have these some different shapes also. We can actually try that also. You can move up and down. So how you are advised to do this? What you can do, you can choose from the description of each available option, and accordingly your data you can choose which smart shape you want. So in the insert we have covered how we can have images in our Microsoft Excel workbook. We can have it from our device as well. We can have some stock images. We can have some online pictures that is provided from Bing. We can choose the shapes. Shape we can have it in line, rectangle, basic shapes, block arrows, equation shapes, flow charts, stars and banners, call outs. All this we can perform it here. And then what we can do after choosing or inserting or having a shape, we can change the style of the shape. We can choose a different color for the shape. What we can do, we can also make a changes in the shape by choosing a different border, style, weight, etc. Then we can have the icons. So in the icons, we have already predefined icons like structures and like bullets or numbers, you can say. So you can choose that sticker, that illustration, that cutout of the people for your Excel workbook. And after shapes covering and then icons doing, we can have the 3D models as well. Either we can have that 3D model installed in our system or downloaded in our system, or the other way is like we can have it from the model stock 3D models. So we can download it from there. So whichever you want to use it, and you can actually have the 3D view for each and everything. After this, we covered screenshot as well. If we have some available screenshot, we can do that. We can use the screen clipping as well. We can go back and use the clipped screen here also. And then you can use a smart art. This is the beautiful one. So we have different categories here. We have the category in the smart art: list, process, cycle, hierarchy, relations, matrix, pyramid, picture, and from the office.com. So what we covered, we have covered insertion, formatting of the shapes and the images. Pictures include stock images powered by Bing, shapes, icons, 3D model, smart art, screenshot that we all covered here. Smart art was the graphic visualization of the information, predefined visuals, layouts, work across office applications, select the appropriate category as per requirement, such as process, hierarchy, or relationship. Enable formatting options by clicking on Smart Art. So insert illustration and the Smart Art, so you can choose it from there. We have learned about adding the images. We learned about adding the Smart Arts into Microsoft Excel. Now you have learned how to enter the data, format the data. You can apply the formulas and everything. How you can have your first chart. So can we make the charts with Microsoft Excel? Yes, you can do it. So creating chart option, chart formatting that we are going to cover here. So what we can do, we can go to insert, click on the charts and click on chart to see all the formatting options in a new tab or side options. Select appropriate chart type. Recommended charts for help on the chart style, you can choose it. So where you can see that option, just go to the insert, like in we went for the images or the pictures, we have the charts now. Insert, you can use now recommended chart or any particular style of the charts is given here. So for example, I have the data something like this and I can make this profit loss statement. Is it something very challenging for you? No, it is not. So how we can make it? Let's try that. This is week 3-1. So we have a data here. So we have this indicator name: income, cost of goods and sold, gross profit, total operating expenses, operating profit, taxes, net profit margin, expenses, cash to EUM, quick ratio, current ratio, accounts receivable, accounts payable. All this we are having here. It is we are into January 19, February 19 till we have the data for how many months? Till December 20 we have good records with us. So let's try how we can try the charts. So we are into the insert tab, charts is there, recommended chart. So let me click on that. So this is inserting column or a bar chart. Use this chart type to visually compare values across a few categories. Click the arrow to see the different types of column bar charts available and pause the pointer on the icons to see a preview in your document. Don't be confused, we are going to do this. Next, we have hierarchy chart. We have waterfall, a funnel, stock surface, or radar chart. We have this area chart. We have here statistic chart, and we have here combo chart, and this is our favorite one, the pie chart, and this is scatter one. So you need to choose which view you want to do it. Let me select this indicator name. Now I'm selecting only one column here first, and then January 9th. I just selected this. After selecting this, I'm on to the insert tab, and I am going to click on this. Maybe I'm clicking on this statistic chart, or I'll go with the first one, that is my bar chart. In that bar chart, now I have an option or categories for 2D column, 3D column, 2D bar, and 3D bar. I'll go with the simple one, that is 2D bar. So this is my output, something like this. So the chart was so easy to make. So you just selected the data and the content, and accordingly you got the output with that. So it already have the x-axis and the y-axis, it's on. You have not done anything, you just selected the data and the type of chart you want, and you got the data according to your output. So now you see this income, total operating expenses, net profit, cash at UMAV, excessive, accounts receivable, cost of goods sold, operating profit, net profit margin, quick ratio, accounts payable, gross profit, taxes, expenses, current ratio, everything is written here. Now what you can have, logically it is not correct. But right now we are just seeing here what is the working of the insertion of the chart. So what else you can do? You can change the style. So you can have output like this, something like this, something like this. So these all changes you can make with the chart design. Okay, that is fine to do. You can change the colors as well. Yes, we can change the colors. You can see the quick layout as well, something like this, chart title and all. So this all you can do it with the working, the chart style. Layout, you can change it like this also. You can change the layout like this also. Now you can see the values on the top here. So it is now your requirement how you want to see that chart. Let me come back now so that we can understand the data. Now what I want to have my graph only for the net profit, but for all the months. Okay, so for January 2 we have the records till the summer 20. So what I'll do, I'll select this net profit. I'm selecting the complete row, and then I'm clicking on insert, and I'll go to this bar chart again. I'll have this time something this one, 2D column. Now I have the output here. What is the output here? This is showing perfectly, but I cannot see it a more clarificative way. Now what I need to do, I can make the changes on this data set. So it should actually write this November thing. So what I can do, I can go to the chart area, and here I have switch row and the column, or the select data option. I'll click on the select data. Data is written here. For that horizontal axis, what I need to do, I need to do some editing here. So I'll change it to OK. Now I have the output with me. I'll click on OK. So I have the output like this with me. I have the data till June 19. It is not showing for all. We can make those changes as well. We'll make it, don't worry. But now we got the data like this. So we can actually select the data from insertion and the deletion. So similarly, let me try this gross profit till July 19. This time I want to have some a different thing. Let me try the scatter one. Now this, you can see the points here. So points are visible in this area. Now you can see the gross profit here. Select the data. So this is the gross profit. Now you can change the style as well, but you can see those profit points here is written here. And how you can change this excess value. Let me click on that again. I'll go back to my data. Here I'll click on this. I have select data. Gross profit is fine. That is perfectly fine. But in the horizontal category, I need to change it and I can make the changes from there. So this is the range of the data. That data's range, I can change it here. Let's try it for something else. So we had a percentage like data here. So you can try some copying some data. So let me copy the data for three months. January 19, February 19 and March 19. So I just want to have the information for these 3 months. So let me try with the indicator for let's try a pie chart now. So I'm just selecting for the January 19, clicking on the insert and going back to pie. So I want a 2D pie. So this is wrong for now because it is only selected this January 19. If I want to make some changes here, what I can do, I can switch row and the column. So once this row and column is switched up, now I can get the data for like, so this is income, this is total operating expenses, net profit, cash of EOMI, accounts receivable, cost of goods sold, operating profit, net profit margin, quick ratio, accounts payable, gross profit, taxes, expenses, current ratio. So this is the output we received it from here. So you can switch row or column. If I switch it, it will take it only January row. So if I click on switch again, so I'll get the data like this. I can select the data as well. So this data is selected here. I can uncheck any particular thing as well. So if I uncheck, so this will be reduced from there. Let's go back and similarly you can check or uncheck it. So you can switch row and column from here also. You can change the entries from adding, edit and the remove, and similarly you can change the data range for the chart as well. And the formatting option we have available from here. You can change the color. See, this output is very well given now. You can see the results for everything. All the outputs are given here. This numbers is not much visible, but you can make it much clearer. And this percentage is calculated by its own. You have not done anything, but all the assignments or the calculations are performed by this feature of Microsoft Excel. See now how easily you can make the graphs. Similarly, we have other graphs as well. So if I click on the recommended, so they'll recommend us what you want to have. They recommended us cluster bars, all charts. Now you can see the output here and you can compare the output here. Like for pi, I'll get it like this, bar, I'll get it like this, XY scattering this, map like this, stock like this, surface, radar, tree map, sunburst, histogram, box and mixer, waterfall, funnel, combo, and all this you can make it from here. So like I have clicked on OK. In fact, I can choose it like this. So we got the results on like this. And so based on your data, you can actually decide which kind you want that, like the chart, you want to have it in a proper manner or you want to have it in a multiple manner, you want to have it in a cross style, everything you can choose it. And from that, you can choose the chart design as well, chart type. In fact, I can make it my own chart by writing it my own content like comparison or maybe performance evaluation for month January, January 2019. So this is the title of my chart now. I can make it bold as well. So text formatting is also allowed. I can change the style here. Maybe I'll make it Times New Roman. I'll make it 22 and bold, italic, underline as well. I can give it any other color as well. So this is all the things that are available by the formatting. Similarly, what you can do, you can make the changes with the text font here also. If I select this and I'll change a different font for here, format, and then I can use a text size as well. Size is given. So in this way, I can show the output here. If you want to add something else, like if you want to write something else here also, so I can insert a text box or a picture or any icon or something on this, like I can write this text here, add a text box. So this is my first chart. So you can write something logical as well. So you want to add something, in fact, you can have more changes with the font and everything here for all the charts. So everything is allowed here. So first, what you need to do when you're working with the charts and everything, you just need to explore your data first. How is your data? And according to your data, you can actually choose the style of that particular chart you want to have. So categories available with us is, we can have the chart as bar chart, we can have chart as hierarchy chart, we can have waterfall, funnel, stock, surface or radar chart, we can have this insert line or area chart, we can have statistic chart, we can have combo chart, then we can have the pie chart also, and then we can have the scatter chart as well. In fact, you can go with the recommended chart also. With the option recommended chart, Microsoft Excel will provide you with some suggestions and some preview, and from that data you can choose which chart you want to have it. So once your chart is decided, you need to see which data you want to provide it to that chart. You can switch the rows and the columns as well. You can change the range as well. So it is up to you which data you want to show it. Either it is a pie chart, it is a bar chart, or it is scatter chart. Data is provided by the user only, so you should be sure about the data. Then look for the what title you want to provide to that chart, how you want that appearance. You want to see the numericals on the bar, or you don't want to see that numericals on the bar. You can change all the excess text area formatting as usual, you can apply, and later on you can make the changes as well. You can make these changes in the chart style also. In fact, the best thing is that once you are done with the chart, and if I'm making any changes, like I'm making it 50, and similarly you'll get the changes in the bars as well. Let me increase it to 500, then you can see the increase it here. Let me make it some 80,000, so you can see the output here. So this is automatic calculation. We also talked about it in the Excel option. So this is automatic calculation. If I'm making it here, any changes 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're getting the changes like this. So this output is so big, and that is why it is showing it flat. And now all the ranges has been increased by automatically. You don't need to give any x-axis, y-axis or something. Microsoft Excel is doing it in the on way. If I'm reducing it to 50,000, so you can see the changes here. So this is all about the automatic calculation. All the parameters for the x-axis, y-axis is decided by Microsoft Excel. Depending on the data set you are providing, the data range, you are passing it to that Microsoft Excel's chart option, and accordingly you can have it the same style. Whatever formatting you need to choose, this is up to you. And once you have that content with you, that chart, you can actually copy it to somewhere else also. Like I can click it and I can select data, this all option we already covered. Fill, outline, cut, copy, reset to match style, font we can change. We can change the chart type, we can change it as a sample, we can select the data, move the chart, save as a picture. Now this we need to try. I'm trying to make you understand about this style. This, if I want to save as a picture, so I'll click on the save as a picture. Now by default it is in the PNG format, portable network graphics. You can have it in the JPG, you can have in the GIF, tag image, window bitmap, scalable vector image. PNG I'll take. I'm saving it on the desktop. I'll go with the picture one. I'll save it. Let me look for this picture now. Do I have it or not? So I have this picture with me. I'll click on that. So now you can have this picture with you. Just see that how beautifully or how effectively this image is in your system, and this is with the higher resolution. So these results, when we are doing any kind of research or something, you're working with a client, so you will not show your analysis done or whatever done in the form of the numericals. What you will do, you will have the results, you will pre-process the data, And accordingly, once the analysis is done, that kind of report you are showing it to your client. So you will show that client, this is performance evaluation for the month January 2019. This is the income one, total operating expenses, net profit. We cannot see all the things here in this graph. Let me select a fewer one so we can have a good output. In fact, let me enlarge it. And now I can make the changes for others also. Let me select only fewer one. I'll go with the select data again. Right click, select data. So what I am deleting, let me keep only the 5 things so that it is more understandable here. I'm removing the taxes, I'm removing net profit, I'm removing net profit margin, I'm removing expenses, cash, quick ratio, current ratio, accounts receivable, accounts payable, and click on OK. So now I have the output like this. So similarly, I can save it to my system and I can have the output. So just revise the charts once again. So how we can set it? We can choose the data. Once data is finalized, choose the style of the chart. Once your chart is fine, make sure about your passing the correct data set to that chart. Look for the correct formatting you want to do. You want to copy a particular theme, you can choose from the predefined one. Otherwise, you can make your own theme, change the chart style, change the chart font, give a good color, and if you want to use it outside your Microsoft Excel, you can save it in the image as well. So we covered this formatting of the chart, creating chart, chart option, chart. So if we can have something like a combination as well. Type of chart, select as the appropriate chart type as per the data. If data is continuous, qualitative, categorical, requirement is the create combination of charts using a combo option. So this combo option is available in the last. Let me show you that also. So I'll go back to this recommended chart, and then in all chart options we have this combo option from where we can choose this combo one. What you want to have, like for income you can have this, for clustered column you can have this. So you can actually choose it from the combination. Like for income, which chart style you want to have. You want to have a stacked line with the markers. For the cost of the goods sold, you can have a stacked area, or you can choose any other chart style as well. And the gross profit, you can choose anything else, and that is from the total operating expenses as well. And this is according to the requirement. The combination you can take, custom combination we can make it here. So in this way we can have the combination of the charts in our database. So whether you want to have a combination or you want to have a particular type, it is your choice only. Hi everyone, after doing charts, let's talk about the date functions now. So what is date function? First, we are covering two functions here, date and date value. So what arguments we can provide to the date function? As we remember, the basic structure of Microsoft Excel function is same. We do the functions in three parts, that is equals to name of the function, and then in the parenthesis we pass the arguments to that particular function, as we did in the case of the sum, or we did in the case of the count, or we did in the case of average. Similarly, we have some date functions, so they only take the data as some kind of a dates. So we are doing all the calculations on the dates. So first function we are covering here is date function. So date function is taking three arguments, that is year, month, and date. So it returns the number that represents the date. So what we can do, let's run it parallelly. So I have a sheet here, some date functions is some dates I already taken. So this is 20 March 201, 31st August 2021. Similarly, other dates are written here. So we covered about the date function. So what we have in the date function, it returns the number that represents the date. So let's try that. Now, how many arguments we can provide it? The year, month, and date. Year, month, and date. So I'll go back and I'll click on equals to write date. When the parenthesis starts, so even in fact in the output also this tooltip is showing me and telling me about the arguments I can pass. This is year, month, and date. And in fact, you can see the description for that particular function as well. Returns the number that represents the date in Microsoft Excel date time code. And either you can write the function name directly from here, or you can go to formulas, and from the date and time you can choose this date function. Returns the number that represents this date in Microsoft Excel date time code. So you can use this insert function as well. You can pick up the date and accordingly you can make the changes. Let's try date. Now let's provide the year. Let me provide the year as 2022. Let me provide the month. Month is maybe 12th. Day, let me provide 31st. And then once this year, month and day is done, I'll close the parenthesis. I'll click on the enter. Now I have the date like 31st December 2022. What we provided, if I'll see in the formula, show formulas. Let's go to the formulas and show formulas. So what we provided date 2022, 12 and 31, and once we have the results are showing it like 31st December 2022. So Microsoft Excel is returning us with the date, and date is shown in the this available option only. So this date and time, what date is doing? It is returning the numbers that represent the date in Microsoft Excel date and time code. Similarly, let me provide another data set now. I'll copy this and write it here. So this time let me provide 2021, 01 and maybe 5. So what it is returning, it is giving me date like this, 5th January 2021. So I just passed on rather than writing it like 05012021. What I can do, I can write it in that manner also. So this will save your order. So once you're entering the dates, it will keep it in a same kind of format. You don't need to change the format every time you're making the changes. So this you can change the format. So if you're using this function and I'll change the format, I'll right click on format cell, and I'll go to the date option. In that date, I can change the format to maybe this Wednesday one. I'll click on OK and I'll enlarge this here. So you can have the output like Saturday 31st December 2022. Similarly, I can copy this format. I'll go to home format painter and click on that. I'll have the output like this. But if you see the function is same like that. You have not made any changes. So this date function, what this date function is doing, it is actually providing you with the date that is stored in the form of the Microsoft Excel. That format can be anything. You can decide it later, but date will remain same because you provided the value in the format of year, month and day. Similarly, you can do it for the other dates also. If you want to enter the date manually, you can do that as well. So this is your choice. Either you want to use the date function or you want to enter the data like that. Let's come to another function now. Another date function we are covering in this week is date value. So what you are passing, it is you are passing only single argument to this date function, that is date value, and that is date text. So what it happens, what it does, this function is doing, it converts a date that is stored as text to a serial number that Excel recognizes as a date. So what happens, for example, you enter a date and by default or due to some changes, you made it like a text. In that case, what you will do, you will convert that text into a serial number that is equal to date, and after converting to that serial number, you can pass it to a date again. So how we can do it? Let's try that. So for example, I have the 2nd January 2021 with me. What I'll do, I'll write the function first, date value. So what I am passing it this value, this 30. E13, only one value is required. Now, if you're converting it, what you are getting 44198. So this 44198 is the equivalency number of that particular date. So it is a serial number. It is a uniquely identified number for this particular date. So in fact, you see the description for this particular function, that is date value. So this is converts a date in the form of text to a number that represents the date in Microsoft Excel date time code. So this code is represented by this date. Let me try it for another date also. Let me copy this to other cells as well. So now I have a different number. So for 14th August 1990, serial number is 33099. For 11th September 1993, the serial number is 34223. For 11th January 2021, the serial number is 44207. And for 2nd May 2022, this is 44683. For 2021, it is 44198. Let me change the years here and then see if this serial number is changing up or not. Let me try with the 92. Yes, it is changing. Let me try it with 2020. It is changed again. I'll change this for 2200. This is increased so much now. So the serial number is given by the conversion. So whenever you're working in a date time manner and you can see like some dates are mentioned 3 March or something like this. So this kind of value you're getting, in that case, it is advisable to convert that value in date value so that you can have a unique number with that. And you can exactly recognize that and you can have the dates in the same format so that whenever you are doing the data analysis, that data analysis in the correct format, there should be no changes in that case. So this is date value function. How you want to choose it? You want to write it directly from this equals to and date value, you can choose it from there. You want to have it from the insert function date and time, and you can insert from that also. So it is your choice how you want to use that function, and you can try it with the different values as well. And in fact you can see it in the increasing order. Let me write a date here, 1st January 2021, and then I'll autofill with the autofill option. Let me have it for till 31st January 2021. So and now what I am doing, after this, I am using this date value function, date value, and I am passing this value to this function date value i6. Let me make the changes again. This is now in the format of date. Let me change it to the text. Date text. Let me change it to the text. I'll go with the format and I'll make it a text. I'll make it a general. So this is now the serial number over that value. In fact, now I'll click on that function, it will again pass me this value. So the date should be in all the string format, only then it will recognize it. So I'll give this date value function once again. So it will return me no value because it is already converted here. And now if I'll go back and I'll write it as a date only, format, I'll pick it as a date only. Date has been picked up. Now this is as in the correct format. Let me add another date now, 0101, and I'm writing it 21. It's again a date in a proper format. But when we were talking about dates here, it was not in the proper format, and that's why it entirely changed it to a serial number and we got the result. And if you see the serial number or a sequence number of a particular dates, let me convert it to the text. I'll click on that. Now you can see the sequence is in the sequential manner. 44197, 198, 199, 200. In the same manner, we got the sequence number conversion for each particular date. And similarly, for this data set, my Excel was considering all these dates in the text, not in the particular format for the date. That is why we converted it into a sequence number given by the Microsoft Excel, and that is recognizable as well. Let's come to another function. So this January 1900 will return serial number 1 by default. That is why how it is increasing. So if I talk about January 2nd, 1900, that number will be 2. January 3rd, 1900 will be 3. Next function is network days. So this function is used very frequently when we are working with a good number of data and when we are working with the date kind of attributes. In that case, this network days is very useful. For this function, what we are passing basically 3 arguments, or what we can do, we can pass the 2 argument as well. So start date, end date, and the holidays. So what it happens, returns the number of working days between the start date and the end date. So let's try that. What we are trying here, let me see this network days between two dates. So I have two dates written here, 20th March and 31st August. So I'll go and I'll write the function network days. So network days, I'm writing here, and then I am passing now two arguments. I'll not go with the three arguments. I'll pass the two arguments, that is start date and the end date. So starting date, let me pass this value. This is my E6, and then I'll do the comma, and the end date I'll provide 31st August 2021. I'll end the parenthesis and click on enter. So this is 117 is the answer. So number of days between 20th March 21 and 31st August 21 is given here by this network days. So it is returning us the that number of days that is in between these two dates. If you want to give any holidays, let me say in that particular tenure we were having 10 holidays. So it is now discarding that and not considering that. So number of holidays is optional, so you can give the start date and end date. You can try any other parameter as well. Let me try it with the opposite date. Let me do it E7 and E6. Let's see the output in that case. This is in the negative now because I changed I swapped the column values here. So now this is, let me try it with the any other value. Let me give it E6 and then E8. Now I have only how many days? 11 days are left from 5th March to 20th March. So this is network days. So network days, what is doing? Returning the number of working days between a starting date and ending date. Let's see it in the function as well, date and time. Let's see where we have this network days is there, returns the number of whole work days between two particular dates. So it is only consider the work days here, nothing else. So this is written here. You can give it function like this also. For example, starting date, I am having date 31st December 2021. End date, I am having 01st 02 2022. And number of holidays, it's an optional set of one or more serial date numbers to exclude from the working calendar, such as state and federal holidays and floating holidays. So I need to provide a serial number of that particular date. Let me try this 44197. If it works, it's so we actually added something here. Let me change this. See, this error is coming with the, and this serial number is again not working. Let me try without. Now, how many days we are passing? We are passing start date and end date. Now, it is not taking this date in this particular format. Let us write this date in particular format. Go back, go to insert network days, and now write 31st December 2021, and the other date, let's take it 01st February 2022, and now click on OK. So this result you got in something now 23rd January. So this is again in a wrong format because we need to pick the particular format, that is by clicking on the numbers. Let me select 0 here. Then you can have the 23 days for that because the format was set the wrong, that was it was giving the wrong result. So this is network days. So normally we calculate the number of days between working days between the start date and the end date. So it is excluding the Saturday and Sundays. Now next function is EO month. You pass two arguments to this function, that is start date and the number of months. So this function is actually returning the serial number of the last day of the month, that is the indicated number of months before or after the start date. So this is returning the serial number of the last day of the month, that is indicated number of months or before the date. So let me try with this date 20th March, EO month. And what you are passing, now you can pass the start date as 20th March, and the number of months I'll give 2 months. 2 months, I'll click on that. Now it is again giving me a serial number. Let me change to this format. I'll copy the format here for this date. So now I am getting for 20th March, it is Monday 31st May 2021. For next 2 months, it is giving me the last day. So last day of next 2 months is for this May, I have 31st, not 30th. That is why it is returning me this date. Let me try for this 31st August as well. So let's pass this value to this reference. So now it is doing for E7. And for E7, we are getting result 31st October 2021. Let's try for next cell also. This is 31st May 2021. I can change the number of months, maybe 5 months this time. So this is 31st August 2021. So what we are getting with this function, we are getting the serial number of the last day of the month, that is indicated number of months before or after a start date. But we converted it into another format. That is why we are giving the result like this. So what if I'll make the changes like I am not using any format now. Now I'll use EO month and I'll pass the value this 31st August. And how many months? Maybe 2 months. So it will give me the sequence number. It is not giving me the date. If I want to have it into the date, by default it is passing me the serial number or the sequence number that is equivalent to that particular date. So if I want to have a changed value, in that case, I can go back to the reference of the formatting cell and then I can pick up that particular date, or you want to have it in the text format. So it is your choice. But this function EO month, what this EO month function is returning, it is actually returning the serial number of the last day of the month, that is the indicated number of months before or after the start date. Next function is edate. So we are passing two arguments to this function, that is edate, start date and months. So it returns the serial number that represents the date, that is the indicated number of months before or after a specified date. So it works in the same manner as we are working with the e month. This time it is returning the serial number that actually represent the date, not about the month or something. This is actually returning the date, that is the indicated number of months before or after a specified a date. So let's try that also. So in the same manner, what I'll do, I'll go back to edate, and I'll provide this 20th March 2021 E6. And what we need to give the months also. I'll give 2 months again. So this is another number. Now you can see the changes here. So this was for E7. This is for E6. Let me do it for E7 as well. And here we passed here 2 again. So this is working in the same. So we are getting the same kind of result here with the E date and EO month. But logically, if we see, it is different as because EO month is returning the serial number of the last day of the month. That is the indicated number of months before or after the start date. And this E date is returning, it is returning the serial number of that represents the date. That represents the date that is indicated number of months before or after a specified date. So clearly understand the difference between these two functions, and these 5 functions which we covered, it is frequently used. What we covered date. Date function is used to return the number that represents the date. So what you pass it to this function, you pass it year, month and date. Date value function we covered, we pass only one argument to this function, that is date text. So if you have some data already written into some kind of a string or text, in that case you can use the date value. Converts a date that is stored as text to a serial number that Excel recognizes as a date. January 1, 1900 is returned or as a serial number 1 by default. So we can have a function from date and time. You can go in date time and choose a particular function. Network days is another function that returns the number of working days between start date and end date. EO month, start date and months returns the serial number of the last day of the month, that is the indicated number of months before or after the start date. E date, start date and the months returns the serial number that represents the date, that is the indicated number of months before or after a specified date. that is the start date. So let's just have a look on other functions of Excel as well for the date. Let me go back to my Excel. And in this formula, we have many date functions. So just have a look on that. So we have covered date, we have covered date value. So we can have this days also. It returns the day of the month, a number from 1 to 13. So if I'll pass it a date, it will only return me a particular day. Let me try this. So what I'm doing, day, and then I'm passing this 20th March 21. So it will return me only date. So I can pick the date from a date saved option. A column is saved, so I can have the dates from this day function. Day function, this number of days function returns the number of days between the two dates. So I can calculate the number of days here. So this days actually take two argument days. I give two arguments, this end date maybe, and then, or maybe end date is E7 because it is much higher, 31st August. And then start date, I'll give E6. I'll close the parenthesis and click on enter. So 164 days are in between these two dates. So start and end date is given. So this is about days function. Days function returns the number of days between two particular dates. What you need to provide? You need to provide two arguments, that is end date and start date. Next we have days 360. This function, what we are doing with this function, it returns the number of days between two dates based on a 360-day year. That is, it is considering it a 12 30-day months, not considering it a full-fledged month. So accordingly, it give you number of days. E-date, it returns the serial number of the date, that is the indirected indicated number of months before or after the start date. We already talked about the what is the serial number of the date, and what we need to pass, these two arguments we are passing here, that is start date and the number of months. EO month we already covered. EO month is we we passed the two arguments again here, start date and the number of months. And then we have the hour. So if we only talked about here date, we can have the time as well. So we can have the date as month, year, day, and we can have the time is in the hour, minute, and second. So if we want to have only pick the hour from there, from that particular date, it can be picked by this hour function. ISO week num, so returns the ISO week number in the year for a given date. Minute, again you can pick up the minute from that particular time or particular date. If you need to pick only month, you can pick from that month and it will return you the serial number. Serial number, like 1 is for the January, 12 is for the December. Network days returns the number of whole work days between the two dates. We covered this initial, we have not, but it is same like that. Network days, it returns the number of whole work days between two dates within custom weekend parameter. So you can actually customize this network days, then it is known as this function. Now function, it is very beautiful function. So what I'll do, I'll write it and then you'll understand. So I'm not passing it anything. So when I'm clicking this now function, it is returning me today's date and time. So this is 7 January 2022 and 13:29 is the time. If I'll do this again now, so this time it is taking it error because I entered it wrong. Now and then I'll close the parenthesis. I'm not passing any argument. Now you just see it was entered as 29 and now it is 30. So as the time is changing, this function is changing the value. So this timestamp thing, or you want to have like somebody is opening that Excel sheet, or that every time you're opening that sheet, this now function will be recording the timestamp. Timestamp means your date as well and the time as well, and it is picking up the date and everything from your system date. If your system date is wrong or something, it will be changed accordingly. So this function is used for choosing or recording the times. Now second returns the second a number from 0 to 59. You're passing it to the serial number, you're not passing it a date or timestamp, you're passing it a serial number. Then we have time. It converts hours, minutes, and seconds given as numbers to an Excel serial number formatted with a time format. So this is converting that in a particular format. Like we did for the date, now we are doing for the time. What we are passing for date, we passed up 3 arguments, that was year, month and day. And for the time, we are passing up hour, minute and second. Time value, what we can do, we can convert a text time to a Excel serial number for a time. As we have a serial number for date, we have a serial number for time as well. If it is into the text kind of a thing, then you can convert it into the serial number. As we did for the date value, we are doing it for the time value as well. Today it will only pick up the today's date. So if I use the today here, so it is only recording the today's date, not the timestamp. Now is recording date as well as time. Today is recording only the today's date. Next, after today, we have another function weekday. So this is returning the weekday only. So what you need to pass? You need to pass the serial number and the return type. It will return as from 1 to 7. Identify the day of a week of a day. Week number you can have. Week number how you can have? You can again pass the argument, 2 arguments, that is serial number and the return type. Work day returns the serial number of the date before and after a specified number of work days. Then we have function. When you are customizing this work day, then we have this function. Year is only returning as the year of a date and integer in the range from 1900 to this 4 times 9. Then we have the function year RAC, returns the year fraction representing the number of whole days between start date and end date. So it is advisable for everyone, please practice these functions, very easy to understand and everything is written here. And in fact, we discussed about this. But when we talk about the frequently used functions, so we covered and practiced those 5 functions. So your assignment will be based on other function we recently briefly discussed. So we covered these functions. In this week, what we have learned about how we can do the formatting. This formatting is about the cell formatting. We learned how we can provide the borders to our table, our data, whether it can be black color or you can have it with a different color also. You can decide the border style. You can draw the table, you can draw the border as well. Then we learned about the formatting of the data. You can show your result in particular currency as well. You can show your result in some kind of a number percentage format also. Then we learned about inserting and formatting the shapes and images. We learned about the smart art for visual representation of information. We looked for screenshot, we looked for the 3D models, everything you can all insert in the Microsoft Excel. You're working with Excel, it is not necessary or it is not mandatory that you only work with boring data or something. You can have a interactive interface or a visual display of your Excel book also. So it depends on your application whether it is required or not. Then we learned about creating a chart from data and its format. First, we need to look for the data. Once we have the data, we need to decide what kind of chart we need. And we can choose it from the bar chart, we can choose it from the scatter chart, we can choose it from the pie chart. Once our charts are selected, we need to insert the chart and we can look and cross check the data. And accordingly, we can format our chart. We can choose any predefined theme as well. We can give access, we can choose text style, we can do that data formatting accordingly and make our chart more responsive and more beautiful. And we can actually save that image as PNG, JPG or any other format, and we can share the results with our clients, our community, our teammates using that picture. We learned about various types of the charts, and then we covered up some date functions. We covered 5 functions. Basically, we covered date function, date value function, network days function, EO month, and EDate function. And in fact, briefly, we discussed all the date functions that is available in Microsoft Excel. We talked about functions like date, we talked about functions like month, year, time, timestamp, now, today. These are very good functions. So it depends on your application of the data. It is not necessary that you use all the data. It can be happen like some 4 or 5 date functions you are using regularly and other functions you don't need for a time. So it depends on your application, but it is advisable you should read about all the functions. So whenever if you have the requirement of using that functions, that time you can use those functions. Like if you need to record today's time or today's timestamp, accordingly you are aware that you need to choose between now or today. So if your requirement is to put or save the timestamp as well, in that case you will use the now function. But if your requirement is to only record the date, in that case you will choose today function. So if you're aware about the definition and the description of that particular function, only then you can choose that function. So the functions available with us, what you can do, you can choose those functions according to your requirement and the data, and you can perform data pre-processing. And after processing, these functions will help you to make your data more clear and more uniform. This is all for this week. Thank you. Keep learning, and you'll learn more by doing more assignments. Thank you. Welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 4. So what we are going to cover in this week: Excel templates, printing your Excel worksheets, introduction to tables. So what we did in the last session in week 3, we learned about how we can format a particular cell and we can have the ranges in our cells. Various number formats we studied and their use cases, like we had like how we can have the output in dollars or in rupees, or we can have it in the percentage. We learned about how to use the inbuilt shapes of Microsoft Excel. We can take help of smart art to show a hierarchy or any other graph or diagram in Microsoft Excel, and everything that is already available in the form of templates. And what we can do, we can just pick and see what we can make the changes in that particular shape. To create your own chart, we can see that we have learned about how we can make graphs, charts in Microsoft Excel, whether we have the compiled data or raw data, unstructured data. We can make chart on that. We have different options available with us. We can choose pie chart, we can go for the bar chart. In fact, we can go for some 3D modeling as well with using Microsoft Excel. Then we learned about some basic date functions which we can use in our day-to-day jobs, and we covered all the date functions as well, which is available in Microsoft Excel with all the use cases. So what we are going to do in this week, so we are going to cover Excel templates. We'll learn about what is templates, introduction and import Excel template, how we can use it into Microsoft Excel, customization of the templates, how we can print our worksheet, we can see the preview, we can set the margins and the scaling, we can set up the page layout, whether we are working with a landscape document or in a portrait document. So we can have the print preview according to that. We learn about that. We learn about headers and footers and the giving the specific range for the page numbers. And lastly, we will cover the tables. And what we are going to cover into the tables, we are going to cover the table options, and then we will come to table formatting, we'll come to table references and how we can work with the formulas. Benefits of tables. Learning objective. By the end of this session, you will be able to use pre-built Excel templates, create and reuse your custom templates, print the Excel documents or sheets, and learn the basics and benefits of tables. So what is Excel templates first? Introduction and import Excel template. So whenever we are opening our Microsoft Excel, we have these options: home, new, open. And if I click on this new, you just see my cursor where I'm putting it. We'll start with our Excel also. Right now you can see it with the screenshot. So we have the option new here, and then new. I can see this blank workbook I can choose. And similarly, I have some templates as well. In these templates, what we have, we can choose these templates. You just see here,
Some suggested searches: business, personal, planners, trackers, lists, budget, charts, and calendar. So you can pick from any category and you can actually have the templates with you. We will look for this, what we have in the template. So if we talk about what is template, template is basically an example worksheet with the data itself and everything. And Microsoft Excel provided us those templates. So what we can do, we can take reference from those templates and we can use it with our own data set. So before that, you just see how we can import the template first. So what we can do, we can go to file. This is the file here, and we can click on the new. So once we click on the new, we'll get this kind of a screen. So pre-built templates are already available there. And in fact, we can create our new instances as well. So let's see that. So now you just see that I have not clicked anywhere here. So this is my view here, home, new and open. I'll click on the new. So whether picking up the blank workbook, what I can do, I can choose some kind of a template here. You can see many templates here. In fact, we have the categories here as well. So I can go for an very one particular category. Let me go to the business first. So according to the business plan, I have some templates here. Monthly company budget, blue invoice, blue balance sheet, simple invoice, inventory list with highlights, small business income statement, and this is weekly time record, small business, and this so many business problems are already available there. And in fact, I'll scroll down, I'll see many more. I'll come to the any other category as well. See, these all templates are provided. I'll be opening one of the template and then you can actually see what we are doing here. I'll go back. So now I'll click on the personal. Again, in the cases of the personal as well, I got so many templates already available. You can see this personal budget, personal asset inventory, family vacation itinerary, simple to-do list, vehicle service record, party planner, in fact, monthly budget accessible. So these templates are already available. And in fact, you can see in the thumbnail that already chart and everything is visible. So what you need to do, if it actually matches with your requirement, you can put your data and you can get everything already available with these templates. So it is about your requirement. If your requirement matches with these templates, you can actually use that. In fact, it is somewhat similar to your requirement. You can pick any template and then you can make your own changes. So it is actually saving you much more time. You can complete your task in half of the time. I'll go to another category. This is planners and trackers. So many again. I'll go back and then I have the next category, some kind of lists is there, and then I'll come back, budgets is there. So this is very important. See, so many charts you can see and some very good graphics as well. Very color attractive colors are already there. So you can make your sheets like this. In fact, you can use these templates. I'll go back. Again, I'll click on the charts. So you can actually see different type of the charts. In fact, even if you don't want to use these templates, you can actually check these templates to improve your knowledge. So this is a very good way to practice about the Microsoft Excel. So you can brush up your skills with these templates. How you can do that? I'll be opening one of the templates. In fact, we will be opening more templates to see what actually we can do with these templates. In fact, you can see the calendars as well. So this is the category. In fact, you can search for a personal office document as well. So like if you have something like, let me write COVID, I'll click on search. So this will be searching it on internet. So if we could not find any Excel template that matched with what you're looking for, let me try any other keyword. Let me try this birthday. I'll click on the enter. So I got something. So birthday list, birthday calendar with highlighting, personal address book, party planner, monthly personal planner. So I got this. You can actually search about your requirement here. Let me come to something. Let me write here household. So now it's time to open a template. So we can see that what actually we can do with these templates. So this is the first matching result I am getting here. This is household to-do list. I'll click on this one single click. So once you're doing this single click, this kind of thumbnail will be provided. In fact, before choosing this, what you can do it, you can make a single click and then you read about that particular template. See, now in the case of household to-do list, what is written here? You can see it here. This kind of some screenshot is provided here for the sheet here, and you can see here this icon is there, one a good heading is there, to-do list, date is there, due today, overdue, and some kind of table is there that is for done, and description, due date, and priority is mentioned here. So what it do, maximize your productivity and become the ultimate weekend warrior with this premium household to-do list template in Excel. Whether you are sweeping floors or installing gutters, easily and quickly organize your list of household chores in an instant with this dynamic household to-do list. And then I'll go click on this, so I'll get some more examples here. This is food budget, and then I'll get it household organizer, household monthly budget, to-do list again, family monthly budget, family budget planner, car repair tracker. So I got these suggestions here with the household, and I can actually read about all of the description that is provided for that particular template. Like if I see for this home maintenance schedules and task list, in that case, what is written? This home maintenance schedule template details quarterly seasonal tasks to keep your house in good working order. Use this home maintenance template as a to-do list for your periodic household chores. This is an accessible schedule and task list template to organize your home maintenance. So I'll close this and come to my household to-do list to understand that. So now I open that. So this is the template which is already provided by Microsoft Excel. Now you can see the tooltips here. So it is written here. Let's read that. Create to-do list in this workbook. Enter details into to-do list available table in the worksheet. Select cell F1 to navigate to set up worksheet. Due and overdue days are automatically updated. Enter a number, one and done, and everything is written how you need to do it. So I'll click on that. So now you can see actually. So this is they already provided. If I do, let me change this category, and this is the to-do list, and in the setup, if I click on the setup, I'll come to the second sheet. You just see this again. So this is to-do list. I have two workbooks in this template. One is to-do list and the another one is assignment setup. So if I'll click on that, I'll come to this sheet. In fact, I have again this tooltip which is providing a good description to use this template. I'll come back. I'll click on the setup. So this is a link provided here. We will learn how this hyperlink is provided. So this I can actually move with these screens, go back, setup. So I'm on the second sheet, to-do list. I'm on the first sheet. Let me change this date and everything. So let's try something. I'll come to assignment setup. So what is assigned to mom, dad, child one? I'll write the name of the child here. Let me write Alia, and then I'll make it Ranveer. Then I'll make it Deepika, and then I'll make it Ranveer. This is assigned to, so I made some changes. I'll come back to my sheet one. So some things are changed here. So after doing the changes, now see, here is a list is provided. We can do it with the data validation. We will learn about that also, how we can provide a drop down list in Microsoft Excel. Don't worry about that. For now, you can see this. This list is provided. Now I can pick from who's to assign. Let me see here. What are the works to done? So let me do here. Some shopping is to be done, and that shopping is to done by dad. Okay, let's do this. And cleaning part or maybe cooking part we give to boys. Let me give it to Ranbir. Then I'm doing cleaning part. Cleaning part I'm giving to maybe the Ranbir. Okay. And then I have the work of gardening here that I'm giving to Deepika. And this is organized party. Let's give it to Alia. For mom, what we are doing? Before that, their status is already there, done or something. So now let's change it to something, and in fact we can make the changes with the dates also, and in fact with C you can see here the priority as well. So you can actually make this sheet according to your work. You can add your list or something, you can do it here. Now if I'll come to this done part, let me do this. After some of the time, I'm clicking on this done and I'll paste it on the cleaning. You see the changes here. Once you pasted that, this cleaning is now strike off, and this is with the changes in color happened. In fact, the changes are also done here also. So in due date is written here, due today is written here, what is due. Let me change this date. Today is 22nd January. Overdue is 21st January. So let me make it 30/01/2022. Now you can see the changes here. Let me make it again 30/01/2022. So you can again see the changes over here. And today is 22nd January. Let me put it here 22/01 and 22 again. So this time color again changed. This overdue thing is due today is written here. And now I can see the other changes as well here. If I click on done, so you can see these changes. So how you're seeing this sheet now? So this is actually a smart sheet. So you can actually organize your things here. I can save it as well. So I have not saved it yet. So you can use this to-do list in your household or something. And if you see on the formulas, you can just click on doubles, or what we can do, we can go with the formulas and click on the show formulas. So now you can see all those formulas here. Today -1, today -1, and in fact we have the formula again here, count if s. To-do list is this complete table, due date today, and some formulas are there. So you can actually understand that it's no worry about that. It is basically the combination of the formulas. So this is the one example of the template. I'll cross this. Let's explore the new templates as well. Now we have covered the household thing. Let's cover something else now. Let's cover something about business. I'll write here monthly company budget. So this sheet is already available into budgets. The same sheet I'm opening, monthly company budget. Again, I'll create it, or I can go with a double click. Again, tooltips are provided if you want to do some changes here. So now you can see here 4 sheets are available. Monthly budget summary, income, personal expenses, operating expenses, everything is written here. So now you can actually make the changes here. This is the company's name, you can write here Krishna. Same, now you can see the changes are overwritten everywhere. Let me do Krishna and Sons. So this time again I can see all these changes is reflected everywhere in all those sheets. Okay, so this is for the income, this is for the personal expenses, and this is for the operating expenses. And whatever is the summary, this is actually coming here. So this is provided. If I'll go with the formulas again, clicking on the formula and the show formulas, now you can see all those formulas. What are written here is I can see exactly where I have. In fact, tooltips are also provided, so you can see this budget totals. Budget totals for income and expenses, both estimated and actual, are automatically calculated from amounts entered in other worksheets. Balance and differences are automatically adjusted. Similarly, with the estimated, we have written here when the tooltip estimated totals are automatically calculated in this column under this heading. In the actual, we have actual totals are automatically calculated in this column under this heading. Then we have difference of estimated and actual totals is automatically calculated in this column under this heading. And let's scroll it down and see some more things here. Let me do some changes in the sheet so that we can actually experience the changes in the charts. So this is income and the expenses is written here. Income and expenses, and this is for the estimated one. So this is estimated and actual. So I'll come here. Let me make some changes here. So rather than actual, what I'll do, instead of 450, let me make some big changes here. So I'll make it 45,000 and I'll click on something. So some changes happened here. Can I see the difference? Yes, we can actually see the difference. So this is the power of formulas. So whatever changes you are making, and then you are doing the references and everything, and don't worry about the sheets and everything, the complexity. Whatever is done here in the templates, that is all because of the formula. So once you are expert, or once you are in the practice in the formulas, you can actually make these kind of a templates. You can use these templates and you can have improvised version of these templates as well. This is not difficult at all. Similarly, let's make some other changes now. Let me make it this 5,000 to 5 lakh. I'll click on enter. So this is again some difference in the estimated. Yes, we got the difference here. So you can make the changes. So this is the power of Microsoft Excel with the formulas. Formulas you can see here. Right now you will not understand that, but when you are into more practice, you can actually get it what we are doing here. And in fact, you can do better than that. In the incomes, do we have some formulas here? Let me click on the show formulas. Yes, we have the formulas here as well, some subtotal. And then we have the formulas here. Let me click here on the formulas and show formulas. Yes, we have the formulas again here. This is for the subtotal. Let's do it with the operating expenses as well. So show formulas. Yes, we have the formulas as well here. So this is about the other sheet. Open something with the new. This time I'm opening academic calendar. Can we make academic calendar with that? Yes, we can do that. And I can try it with the academic only. Yes, we got it. Academic calendar. So I'll click on the create now. So you can actually see the dates here. This is the calendar here. So this is starting from September. September to it will go with August. So this is for the year 2021 to 2022. So let me click here, maybe 2019. Can I get the changes here? Yes, we got the changes here. Let me try for 1900. We got the changes here. I'll try for 1990. So secretly I'll check my day, birth year or something, or maybe my date. Yeah, it is correct. Then I'll come back to this current year only, 2022. So now I can actually make the changes here. See, you can see here two cells here, but it is not visible. So this borders are not provided here in the cells. That's why you having the output like this. This is colored. Automatically determine weekdays. To change weekdays, select a new week, start day in cell B2. So I can write here, like in the September, how I have the schedule. So I have a meeting on maybe this 1st September. So I'll write here meeting. I need to go shopping. Yes, it's on the Friday. This is movie. This can be maybe sleeping. So I can have the academic calendar as well. And if I talk about the school or college, so they can actually write this parent teacher conferences is there, some board meetings are there, and then maybe some kind of events is there, like it's a celebration event. So you can make all these changes. So if this template is already available, what you need to do, you just need to enter your own specifications and then you can use it whatever you want to do it. Let's try any other template as well. I'll click on file and then I'll go to new. In the new, let me write employee. So what we have for the employee. I'm running an organization. So what I have for the employee, I'll click on the enter. So I have this employee absence schedule. Wow. Let me create that. So again, you can see on the tooltip, employee absence schedule tracks employee absence by days for each month. There are 13 worksheets, 12 monthly and last one for the employee names. Track January absence in this worksheet. So we can actually check. This is for each month here. This is for January I have opened. So this is employee names. I can have the sheets. Let me add again Alia here. So similarly, can I get the changes here? So right now I need to actually enter all these employees here. This in the sheet. Now I can have the changes. Employee 5 is also part of the organization. So after saving this sheet, I can actually have the Alia as well here. So let me make some changes here. Now you can see here absence type T, V is for the vacation, P is for the personal, sick is for S, custom is for something else. If you want to make some other changes, I can do that. Now I need to put here date of absence. So this is total. It is calculating the absence. So let me write here sick. So I'll click on S here. I'm writing here sick. I'll write one more sick. So you can see the increase in the number of these. Let me make this employee sick for the throughout the month. Of course, I don't want that. So this is 20 days in total. And similarly, I am getting the same in down as well. For each day as well, I have the count with me for the number of absence. And similarly for the 36 is the total for this month. For all these 5 employees, March, April, May, June, let me do it for the July. I'll click on the S. So I'm getting these changes. Now you can actually see it here. Let me click on the V for the vacation. So this is again number of the absence. P is for the personal, sick is for this, and for the custom one, maybe right now I have another color here. Let me write something else. Let me make here I here. This is for something else. Let me click here I. So this C, you can see again this is changing. So this is for all the months here, employee name here. This the list is provided here. And then let me click on the formulas as we do here. I'll click on the show formula. So yes, we have the formulas here. Subtotal for this 103 and 12. You will understand how they did this. We have the filtration possible also for all the other formulas. Right now subtotal is calculated. You can have the count, average, and anything else if you want. So some text is also written here for the calendar month, and same formulas are provided in other things also. You can check it by clicking on the formula and the show formulas. Let's explore a new sheet now. I'll click on the new, and then I'll come to another sheet. Now this is family tree generator. It's again something that is with the templates as well. I'll click on the family. So this time I have the family tree generator here. I'll click on the create. In the tooltip what this sheet is doing. So we total have 2 worksheets here, family members in the family tree. Enter first names of parents, parent children, their spouses down to 3 generations. For multiple marriages, enter the same child's name or a separate row. Create a family tree button to generate your family tree. So you can enter the names according to maybe your family, and ultimately you'll have output like this. I'll just minimize it so that you can understand what will be the output. To edit this family tree, go to Family Members tab. This is here. Edit family members data and then click the Create Family Tree button. So we can make here changes here. So let me make some changes. Let me mark Alia here. After clicking Alia, create family tree. So I'll come to this, and then I need to make some changes here. So you can have it for your family as well. So this kind of family tree generator. So this is something fun. Let's try with the birthday thing. So birthdays are my favorite. So I'll click on new. Let me go to birthday. So what we have for the birthday? Birthday list, personal address book, party planner. Let me click on this party planner. You can read it here whether you're planning a family birthday party or a corporate event. Use a party planner from Excel to organize all the elements that go into a successful event. This comprehensive template includes a budget that totals costs, a guest list, an overview of the whole party, a dynamic to-do list, tracks your party planning progress. Planning events is easier with Excel. Check off those boxes and see your progress towards party completion. This is an accessible template. Create. So see the party planner. Easily plan a party using this template. The same thing is written here. So this is overview, to do, foods and drinks, guest activities. So now you can plan your party with this Microsoft Excel. There's so many other things as well. Now we have covered the templates there. I'll just Again, come to this, how we can open this template. No, I don't want to save anything. So this is new. So by clicking on the new, we can actually search the templates here. You can write your own keyword as well, suggested searches as well, and then you can pick up whatever template is matches with your requirement, and you can use it with your data set as well. In fact, you want to make your any other changes as well, like that, you can do it with this templates. Now the second thing is that now you have something here, you want to make your own template. You're working with something and same kind of data you need to work every time. So in that case, what functionality you can do, you make your own sheet and then make it a template. So next time you can choose it as a reference. So let me do that. What I'll do, I have something here, maybe this week 4. Some data is there, very few cells and something is written here. So what I'll do, I'll click on file, maybe I'll go to save as. In that save as, I'll make it maybe week 4, or I can give a name as T1, or maybe I can write temp 1. So this is important. You click on this type thing. So by default, it is the extension of Microsoft Excel. This is XLS in this case. So we need to change this. So I'll look for Excel template. You just do that. This is Excel template and the extension is .xltx. I'll click on that. So this is something now here. So I'll click on save. Okay, so this is temp 1 saved here. In that, when you click on the new, we have the personal tab here. We were looking for the office before, now I have the personal tab here. In that personal, you can see this. Week 4 I made before and temp 1 I just made it. Now if I click on this temp 1, so this will open with this template. So I can make my own template as well. I can use the pre-given template as well according to my requirement. So this is for the reference, whether you want to use it completely, whether you want to mix 2 things or 4 things, 4 templates, you can do that. So this is about using the template. So we have covered about Excel templates. We learned about how we can use these templates for our flexibility. And then we learned about how we can actually make our own template as well. So we can use it for the later reference. Next is printing worksheet. So how we can see sheet and everything. Printing is very important once you are working into print. In that case, printing is very much required. How printing is required? So you have made your data and you need to represent your data to your team members, your manager. In that case, you need some prints on that. Why printing is very much important in Microsoft Excel? Whenever we are working in Microsoft Excel, we have normally huge data. So now the challenge is how you can actually have the huge data and you can come up with a good print. So it should be the readable with the users and everything. So this is our case. So what we can do, how we can start with the printing thing. Click on the file printer, and before that I assume that your system is already connected to printer, and only that in that case will work. You can search on the internet for that also. First you should have your printer connected with your device, and then you can have the correct option there. So you'll, if you click on the file print, you'll have the printer option there, Microsoft Print to PDF. It's not, the printer is attached here, that's why it is not coming. And then you can click on and see there are multiple options here. What are in the settings? So this is for the printer, this is for the number of the copies, this is settings, collated, portrait orientation, A4, normal margins, no scaling. So we'll cover everything one by one so that we'll be pro in printing to have the correct prints with our document. Choose from available printing options, page size. This is the size of the page what you want to have, correct margins, scaling. Notice the number of the pages in the print preview. This is the number of copies. So let's open a big data so that we can understand this. So I'll click on the open. In the open thing, what I have here, I'll come back to the folders, and maybe in the week 1 I have a good data. I'm basically looking for a good amount of the data. I'll come back. Let me check with the week 2. So this is a financial sample sheet. We already worked on that. So this is, I have a good data. So let's see what we can have in the print here. Now I'll click on file. So this is for this sheet. I'll come to maybe the first row. So this is my sheet. Now my requirement is that if I'll totally see how many columns I have, let me scroll it to the right side so we can see it. So this is still the P, and how many rows we have. Let me come down with the page down. You can see the scrolling of the Microsoft Excel. So total rows I have. How many rows? If you remember, this is the same sheet where we did the calculation, everything. We applied the sum, average, and the count function. So total we have somewhere 700 rows here, 700 data cell, or including the column headings, we have 702. In fact, the data is written here as well. So 706. So this is the output I need. Total P columns and 700 rows. This is my requirement to print the document. Now let's see what will be the default thing with the printer. Click on File, go to Print. So once you click that, so this is now you can see here 1 of 47. So if I'll click on this print, I'm not making any changes or doing anything here. I'm just clicking on the print here. That time what kind of output I'll get? This is coming in this print preview. Now you can see here segment, country, product, discount band, unit sold. I'll click on next. So this is again now the data set here. Data set is here. So this is for how many column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what about the other columns? And see, this our calculation is coming. I'll go back. Calculation is coming on the 15th page. And if I click on the next, this is for the next column. So this actually divided into something. How a division is performed. How this is coming here. So this is according to the number of pages. So by default, what happens? Microsoft Excel divides the location into the pages. How we can see that? Let's see that also. So this is the default printing thing with the Microsoft Excel. It will print 47 pages. Of course, I'll not get it in a good output. This is not the correct way. We need to make the changes in the settings. Before that, I want to show you how it is making the changes. I'll come back and click on the view. In that view, I have a page break preview. So here you can see the number of pages. I'll make it up. So how 47 pages are coming. So this is pages. So this whole, you can see here dotted lines here. So this is page 1, and then it is coming page 2 from the down. Then till page 15. So once page 15 is over here, and then this is page 17 again. Page 17, and then page 19, page 20, 21, 22, 23. And the last I have which page number? We have the page number 31. 31 is the last. And then we again started with maybe 32. So page 32 is shown here, the smallest one. This is page 32. I'll make it zoom so that you can see it. So this is page 32, the smallest part. This is divided into page number 32. So that's why its output is coming like that. And total you can see page number 47. Now how you can make the changes here now? Once you hover this your mouse on this blue line, you can get this arrow. So you just need to click on and stretch it. I'll stretch it to maybe this side. So you can see that page number 1 increase, and this is page number 10. So let me have the complete columns here. So I'll click it to the last. So this is now page 1. I have done this. So how many pages now? Let me see with this. This time only page 6. Okay, I'll click on the normal and I'll go back to file and then print. Now how many? Yes, this is 1 to 6 pages. So you can see the output like something like this. So it might be possible now text size and everything it needed small. It might be possible you can't see is that. If it is not sophisticated with your requirement, you can make other changes as well. So first you need to set the number of pages, and then you can do the changes with your other of the settings as well. So how you can make those changes, let's learn that. I'll just come to this next. This I was talking about printer. So if your printer is already attached to your system, in that case, what you can do, you can choose the appropriate printer and then you can go ahead. I'll click on this I. So this is about the information. This is showing printer status. Status is ready. Type Microsoft Print to PDF. Where import prompt command. This is with the Microsoft only. This is not the exact printer. Basically, it will only convert into the PDF. Now, this is something that you need to see. There are default option is print active sheets. You can choose print entire workbook. You can choose print selection. You can choose print selected table. So let me try first print entire workbook. You can see it here 53 pages. So how this is changed to 53 pages? Let me go to the next page, next page, next page. Let me come to something on the last. Now you can see it is actually coming some blank pages as well. Or maybe I can write here directly and come to 53 page. So I can see it what is happening here. By default it is happening. I clicked so many times. Now I'll write 53. I'll click on enter so you can actually see that it actually printed everything on the sheet and it ignored the page number and everything and printed the entire workbook. So if I have the output, if this satisfies my requirement, I can go for that also. That is up to me. Or you can choose the active sheet as well. Only print the active sheet which you are working on. Then what is print selection? Now in this selection, nothing is coming. This is something that is not visible. Even if I zoom it, this is 15. I'll scroll it down and let me come to the same view. Page break preview. I'll click on view and page break preview. Now you can see here page 1, page 2. So same page 6 will be visible. This is about the selection talking about. Let me select only page 1 here. I can find the blue lines. So what I have with the blue lines here only. Now I'll click on file, print, and I'll click on print selection. Only print the current selection. So you can see it only page 1 is here. So this is up to you what kind of settings you want to do with the printer. You want to print with only active sheets, so that will print only the printing form of that sheet is in the active format. You can have the printing for the entire workbook as well. So this will print automatically. You will not make any changes. In case of the selection, you can make the changes here. So you can actually select the data. Only the selected data will be printed here. And similarly, you can select only the table as well. I'll click on that again. I'll get so whatever table. So that part of a table is selected. So that is why now it is showing as a 6 pages, because that complete selection is for one table. So this you can choose it in the settings. Next, after choosing this, in fact, what you can do it. Let me try this print active sheet. Now this is divided by default into the pages. We already talked about that. So total now we have 6 pages from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages we have. In this settings, I can actually choose what I have to print. So if you click on this, so you can write maybe from 1 to 4 pages I want to print. So this time I'll take, this is showing me 1 to 6, but when I'll take the printout, this printout will be from 1 to 4 pages only, not with the page number 5 and 6. So I can choose the pages as well from this settings, this printer settings, and go for particular page selection, and I can have the printout for only those selected pages. Next is collated. This is uncollated and collated. This is in the form of the sequential manner. If I'll go, you can see here this will be the output in the collated, and uncollated this can be the output in the form of 3 3. This is 1 1 2 2 3 3. So this is with the about the worksheet. So you can choose between two that by default, and in fact generic also this uncollated or collated. You need to pick which one. You need to pick the default one. This is 1 2 3 1 2 3. This is the in the sequential manner. We don't want to make any changes in that. Otherwise, prints will come in a ambiguity manner. So you can't make the sequence again. So it is better to do with the collated. And when we talk about the orientation, in that orientation, we have two different type of orientations available. That is portrait and landscape. So with this thumbnail, you can actually make the difference between the portrait and the landscape. Portrait looks like this and landscape looks like this. By default, the orientation is portrait. Now you can change it to landscape as well. I'll click on the landscape. See, in the landscape, I have the output like this. So I click on that. Now I have total how many pages? 8 pages. So this is with the landscape. Now you can see that this output is not so visible. Can I make it zoom? Yes, we can do that, and we will learn about that also. Next is the margins thing. So before that, let me show you how I can make it zoom. So I'll click on page setup. We have left with the margin and the scaling, then we'll come to other things as well. See, we have already clicked on file print with I have the screen. After clicking that, I'll coming to page setup. In that page setup, I have four options to do. This is page, margins, header and footer, and then sheet. So what I have in the page, this is adjusted to the scaling of 35% to the normal size. Let me make some changes. 40, 45, let me make it 55. I'll click on OK. You can see this output. Now this is 24 pages. So something again happened. I'll click on the page setup. Let me make it to the 50%. I'll click on that. This is 22 pages now. Maybe I am missing some columns. So I'll go back to the page setup. Let me make it 45 this time. I'll click on OK. So this time again I'm missing something. So let's do it. This is hit and try. Let me make it to 42. You have the output like this. So this is now you need to decide between the sizes and the pages what you can do. From that page setup, you can actually make the changes with the adjustment of how many computation you need to do on the normal size. So this in fact you can choose the this orientation here also from the page. You can go for portrait and the landscape, and then you can do the scaling as well. You can choose the paper size. Paper size is available by default. We use letter, and it is advisable also to use letter. Other options we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, and A3. A3 printing is also common here. Print quality you can go for 600 dpi, and if your system is older it can be something else also. First page number it should pick auto, and then we have something with the margins as well. So margins you can set from here as well, and you can set from the page setup as well. The scaling and margin we need to cover. In the scaling and margin, first we talk about the margins. So what we have in the margins now, this is the space around the pages or around your content. So by default, what we have in the changes, we have left with the 1.8, top with 1.9, header is 0.8, right is 1.8, bottom is 1.9, footer is 0.8. So header is in the top, footer is in the lower size of the page, and this is other margins. So you can now increase it similarly for the right as well, increasing, decreasing, top as well, increasing, decreasing. In the same we have for the bottom as well, decreasing, increasing, header as well, footer as well. You can go for the center on the page, horizontal center. You see the output here. If I click on that right now, this output is something like this. If I click on horizontal, it will go like this. If I'll go like this vertical, it is shifting. If I uncheck horizontal, this is coming like this. You just see the changes again here. I'll click on the horizontal. So output is like this. If I click on the vertical, output will be like this. So center of the page is automatically done by this. So this is horizontal and vertical. So you can choose according to your requirement what you want to do with this Microsoft Excel printing option. So this is about the margins. So you can set your own margins as well. You have something specific in your mind. You want to make it 2 in all the directions. Let me try this. So I'll make it 2.0 here, 2.0 here. I can make it 2 again here. Footer, let me give it footer as well 2.0. Right direction as well, I'll give 2.0. So this is my output. So I'll get some changes like this. Let me make this time some more margins here. Let me make it 20. Let's see what happens in that case. 20 with everything. So of course, this is a very big margin, but let's try what happens with this. So I'll give it 20 here. Footer as well, I'm giving 20, and then center for everything. Margins do not fit page size. See, Microsoft Excel is too smart to check that what we are doing here.
I click on OK. Let me try something else. Instead of 20, let me try this time maybe 10. Whether 10 is allowed or not. I'll click on 10. I'm coming with the tab here. 10, 10 in every case. 10 again, 10 again, and I'll click on OK. This is the output. Now you just see the number of the pages. 303. We set the margin something like this. I'll come to the next page, see the output. This is the output coming. Now you just see if this fits your application, you can go for this. Otherwise it is wrong. I'll come to the margins here. 2 was working fine, so I'll come as 2 for everything, and then I'll make the changes here. In the header and footer, let me make it 1 again here. So see, if when you're clicking on the footer, the screen is something like this. This arrow, you can see this arrow is here. If you're coming to bottom, so this is the bottom one. From there also you can understand what kind of margins are set here. When I click on left, the scale is here. When I click on right, the scale is here. If I click on top, this scale is here. If I click on header, this is scale is here. So this is the things here that is coming here. Let me make it 1 again. So this is the changes I did here, and horizontal, vertical, whatever output I want to have, I can have that. Let me choose it like that. What we have in the options now, orientation only. We can choose any orientation, and if I click on some advanced here, let's see in the what we have in the advanced. So this is paper size again. Paper size, you can choose it. It is from outside also, and copy count as well. Right now it is 1 copy. You can make changes as, let me make it 5 copies. So it is not changeable from here. You need to change it from the outside, where I'll just show you. I'll click on the cancel. So if I click on OK, this will my default margin. So this is the changes. Now you can see here 9 pages total. So copies you can increase or decrease from here. So it means if I click on this 5, I total have 9. So 9 multiplied by 45, I'll have total 45 pages into the printing. And so each 9 page I'll have the 5 copies. So that is why 9 multiply 5 is equal to 45 pages. I'll get it. So this is with the number of copies. So same margins we have set here. You can set the margins from there also. Last margin setting was top 2 centimeter we did. So this was this last setting we did. And in the normal, this is the setting. Wide we have narrow this. Let me click on the narrow. This will be the setting for the margins. I'll click on the wide. This will be the setting for the wide margins, and narrow is something this. If I click on the custom margins, I'll come back to the same page which I got it before. I could have gone it from this side as well. This time margin you'll get it the same changes if you can make it. So this is with the page. Next comes to the custom scaling. What we have in the scaling, so what we have the option no scaling, fit sheets on one page, fit all columns on one page, fit all rows on one page. So let me go for no scaling. So once I'm doing no scaling, it will print it into the actual size. So this is now total 44 pages. This is my requirement. If I go with this, I can go like that. The other is fit sheet on one page. Let's see that. So this is the output now. This made it like this. Next, fit all columns into one page. This time I am getting some 12 pages. So let's see the output. So this kind of is the output now. 12 pages. So this is the number of columns that comes into one page. Okay. What is the other option now? Fit all rows on one page. So again, this observed output is given. So whether it fits or your requirement, it depends on your data set. How big is your data? Accordingly, you choose the exact printing option here. If I click on custom settings here, this page will appear. Now let's cover this page again. So we have total 4 options available here. One is page, margin, header, footer, and sheet. In the page, we can choose the orientation, portrait, and the landscape. Scaling is to adjust. See, now you have choose the shrinking. This is 10% and you can't make any changes as well. So this is fit to pages wide, one tall. The setting comes by this shrinking. I'll come to adjust. Let me make it now 50% of the normal size. I'll click on OK. So I'll get back my output like this. But again,
this is on first page, some output is coming for very few rows or something like this. This is on the second page. So this I need to change. So this is with the page number as well. I'll go with the page setup again. So then the orientation in the page setup, we have orientation. We can go for portrait or the landscape. It is our requirement. Then in the scaling, we can choose to particular scaling to the normal size. We can go for 100% as well. But it is about our data. If it fits to 60%, 50%, we can go with that. You can go do the fitting to any particular changes also. You'll go to fit to. So you have something like this pages per wide by tall. So this is about the scaling. So you can make the changes from the scaling here. Paper size, we have letter, tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3. Print quality by default is 600 dpi for all the newer system. In the older version, it can be changed. First page number will be auto. In the margins, we can set the margin for the left, top, header, right, bottom, and footer. Center on the page, you can do it here. In the options, you can have the orientation and the portrait. If I'll click on the advanced, this is copy which you want to choose. I'll click on the cancel here, cancel again here, page setup again. Now comes to header and footer. Let's understand the header and footer very carefully now. So header is basically what is shown in the heading of that particular page, and the footer is on the top bottom side. We have already seen it in the margins as well. I'll click on that. So you just see footer is like this, header is like this. So let's come to the header and footer. Now this is header and footer is by default is none. None is selected here, so you can make it changes. Let's come to what options we have. Page one of main data, HP confidential, 2201 page 1, financial sample. These are the some examples what you can choose for. So let's cover one by one. So first is page 1. If I click on this page 1, let me click that only, page 1, and I'll click on OK. And from the scaling part, let me choose no scaling this time. Now on this print preview, can you see this in the header? Page 1 is written. How this page 1 has come up here? I'll go back to next page. This page 2 is coming here. So in the printing as well, you will get this thing. How it is coming? It is coming with the headers. Let me go to the 44 page number. So page 44 is already there. How it is coming? It is coming with the header. Let's try some other header as well. I'll click on the page setup. Click on the header. Let me go for something else now. Page 1 of question mark I am choosing. We will see the output and then we will understand what is happening with this option. I'll click on OK. Now, can you see the difference? Page 44 of 44. So from the total it has told. Page 1, you can actually see here. Now, total you have 44 pages. From those pages, you can actually know how many total pages you have. And this is which part. So this is like of indexing. Let's try any other format of header. Let's see what we have in the third. This is main data. This was the name of the sheet. Name of the sheet, if I'll show it you again, this was the sheet name. So I can print the sheet name as well. Let me go back to the print. In that print, I'll go to page setup, and the page setup, I have the header and footer. So you can choose the header and footer according to your requirement. We'll cover the footer as well. Let's understand what options we have. This is something with the system. This is HP confidential. Let me click that also. Let's understand this. So you'll get see. This is very important. Now this is divided into three forms. HP confidential, this is date, and this is page. I'll come to 44 page. So you'll get our output it like here, HP confidential, date here, 44 here. So if I'll open this system tomorrow and I'll take the printout, this 23rd January will come. I'll click on page setup again, header and footer. In the header and footer, let's try any other option we have. So this was the third option we tried. This is financial sample is the name of the sheet. Okay, this is exact path where this sheet is there. This is main data and page 1. Main data HP confidential and page 1. These are the different combinations we have. Financial sample page 1. Again the path plus the page number is coming. Page number and the name of the sheet, page number and the name of the workbook or name of the Excel sheet, page number, and the path. This is some other name is coming here, prepared by Patrick Brumgard. This sheet was prepared by some guy. This name, so this name is coming here. If I have, I can keep my name as well here. HP confidential. So this is all the basic templates. This is provided by here. Now you can customize as well. Custom header. Now what you want to have it. So this was actually the sample you have chosen here. So let me choose any other sample. Let me go with this. This is the sample here. I'll click on the custom. Now left side, right side, and page selection. So from left side, what I want to have maybe skill link. Okay. In the center, I want the page number only. So I will not change it. In the right selection, I want the path as well. Okay, let me click on OK, and I'll click on OK. So I'll get this output skill link, page number, and this path is big. So that is why it's coming the big size. Let me try anything else also. I'll go back to header. So this time, let me choose something with the date. So this is the date. I'll customize this. Instead of this HP confidential, now I require skill link. And in the center, I have the date. In the right, I have the page. In fact, you can read in the description as well. To format text, select the text and then choose the format text button. To insert a page number, date and time, file path, file name or tab name, position the insertion point in the edit box. How you can do that? So maybe I want page number on this side. So this is for the text. If I click on A, so I can do the changes. Let me make it color maybe red. And I'll click on OK. For before that, let me select this so I can make the changes. Let me make it red again here, and I'll click on this. Now this time this is red. For this also I can make it maybe blue, some version of blue. So this is here. Let me make it with any other style as well, so I can change the changes. You can see the preview here. So seal walk, semi bot, light. So I made it something like this. I can make it strike through. I don't want superscript. I can make it subscript. So this is my choice. Normal font. This, if I uncheck this, I can make the changes here. So I'll go back with some other style. So I selected this. I can change the size as well. I can change the color as well. I'll click on OK. So this is here, date. Similarly, for the page number also, I can make the changes. Let me only change the color here. Rest of the changes you can do with your requirement. Let me change the size as well. I made it 14. This is true type font. The same font will be used on both your printer and your screen. Okay. So I have the output here. Now if click on this, this is for inserting page number. So instead of date, let me delete this. I'll put it like this. This is page number. I clicked on my cursor. I kept my cursor there. And in the center selection, what I did, I actually clicked on the same icon and I got the output like this. Similarly, I want this page number. So page number, insert number of pages. What you can do with this. Insert date, you can do with insert time as well. So let me choose here insert number of pages. We already done here. So let me delete this and let me come to the date. Let me come to the time, and this is file path. Maybe I don't require this time. File name, I don't require this time. Insert sheet name, I don't require this time. Picture, in fact, I can go with the picture also. Let me see if I have something in my system, or maybe from the Bing I can search it. Let me go with the balloons. In the balloons, I am getting maybe this. Let me click on insert. So this picture is already here. Now the other option is format picture. If you want to do some formatting, you can do it here. So this is about changing the size of the picture. You can change the margin, cropping thing, controlling thing. You can do brightness and contrast. You can set, you can compress the picture, alternative text you can give. This all you can do. So what options we have? We will revise this once again. I'll click on OK and let's see the output first. So this picture is so big that footer is overwritten here. I can't see anything. skill link is here, page number is here, date and time is here, and picture is overwritten here. So we need to make the changes with the size of the picture. I'll go back to header, custom header, and then this picture, I'll come to picture format. This height is this, width is this. Let me do the scaling to maybe 10%. 10%. Let's click on OK and OK, OK. So we got something like this. So you can make changes like this. So if I come on this page, this will display will be like this. It is not required if I want to delete it from that picture. I'll go back to custom and I'll click on this picture and delete this. So this time only date and time is there. I'll click on OK. So output will be like this. So header you can decide. Similarly, in the same manner, we can go with the footer as well. Footer works in the same condition. The difference is that I'll show with the margins. So header is here and footer is here. So let's come to the footer now. None for this time. What are in the options? So you can go for the page number, main data. So all those same examples you can have it. So now it is your case what you want to do. You want to have all this output in the header or in the footer or in the both. Maybe you can write skill link in the top in the header and the page number you can give in the bottom. And similar manner, time you can give in the bottom and date you can have in the top. So it is your decision what you want to have in the header and footer. If you don't want to have it in the header and footer, in fact you can go with that also. Otherwise, if you want to have it what you exactly want to have it, it's your choice. So choosing this, maybe for this time I'll click on page 1 and main data, I'll click on OK. So that only you can see the output. So this is the footer thing. So this will be in all the pages. You don't need to do it separately. It will be done by the Microsoft Excel only. I'll come to page setup again in the header and footer. We have other options as well. If I click on that, different odd and even pages, let's understand this. Now you can see that page 33, then it is blank, and then page 35. So this is the output like this, odd and even setup. By clicking on different odd and even pages, if I go for the different first page, in that case I'll come to the first page. So page 1 is not having any number, page 2 is not having number, so page 3 is coming here. So this is the difference here. So it has provided some changes here. So what was in the left, and it has not provided the margins here. So normally we don't do this. So scale with the document, yes, it is allowed. Alignment is allowed. So this is suggestible. If you uncheck this, so it will disturb the scaling and the alignment of the document. So this is about the header and the footer. You can customize the header as well, you can customize the footer as well in the same. So this is for in the footer we are getting some other options as well. In the header also, this is odd page header and even page header, so you can have different page headers also according to the odd numbers and the page numbers. So this again setting is, it is up to you whether you want to do it or not. So this is your choice how you want to customize your headers and footers. So once you click on the sheet, in that sheet, you can select the print area and you can go with the print titles as well. Some other options are there. So this is very advanced. This is not required. In fact, you can have a good printout with all that we have covered till now. And then one more thing, in the view, you have three basically layouts. So now you can see the grid lines as well here. Let me go to the page break preview. You can see the page numbers here. If you click on the page layout, now you see this output. So this will be the form of the pages now. All are into different pages. So this actually you can see how your output will come, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, and similarly it was for total. How many pages? It was for maybe 9 or 10 pages. So the output is coming here. So this is the total output you are getting in the printing area. So this is about page layout, workbook views you can see. If I go to page break preview, so you can see this page 2 is very small here. So let me make the changes here. So what we can do, so total I have 65 rows here. Similarly, or let me make it 100 by 100 set, or what I can do, I can make the changes like for 50 row I have page 1, then for 100 I have another page. So something like this can be done. Or what I can do, let me make it to 80 again. Page 1 is with the 80 again. So let's do it 80, or let me scroll it down. So I'm shifting here. See how your blue line is scrolling up, then your page number is changing up. I will make it 80 for page 1, and 80 multiplied 2 is 160. So similarly, I can make it 80, 160, and all those options, and then 240, and same changes I can make it. And in the page layout, we can cross check it with the data. So same output you will get it. In these all combinations, you can have exact printouts with your laptop, attaching the printer, but that is the condition. So this grid lines are shown here. I'll uncheck it again. See, this is grid line is unchecked here. If I click that, then you can see this grid line. Formula bar. So I can actually uncheck that. So these grid lines are shown here. But for the printing thing, what we need to require, we don't need to do other changes here. Right now, there is no requirement to understand that. For the printing purpose, you need to be aware about the normal view, page break preview, and then page layout, and you can choose it. And by default we work on the normal page. You can see the page break preview with this, and there you can set all the pages here. Page layout is for the all exactly setting how you can see it in the printer format. This is all about printing, and then we can, after dividing into exact number of pages, we can go with the print, and then you can go ahead by printing option after choosing the exact thing what is required for your setup, whether it is printer, whether it is number of copies, whether it is the active sheet or some kind of selection you can do. You want to go for landscape or portrait orientation, you can go with particular set of letter size, and then margins you need to decide what kind of margins is required, and then shrinking of these pages, and most importantly header and footer you can decide. And you can choose the margins, you can choose the orientation, you can choose the scaling from that page setup option as well. And after setting everything, what just you need to do, you just need to do on the print. Let me try on this my system. Right now I have selected this settings, and now my laptop printer is not attached. So by default I'll get the printout. Printer option is for Microsoft Print to PDF. Let me click on that print, and let's see what happens. So it is saving the print output as, you see the save as type .pdf. Let me click on the desktop. Here I am writing the name here, print template, maybe print temp, and I am clicking on save. After clicking on save, you'll get this window. This is already done. Let me come back. So this is a PDF format of whatever settings I did that time. The another option is that if you need to create PDF from your document from Excel to PDF, what you can do, you can click on file, save as, you can give up maybe this financial sample again. From that extension, you need to choose PDF. I'll click on the PDF, and then I'll click on save. Let me save it to some other place. I'll save it to the desktop only, and I'll click on save here. So this you can see publishing. So once this is done, now you can open that sheet. Again, the setting is from the printer only. So whatever setting is from the printer, that setting will be printed here in the PDF format. If I'll go with some other setting with the print, I'll go with maybe landscape orientation, or maybe I'll set it to all columns, or let me do it no scaling this time. No scaling, some 46 pages is there. You just remember that we have total 46 pages there. Now I'm clicking on the print option. This time, let me override this with the same name. Save. Yes, do you want to replace it? Yes, I'll want to replace it. Now printing. Printing is done. This time you are actually getting how many pages? 1 to 4. Why it has happened? Because I selected some 4 pages. Let me show it. Here only I selected 4 pages. That is why it happened. So let me select all 46 pages here, and now I am clicking on the print. This time again I'll replace this document to see what are the changes is done. See, total now it is taking more time because this time I am printing 46 pages. So let me open that document again. See, now total 46 pages we have. This is the output. And if I correct, you can see the header and footer as well. And last time we did the setting for the odd and even number, so that is why I'm getting the output like this. And footer is also there with the mean data. So whatever was the last setting in the printer, that is coming in the PDF. So this is all about printing. After doing the printing, so let's cover the tables now. So what we are going to cover into the tables: table options, table formatting, table references, working with the formulas, and benefits of tables. So introduction to the tables first. So what we are doing with the tables in Microsoft Excel, we are working with the tables only. So why we are saying it table again? So select range of cells and insert table. So what is tables? So let's understand this with the Microsoft Excel by working with the Microsoft Excel only. Before that, you just see the screenshot we have here. Insert tab. From that insert, we are coming with the ribbon tables. So this is where we need to work here. How you have a shortcut here also, control plus T for the tables, enables table design tab. So how this is happening? Here I'll click on open, and then I'll go with folders and go to this week 4, and I have this sheet with me. So this data I already have. So what I'm saying, I want to make it into the tables now. So what I need to do, I'll click on insert. In that insert, I have this option tables. See that same shortcut we were talking about, control plus T, it is also written here. Create a table to organize and analyze related data. Tables makes it easy to sort, filter, and format data within a sheet. So I have the data. Now what I'm doing with this data, this looks like into the form of table only. But now let me give a actual form of the table. How I can do that? I have the data and I'm just keeping my cursor here somewhere in any cell. I'm not selecting anything. Now I have this table. Let me click on that. Now by default, it considered it the complete range. Where is the data for your table? You can change it, of course, but it is your requirement, but it already took it. Let me try it by keeping the cursor somewhere else. Now I'm keeping here and I'll click on the table. This time it is not getting anything. Where is the data for your table? It consider it only M4. This M4. This is not the right. So if I'll click on data, similarly what I am doing here, I'm having something. I'll copy this. This is my data here till 17th row. I'll copy here to increase my number of rows, and in fact I'll increase the number of columns as well. So I'll increase this thing here to see whether it is picking the range automatically or not. Let me make it control V for maybe. Now I have the data till how many rows we have? We have total 23 rows and this till n column. Now I am keeping my cursor somewhere in between to this 1.94. This is H14. Now I am clicking on control plus T, that is the shortcut for making the table. Also picked again, you can see this dotted borders and you can have the range here. Where is the data for your table? My table has the headers. If I uncheck that, that will not consider as the table. If I check it, it will take it, and I'll click on OK. Now once you click this table design is enabled. Before that was not enabled. So this is enables table design tab. Now understand it carefully. By having this a table, now you just see what we have in this table design. We will start from left side. So in the table name, by default it took it the table 1. Let me make it, so I'll write skill link again. Table name is skill link. The syntax for this name is not correct. So now we need to see what should be the correct name. Verify that name starts with a letter or underscore, does not include a space. So this is my mistake. Or a character that is not allowed, does not conflict with an existing name in the workbook. So let me make it skill link without space. Skill link without space. So this is the name. Yes, it's done. I'll come to the table design again. So table name, you can keep it. By default, it was taking it table 1, but now it is skill link because I kept that name. Resize the table. Once I click on the resize the table, that same thing is coming here. So I can select the new data range as well. If I want to have these rows as well, I can have that. Note, the headers must remain in the same row and the resulting table range
must overlap the original table range. Just read it once again so you understand it carefully what it is trying to say. The headers must remain in the same row and the resulting table range must overlap the original table range. I'll click on OK. Come to table design again. So this was about the properties. In the properties, we have three things. Table name, resize the table. So in the resizing, we can choose exact range. So table name and resize. Next ribbon is tools. We can use the summarization with the pivot table. Pivot table we will understand in the later weeks. That time we will do the pivot table. But for now, what you can remember that we can actually use the pivot table as well here. Now removing the duplicates. Let's try that. It is very interesting. You just read the description first. Delete duplicates rows from a sheet. You can pick which column should be checked for duplicate information. So let me try this. I'm removing the duplicate. So which column I need to choose, I can try it from there. What are the column names? Indicator name, January, and this all. I'll select all. Or my data has headers. I'll keep it as a header as well. Otherwise, it will complete as a column name, column C. This is my header only. I can select all. I can unselect all. I can select it all again. Let's do it for only January 19. Okay. I'll click on OK. 6 duplicate values found and removed, 14 unique values remain. So I copied something, you remember. So let me copy it once again so we will see it. So I'm copying it here. Control C and Control V. Let me see the range of the table once again. I'll come to the table design. In that table design, I'm seeing the resizing. So this is getting the complete range. That is okay with me. Now I'll go with the remove duplicates. In this remove duplicate, let me select everything this time. I'll click on OK. 3 duplicate values found, removed, and 16 unique values remain. So we can remove the duplicates with this option. That how we can get it. After table design, we can remove the duplicates. This pivot table we will understand in the later weeks. But for now, we have learned that pivot table option is available right now. Then convert to range. We want to convert the table to a normal range. So we can actually reset our data. But right now, we don't want to do this. So I'll click on OK. Next is slicer. What is slicer? So this is slicer. Let me click that. Once I'll insert the slicer, then you will understand what we can do with the slicers thing. So let me have January and March and maybe April. 3 I am choosing here. January and March and April. I'll click on OK. So this is my slicer now. So I can have the output like this. Whatever the data set was there, I can have it in the slicer. So I can see it for that particular. See, I'm clicking this 77,000. So I can see it like this. Similarly, I click on this, I can see it like this. Same, I can do it for March as well. But before that, I need to uncheck this slicer and then I can come up with everything and then I can see that. So this is slicer. You can see for any particular output you want to see from that. So you can choose that rather than exploring the whole database. You can go with the slicer and there you can shortlist your options and you can go with that. I'll go back. I'll come to the table design. I'll close the slicer. I'm deleting it from here. I deleted it and I am just going back to the data filtration tab to uncheck it. So now I can see the exact data I have. I'll go back to table design. So we covered removing the duplicates. Ranging we will not do. We are not ranging our data for this time. Slicers we understood. And then we have some external table data also. So this way you can actually export the table to a SharePoint. So you can have the external data set as well in your Microsoft Excel by choosing this value, that is export. With this option in this table we can have exported data from any other source. Let's go back to table design again. So we have the next ribbon, table style option. So what we can do it, just see the magic here. So in this option, I can actually have the total row. So if I uncheck this, nothing is happening here. So if I am clicking on that, that time what I'm getting here the sum of these number. Sum of these numbers is provided here with this total row option. And if you
Click on that, you get a filter here, and you can have any other function as well, or you can change the function here also. So how we manage that? Just with a single click, we got a sum of total with us for the profit column, and in that case we are getting here what we have, the values. Similarly, if I uncheck this header row, in that case our header is disappeared. If I click that, that will be seen here. In the total row, what I'll do, I'll have the summation of these my profit. Then I have the branded rows. So right now you can't see anything. It is the different animations or different sizes here. So you can see here. I'll just click on that branded rows again. Now see, this is the branded row. And if I uncheck this, so this will be disappear. So we will have the table design here from the table styles. Then we will understand what will happen with the banded rows. Similarly, if I do banded columns, then we are getting this might of output. If I uncheck this, this is the output. So table styles will be altered based on this option, that is table designs option. This is table style options. This is styling option. So we can have branded rows and the branded columns. In the banded rows, what we have, display banded rows in which even rows are formatted differently from odd rows. This banding can make tables easier to read. Similarly, in the second thing, what I have in the banded column, display banded columns, in which even columns are formatted differently from odd columns. This banding can make tables easier to read. Let's come to the filter button now. If I uncheck this, filtration is gone. What happens with the filter button? So now I can choose here, let's pick something from the indicator name. In that case, now I can uncheck and check the required things. I can go for accounts payable. So I can have the output here, accounts receivable. This is the output here. And then if I want to select everything, I can do that also. So filtration provide me that option. So if you are unchecking something, you're not deleting the data. You're just changing the viewing thing that you can see. If I am selecting one thing, in that case, you'll see only one particular row. And of course, this will match the data accordingly. If it is choosing the data for the fifth row, it will entirely be showing the fifth row only, nothing else. Similarly, what we are doing, we are choosing indicator names accordingly, and with filtration we have the option to do the sorting here. You can sort your data from A to Z, ascending or descending order. You can sort it by color as well. If I want to keep this up and down, I can do that. I can filter it by color as well. I have the text filter as well. So rather than having only this, I can have the multiple criteria here, like equals to, does not equal, begins with, ends with, contains, does not contain, custom filter. All I can have with this indicator name. And then we have some indicators as well here, that is the filtration thing I have. Then in the January 19, February 19, March 19, April 19, May 19, these are all columns I have here. So we can do this all magic by the filtration. So how we can uncheck this? Let me just click on that. So filtration is gone. If I click on that, I'll get the filter button. And in the filtration option we are getting the option to sort the data. It may be in the ascending order. We can have sorting in the descending order as well. We can do the sorting by color as well. Filtration we can do by color. Then we have the option to text filter. In the text filter, we have the choices for the equal text, does not equal text, begins with, ends with, contains, does not contain, and we can customize it also. If I click on the custom filter, so I have here option. Indicator name is the column name here. So I can choose anything from there and I can put it the values here. I can provide the values here, accounts payable, accounts cash, or some other things I am getting here. Similarly for this, in fact, you can apply into a logical format also. We will study what is logical format, what is logics. Right now you can understand this is based on the conditions, and it is actually combining the results of, if you have studied about and or not gate, same logical presentation is coming here. So you can use and or. We'll understand again the difference with the example as well. So this is auto filter thing. So it is your choice. You want to pick something from the selection or unselection, or you want to proceed with the text filtration thing. So you can do the sorting, you can sort the according to the color, and in fact you can have the filter it by color as well, text filter as well. So I can choose any 5, any 4, any 3. So this depends on me what I want to do with this. So what we have studied till now, we have covered the table name, we have learnt about resizing the table. We can alter the range provided to the table. We can change the name of the table anywhere, anytime we want to do. Then in the summarization, we have the option for the pivot table. How we can use the pivot table, we can have it. For now, I can just give you a look for that. So if we click with the summarization with the pivot table, it will ask me where you want to keep that worksheet. Let me keep it in the new worksheet, and here I'll get some these filters. So this is for the summarization, and we have different options here to go and actually select which fields you want to insert in the pivot. So this is your choice. This we will cover in the upcoming weeks. Right now I'm just deleting it, and I'll come to my master sheet, and again we will go to the table design. In that we have covered the properties, we have covered the tools ribbon. Then we know about that we can actually export the data from the external sources as well into our Excel. And in the tools we learned about, we can remove the duplicates as well. Slicer is a very good thing when you want to show your results here. Then you can convert your data into a particular range as well. That is depends on your requirement whether you want to do it or not. Then in the styling option, we have these check and check boxes. So according to your requirement, you can choose the particular choice and you can go ahead. So first is header row. So you can see the column heading. If you uncheck that, column heading will be disappear. You want to see the total of the row, like I want to calculate sum for everything in the last row. So I can have it with the total row option. So I can provide another formula as well. By default, it will provide me total sum. It will provide me, I can choose average, I can go for count, I can go for any other function. As we can see here, average, count numbers, max, minimum, sum, standard deviation, variation, more functions we can choose here. If I click on the more function, I'll get the option to select any other function as well. So I can choose it according to my requirement. So once this is done, then we can go with the filter button as well. Banded rows and banded columns is for the styling purpose. We will cover what we have in the styling. Then let's come to this last column. So if I see this, if it is considering it as a last column, in that case it is providing us in bold text. So how it is done? Just by a click. So I can have a super look with my table with all these styling. Now I have some more stylings with me. Now see, I have kept my cursor here only and I am not doing anything else. If I click on this, nothing has happened. If I'll come to this, no changes are appearing here. I'll go to something else as well. Let me try this one. Nothing is happening here. Let me select my table now. And if I click on something like this table style, let's consider it this. So this changes are not appeared here. So we will see why these changes are not appeared here. Before that, let me remove the existing filters first, and then let me have this output in a normal form. So I'll go to my home and I'll have the, maybe I'm selecting the Times New Roman and doing it text size as 12, and then I'm making it not italic, not bold. Now this is my output. When I'll come to borders, I'll clear all the borders, no border. I'll come to colors, so I don't want to fill anything, no fill here, and I'll make it black color as well. Still I am getting some colors here. So how I am getting it? How I need to remove this? So first we need to remove the formatting done before. So we need to check it here whether we have something in the conditional formatting. In fact, this clear formatting is also not working here. So let me try something else here. I am going back to my table design and then let me click something. So I'll go start from this. So this is not giving me any kind of a border or something. I'll go to another. Now you just see the changes here. What is happening here? This column name is now bold and I'm getting some kind of a borders in the header and in the last row, and in fact even this is also bold. So I have not made any changes, just I picked up with a table design, and from that table design property I am having this option. I'll go to third one. Same, some color changed, color change, color change, color changed, and this basic style is same. I'll go to this also. So now I'm not clicking it, I'm just hovering it, and you can see white table style 7, and same preview you can see here. I'll go to this. Now you can see the changes here very well. Similarly, this is now about the color changes, but the style is same. Now this is complete border now, same with a different color. You easily can see the changes here. This was a light kind of table design. Now I have the medium one. So medium one is done here, and then here, here as well. So you can see the output. So you can pick up the table design according to your requirement, which suits to your application and which is good to communicate, that you can choose here. Now see, I am choosing something like this and then I am clicking on banded columns. So this will be banded columns. If I uncheck this and I'll click on banded rows, so you'll get banded rows like this. So if I'll go for some other color, so similarly same bending thing I can get with that. Let me uncheck this. Then I have other options as well, and then dark. And you can clear it by clearing this thing. You can clear it by clearing this thing, and you can go for another also. And in fact, you can have the new table style as well. So this is a table style. You can name it. Let me make it skill link. So in my organization, I want to have same kind of style to use everywhere. So for whole table you want to apply something, for first column you want to apply second column, similarly first row, second row, last column, first header. So these options you have. Let me pick something for maybe whole table. Now I want to choose. I'll not go like this. I'll go to the format and the border. What I want a border. Let me have the border of blue color, and from that styling what I'll pick this border I have chosen, and then I can go with the outline. This is the outline and this is the style, and from that outline I'll go back to this fill. In that fill I want some light color to fill, so this is the sample. If you want some pattern in the color, you can have the pattern as well. Pattern style, I'll go for this. So this kind of a pattern you will get. Let me make it for the red color, then you can easily see it. That pattern is visible now. Let me go something like this. So this is the pattern here. If I'll do this, my table will not be visible, so I'll go with the dotted one. This is the style now. So border we decided, filling we decided. Now comes to the font. In the font color, let me take it black only. Let me make it bold, and I want to make it bold italic, and an underline, no, I don't want to underline. This is done this time. And size, I cannot change it. Size I need to do it from my dataset only. I click on the OK, and then I'll click on OK. So once this is done, what I can do, I can go back to table design. See, now I have four categories. In the four categories, what I have one category as light, the another category as medium, and the third category is a dark, and fourth category is custom, and where I can have my own style. You can see the name here, skill link is written, so you can use that style as well. So once like you have worked on some customization of a particular thing of or a particular designing part for the table, and the same you can use for other also. You can save into your Microsoft Excel, and then you can actually use it anytime. In fact, I can go for the banded rows as here and banded columns as well here, but because of the background it is not visible. Banding is very light. I can have the filter button here, I can have the first column here, and everything is already bold, so it is not visible. Those results are overwritten now. So we have these options in the table design, and if I need to make it clear, I can go with the clear and I can delete it. Filtration I have to remove. I can remove the filtration by this. I need to choose any other table design. I can choose it here. This look very nice. This all the information is in the bolded form and the color form, and the total you can have it here. In fact, if you want to do some calculation here, you can have it here also. So I want here maybe the sum again. Sum you need. Similarly, I can have sum here as well. I can choose sum here as well. If you want to choose any other function, you can choose it. It is your choice. For right now in my application, for all the columns, I am selecting the sum only. But what it is doing, what it considering, so whatever the data it has, it is making it. See, you can see the total as well, subtotal, and this, and accordingly you're getting the value here. Similarly, I'll click on that also. I'll click on sum. I'll go again sum, and for the last two columns as well, I am making it sum. And this is the total already I have. So now this table design looks very nice. Now I have my data, and by making the table I have some other options as well. We have the slicer option. If I click on that, reiterate that, I'll pick for maybe indicator name, and I'll click on OK. And with that slicer, I can actually have whatever I want to choose here. I can choose. So I can go with like this. I can go with like this. So I can choose it whatever I want to choose. So before that, what was selected? I need to uncheck that. So by clicking on that, you can have everything in clear. Filtration is shortcut is Alt plus C. If you want to choose something, you can. Otherwise, I can go back. In fact, you can choose multiple options as well here. It is your choice, multi-select. So you need to enable multi-select. I'll go to this. So you're basically unchecking the things that is not required. So this is with the slicer. In the slicer also we have the designs also. See, the slicer is design is also enabled with that. So you can keep slicer's caption here. So let me keep here column, or maybe I can keep the heading first. See, now this heading first will be appeared on the top. Similarly, we have some other options also. We can choose some design. You want to go for a light theme, you want to go for a dark theme, or you want to have your own new slicer style. You can choose it from here. And then in here you have the selection pane option. So you get something like this. This is a drop down list. If you want to go with the drop down list, you can go it like that. So whatever you want to choose, you can choose it from there. It is the selection option there. So normally that is not required. You can go for the alignment also. If I do snap to grid, so this is by default. In fact, I can go with the grid lines as well. Now in this case, you will not see the grid lines. So your slicer is shown here. If I have the grid lines, I can see it like. And if I do snap to shape, this is already snap to shape. It's in the same shape. I can make the changes here. You can have the number of columns. If you want to increase, you can have it like this. If I increase this will be the here. And similarly, you can choose other things as well. Let me add one more slicer here. I'll go back to my table design. This is my table design. I'm inserting the slicer as well. This time I'm choosing multiple. This is April 19 and May 19. So you'll get it something like this. Now you have the scroll bar here as well. So here you do two columns. Now you can see it. I have this is for with the one column. This is with the two columns. So you can see the output in this manner. I can delete it by selecting it and clicking on delete button. Similarly, I'm doing here also. So this was the option available with the slicer. Then I'll go with the table design. After doing the slicer, we have the option to export the data from the external sources. Yes, we can do it with Microsoft Excel's option. Then we have the option with the table design, that is header row, total row, first column, last column, filter button. We can choose different things between the table design. So this is our requirement, what we want to choose it from here, what I want to do with this. So this is my requirement. So we covered insertion the table. Yes, we are done with that. Control plus T, and that enables the table design tab. In table options, we have covered the table name. We can resize it. This was the same option. Then we applied the tools. Summarization we understood, removing the duplicates. We know how to convert into the range. We know about the insertion, the slicer. Then we can use the external table data as well. Then we have table style options and table styles. Let's do something about the table reference. What other benefits would have the table references? What we can do, this is different from the cell range. So if you want to have something as a column name, let's try this. So what I'm trying, I'm writing here something equals to, I need to write a square bracket at the rate. Now I'll write the column. My column name is profit. Profit is the last column, and then I close the square bracket. So once this click is done, you are actually copying the last column's value to the another column. So how you made it? You did it with just the single click. I'll just delete everything. Let me delete the complete O column. I'm writing here equals to square bracket at the rate and the name of column. This time let's try something else. Let's try Jan 19 and I'll close this square bracket. There's some error here with the column name as it was a date or something. So that is why it is not taking here. Let me change it to something else. Let me change this Jan 19's column name because there is a error in the format of the date. So let me change it to maybe Q1 or I'll do Q1. Let me try this now. This should not be having a space. So this is Q1 now, Q1 without space. So I'll do it here equals to square bracket start at the rate and the column's name is QUAR1 and I'm closing that square bracket. Now I'm getting this. So this last column is having the functionality. So it has copied the content of this column QUAR1 2 into this column and by default it got all the properties of that same table style that I provided. And it got a column name as well. I can change it. Of course, I can do it. This is my requirement. So I can copy it with a single reference and that reference, how we are doing that reference? We are providing that reference by writing at the rate column name. So you can see it here as well. So this is equals to square bracket starts at the rate and the column name and then we are closing the square bracket. Then there is another thing we can do it. We can have it for a complete column as well. So this time I don't need to write at the rate anything. I just can directly start equals to and square bracket and the name of the column. Let me try with the profit as well. So it will return me the complete range. This complete range is selected here. Let me make some changes here. So this is giving me error because spill range in this table or maybe let me try in the order as it is giving me multiple values. That is why it is not displayed here because it is with a multiple columns. So we can have that range accordingly and it was calculated here with the area. So it has not been done here but we can have the reference here. So let me try once it again. So now you can see here, let me choose Qua1. I click on that. Now this is having this value. Now if I click on that, so I'll get like this value. So if I scroll it down, I'll get it column 2. So this is up to you what you want to have this value. So you can have the range with the table references and the different ways to give the range is you can have the column name with the at the rate or you can have it without at the rate. So this is your requirement how you want to do it. So we have worked with the formulas as well as we can see in the last row it is provided. So when we work with the formula, table formulas applies to complete set. So whenever you are applying any formula, it will apply to a complete set. And table name, how it will come, you can see it here. Table name at the rate column name for referencing table cells outside the table area can be used. And how we can give the table name. So this is the table name. You can see it here, sale and then all for referencing entire table outside the table area. So if you want to reference your table outside the area, In that case, what you can use table name. So like my table name is week 4. So I can write here week 4 square bracket starts at the rate and that particular column name. Suppose I want to give sale here. So I can write here. Similarly, I'll have in the another case the table name. That table name is week 4 again and the add hash I can use. So this is for the references. Benefits of using tables. Easily formatted. So we have different table style options available with us. So we can choose between those styles and we can go for any particular formatting. Use slicer along with the filter. So we can use the slicers as well. With the filtration, we learnt about the slicing and filtration here. It auto expand. If we are adding the data, range will be automatically added. If we are deleting the data, range will be automatically decreased. Table formulas are allowed to do here. Auto apply formulas are here. Create dynamic charts, so you can make the dynamic charts as well. So in this week, what we have covered? We have covered how we can use the Excel template. So we tried different templates using into Excel. We tried how we can make our own template as and how we can save it. We can click on save as and choose the appropriate extension for Excel template, and we can choose that, and later on we can use it for our own reference. Especially we learnt about how we can do the printing part with our system, how we can print our Excel data, whether it is a small data set or is a large data set. Then we learnt about the scaling and the margins option. We learnt about the page setup option. Then we learnt about how we can make the tables into Microsoft Excel, how we can rename it, how we can have the options available with slicer and insertion, and we can actually use the filtration here. For the filtration, we have the sorting option available. We can sort the data according to ascending and the descending order. We can sort the data according to a particular color. We have the filtration option based on text also. So we can choose options like equals to, not equals to, contains, does not contain, depending on our requirement. We learnt about removing the duplicates as well. We learnt about how we can choose different styles for our table. In this way, we can have a full-fledged table with our data, and there are different styles or different ways to reference the data as well. So we can use table name and as the column name into square bracket to reference the table, and we can actually refer that data outside the area of table as well. This was all for this week. Thank you. See you at the next week. Hello, welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are in week 5, and what we are going to do in this week, we are covering here conditional and other functions, and believe you in me that this is going to be a very interesting week and you are going to learn very basic and very useful formulas that is required for the data analysis purpose. So what we did in the last session, last week we learned about how to use Excel templates, how we can create our own custom template by using the save as option and choosing a different extension, that is Excel template for that. And we have covered all the printing options, how we can set up in the page, how we can do the page break view, how we can have a look on the page layout, how we can choose the number of copies and other so many things, including header and footer. We learned about giving the scaling and the margins to our page setup. We learned about Microsoft Excel, tables and their benefits. So table of contents for this week, what we are going to cover, we are going to do conditional functions, and we will understand function if, we'll understand sum if s, we'll understand count if, we'll use and or, and we will use these two functions with if only, which we covered here. This comes into the category conditional functions. We will cover if error as well. And some other functions that we are going to cover in this week are column and row, and then we will do text function, we will do left, right and mid function, then we will understand length and concat function, we will do trim, proper and find function. Learning objectives for this week, at the end of the session you'll be able to apply conditional functions in your data. You can use nested functions for complex calculations. We can learn common and text functions. We will understand use cases of above formulas. So let's start with the conditional functions now. So first function we are going to cover, that is if. So now just see it carefully. This is a function, and how we can give the function. We learned this in the sum, average, and the count. We can write equals to, and then we will start writing the function name. This is already defined, and this keyword we can use it here, and after parenthesis we can give our arguments to this function, the values which is required for this function. So if can have three values. The first value is the logical test. So here you need to put the condition that you want to compare. The second value is, so if that condition is true, in that case this will be printed. This is the second value. In case that condition is a false, so in that case we will have the false value. So how it works, the if function is one of the most popular functions in Microsoft Excel, and it allows you to make logical comparisons between a value and what you expect. So one example is that equals to, if A3 is a cell value is greater than 500, then you will print 500, then you will print high. In case of value is false, then you will print low. Let's try that, then we will understand more about this. So I'll open my week 4 sheet only. So let me open that. I'll open with Microsoft Excel. So I'm opening the same sheet here, which we did in the last week. Let me rename it with week 5. So we are working here. So I'll do save as. So in fact, you can learn that also. So I'll be saving it into my PC. I'll go to a path here. So let me choose week 5 here, and I'll be writing the name maybe week 5 only for this Excel workbook. So this is save as we are doing. Now I have the data. So what I want to do, let me have this value here. Let me make this more result oriented. So what I'll do, I'll write here maybe 45,000, and let me make it 175,000. This 15,000 is fine, and let me make it again 15,000. This I'll make 3,000. This I'll make 4,000. This I'll make 5,000. This I'll make 7,000, and this I'll make 9,000. Okay, so let me do some calculation here. So I'll keep my this case for the formulas. This row is for the formula. So whatever formulas we are practicing, we will practice on this data set, so that we can see the output, how it is working. So if, let's come back to the syntax for that. If is taking three arguments, that is, one is logical test, second is value if true, and third is value if false. So let me write here equals to if. So now you can see here, checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So it is clear from here. Let me give that condition now. The condition should be, so what I'll do, if in case, or what we can do, let's try it for other fields as well. So I made some formula column here. Now I'll try my formulas here. So if I'll have this value, this is now, what is this value name? This is coming with the column. We learned here, this is already a table here. So if that is equal to, what is that? This table is equal to, or maybe let's do it, if this table is this value is greater than 80,000. I'm giving it here 80,000. This is my condition. Then I'm clicking on comma. So once, see, this time I'm writing logical test. This is highlighted. This is bold. When I click on comma, so it will consider I am providing the second value. In that case, I am writing here maybe high only. And once this is done, I'll write comma. So now see, value if false is highlighted. It is in the bold form. Then I'll write low it again. And then once this thing is done, I'll be closing the parenthesis. I'll click on enter. So now you can see here. You see? So this was the benefit of using formula, that functions are automatically applied here. Let me try the same thing. I'm trying here something else. This time this is not a table. So what I will be doing now, my formula will be, I'll be writing if, this time this is not a table, if, and I'll be giving condition. This is my condition E24. is equal, or let's make it greater than 80,000, and first value for the true is high, and for low the value is in the case of the false. I'll close this parenthesis and you can see it low. Now this is not auto applied. I'll click on that and get the values. So this is auto applied here. So this is the benefit of using tables. This we covered last week and we are practicing it here now. Now you seen the formulas. So formula you understood now. So we have the condition. Let me click on the formulas so you can see the formulas as well. Show formulas. Now you can see the formula here. So formula is basically what we have. We have three parameters in the if. The first one is the condition, which condition you want to check. If that condition is true, then it will print the second value. If that condition is false, in that case, it will print the third value. So this is the case of the conditional testing or conditional checking that we can do with the if. You can just read the definition once again. The if function is one of the most popular functions in Microsoft Excel. It allows you to make logical comparisons between a value and what you expect. And I'll go back. So let's try with any numerical data as well. So I'll apply here only. So I'll be clicking on show formulas once again so that we can see the values. I'll put here if again. In that case, now again I'll provide the condition with the E24 only. E24 is this value you can see here. E column and 24th row. I'll just delete that. Equals to now if formula is E24 greater than 80,000, in that case value should be 100. If it is false, in that case the value should be 50. I'll click on that. So this is the answer, my 50. So let me drag it to other areas as well. So this time I'm getting a number that is 50, 100 and 100 and 50 for other cases. So this is same as high as low as well. So this value is greater than 175,000 and 150,000. So what if I'll make it equals to as well? So let me do these changes for everything here. So let me do first changes here. So I'm making equating basically greater than equal to. Now I'll just click on that. In that case, for the 80,000 as well, we are getting this value. So similarly, if I do the changes here, I'll write equals to. In that case, again I'll make changes. So we are getting 3 highs and rest are the lows. Similarly, if I make the changes here, I can mark the changes as well. So I'll do equals to as well. So I have 3 highs now. And similarly, we can have a numerical value here as well. Let's try it into the table. So I have if condition is, let's try a different condition this time. If, let me write here formula only, and that if it is low. So this time we are checking this formula again. We are putting a formula to formula now. If formula is equal to low, not to forget we are putting here every time the double quotes, not the single quotes. Single quotes it will not work. If this is low, then print 0. If it is false, then we will print 1. This is depending on that. You're getting all the values here. So what we have done with the formulas, you can just go through it again. Let me click on the formulas tab again. So you can see the formula here. Formula is like we are checking this column for the low value. If the value is low, in that case value should be printed 0. If it is not low, then it should be printed 1. So you can actually compare the result with this if thing. So we have two different conditions here, whether you want to do this or do that. So you can choose it according to your requirement. In such cases, we use this conditional statement, the conditional formula, that is if. Next is nested if. So what is nested if? So in case of now this value if true and value if false, if you can put any other condition as well. So let me elaborate it more. So in that case, what we are doing, we are talking about multiple ifs. We are talking about multiple ifs. So we should have multiple if with us. So in that case, so we are putting if inside if. So we can have, so this is optional. This is according to requirement. If you want to have this, in that case, you can do this. So if this condition is true, it will run it something else again. So in that case, whatever true value is considered from there, that will be printed. Otherwise, if it is false, if this condition, this logical test is fail and that condition is false, in that case, what you will have? You will have the resultant of this if function, and that will be dependent on the logical test. So it is conditional and it is nested now. So this is depending on further conditions as well. That is why it is known as nested if. Let's understand it with example, only that we will get the clear implementation for that. Now let's decide some other conditions now. So what we will do, I'll come back formula, I'll disable the formulas. Now this time let's try it with the table again. I'm be inserting one more column now. So let's have the multiple conditions here. This time let's write formula. I'll be writing here in column 32. So let me make it formula again, and this column name is formula. So I'll be deleting this and I'll be making it formula only. I'll be deleting this also. So now I should have multiple conditions here. So what I'll be writing, we need to associate multiple columns here. We need to associate multiple columns here. So what I'll be writing here, let me write a condition first. So if, and the what condition we are providing here, let's use the same condition. The condition was this should be greater than 80,000. So this was the condition. Now we talked about like we are using another value here, and this time again we are using a if function. So let me take it into a parenthesis. I'll be writing if again. In this if, I'm giving the condition that if the value is equal to quick ratio, I'll do. If the value is equal to same value, we will be checking if this value is equal to income. I'll write income here. So if it is true, so I'll be giving the answer as income. Okay. And in the false case, I'll be writing, or maybe what I can print 1 and 0. Even that is correct. So this is, I'm closing another if. So you just understand it again. What I have done, I have three things here. So first is we are giving a if condition. If condition is here. In that if we are giving first condition. If that condition is true, in that case, for that true, we are writing again one more if. In that if I am providing, now you just ignore the first if and you concentrate on the second if. You just complete the second if first. So the second if is saying if this condition is true, then 1 or 0 should be printed. Now whenever you are doing this kind of nesting, please make sure that you're closing all the started parentheses. Now you see here, this parenthesis is started here and it is closed, so it is good to go. Now I'll come to the third condition. The third condition says that I should have another if now. So let me take another if. Now I'll be writing one more with one more parenthesis. Now this condition is, I'll take if again. In that I'm giving maybe for that this value should be equal to maybe quick ratio, and if it is true, then it should be printed 100. Otherwise it should be printed 150. So I have given two cases here. I'll close this also. So once this is closed, I'll close the main if as well. Main if as well. So once that is done, then I'll click on enter. The formula is missing an opening or closing parenthesis. Now this is, we need to check the parenthesis now. Which parenthesis is missing here? So let's see that if is here, it is started here. So this is for the column cell value into a table. So this is closed here. Is this condition is perfectly fine. And in the comma, we are starting a second if. Now you can see here, we have missed a if here. So now this if has been started. This was the condition here. So let me complete this first. I'll be closing one more here. Now you can see if this is closed here, in that case if this parenthesis is closed here for inside one and this is for the starting one, that is closed here, income and 10, then we will go to 2 is started here. And how many we are closing? We are closing 2, but we need to close one more. Now this is the black one. Yes, it worked. It worked and we got the result for all the values here. So we checked all the conditions here. So you just go through the formula once again and just revise it again so that you can understand what actually we did with the nested if. It is initially you will find it complex, but believe you in me, it is very simple. Just we did the nesting. I'll just extend the content so that you can easily see the formula. Let me wrap the text. Wrapping allows us to see the formula, but this is the formula here. Now you can see it completely. This is the formula. You just see it here. I have the condition here, what we did. So first we have checked for, this is, we are doing nested if. In the nested if, in the case of the true and false as well, we have another if, and so we will complete the inside ifs first and then we will completing the outer if. So if I'll come to the formula for that, or I'll come for a diagram, what we are doing here, let's understand this with the flow chart. What is happening in the case of nested if? Whenever we are doing the functions and we're nesting, we need to make sure about the hierarchy of the if or the any other function. So we have one if function, that is, let me increase the size. This is the if. Inside that if, we have one more. Inside if, what we have three things. What are those things? These things are condition, true, case in the case of true, and then case of the false. So in the condition, we are checking the condition. We are giving the condition. And that condition is, what is that condition? Value should be greater than 80,000. This is the condition. Now in case of true as well, we are having another if. So that if, again we will come to the same part. In that same part, we should have condition. Now we are talking about inner if, and then we should have something into true and something into false. Again we had two conditions here, and condition was, for the inner if, we had that value should be equal to income. So this is our condition. In case of, this is our condition, let me put it into the condition. This is the condition for the second if. In case of true, what we are printing? We are printing 1. In case of false, we are printing 0. Now again we are coming to false. In this false also, we are having another condition. So this, I'll make it a colored one so that you will understand. This is the inner if. So inner if is this inner if, we are done already. For the false also, we have another if. In that if, what we are doing, we again, for the if, we have three things. Number one is the condition. Then we have the true and the false things. What condition we are checking? The condition we are checking, the value should be equal to quick ratio. And in case of true, it is printing 100. In case of false, it is printing 150. This we did with this formula, and now you can see the inner ifs. This will be running only in the case of the condition dependent on, let me make it any other color so that you can see it. So this will be working on depending on this condition. If this condition is true, then this if inside if will be working. If this condition is false, in that case this inside if will work. And how you will be getting value? The value for the true or false with this condition will be work. So this is the case of the nested if. In this case, you can actually implement the complex equations, and this is not very difficult. What you need to do, you just need to divide your work into the different modules, and then you can actually implement the complex formulas as well. You'll be getting this sheet, so you just go through this. You'll be easily understandable by all of you. After nested if function, we have some similar functions to this, that is if s, if error, is error, and not. So what we can do with this, the first function is if s. If s function. So if s function is used for multiple conditions. Now if we have the multiple criteria, how we can do that? In that case, what we can do, this is just one example written here. In that example, what we can do, so we have two, in fact more than two conditions. Now you just see here, this is the one condition, and in that condition, if this true, it will be printed. If this is true, this will be printed. If this will be true, this will be printed. Let me make it more clear to you so you can see that and understand. So in this case, let me use a pencil, or maybe I can go with the any other thing, you'll go with the shape. Let's see this with the arrow. So now you can understand this. I'll be moving this. So this is one condition. This is one condition. In that first condition, let me come to this. So this is first condition. F2 is equal to 1, then D2 will be printed. If F2 is equal to 2, then D3 will be printed. If we will read it about again, if F2 is equal to 3, D4 will be printed. If F2 is equal to 4, D5 will be printed. If F2 is equal to 5, D6 will be printed. If F2 is equal to 6, D7 will be printed. If F2 is equal to 7, D8 will be printed. Let's run that and understand. Don't worry about the things. This is very easy to do. Whenever you practice, you can easily make it. So for doing that, let's have a data set first. So we will be checking this with a value only. So this time again we have the multiple condition. I'll be removing this. I'll come to show formulas, formula, and then click on show formulas. We can have the easily value here. Here what I'm doing in the formula, I'm going back and I'm deleting everything, all the functions that is applied, that has been applied here from the table. And let's apply new formula now with the if-s. If-s is new function. Let's read about the description as well. Equals to, I'll be writing if-s. So what we can do with this function, checks whether one or more conditions are met and returns a value corresponding to the first true condition. So whatever is the first true condition, that will be executed. So the condition is now, if this value is equal to 10,000, let me make it 100 only. We'll be changing this value so that we can have the result. In that case, I'll be printing 1. Now another condition is, if this value is equal to 200. In that case, I'll be printing 2. Third condition again, this value is equal to 300, then I'll be printing 3. Again, another function, another condition, if this value is equal to 400, then I'll be printing 4, comma, again, if this value is equal to 500, I'll be printing 5. After this, I'll be closing this. There is some error because this value is different and nothing is provided for a negation. What will happen in that case? So I'll be writing here 100 first. Now see, in the case of 100, you got the value. Now I'll be removing this error, ignoring the error. Now you can see it 100. Let me make it, we provided the value still 500. So let me make it something like this. 100, 200, 300. Let me make it 300 again. 400, 500, and let me do 500 again, 500, 400, 300, and then 200. So my values are according to my formula only this time. So we can have a different data set as well. I'll put 100 here. Now I'll be dragging it down. Let me do it again. I'll be having the formula. This is the value. I got it by this one. So we got a different formula which we applied at the latest dates. Don't worry. So we can do it again. So this is if s, and I'll be giving value here, is equal to 100, then print 1. If this value is equal to 200, then print 2. If this value is equal to 300, in that case print 3. If this value is equal to 400, then print 4, and equals to, if this value is equal to 500, in that case print 5. I'll be closing the if and clicking on 1. So same we can do for other values also, and we got the results for this. So in this case, the problem with if else is that no else is provided. If that condition is false, in that case what will happen? A error will come. Suppose I am writing here something that is out of range, that is 6000. In that case, I'll be getting this kind of a result, and that is an error, and that should be avoided. So we'll be learning how to avoid that kind of error as well. So this is the problem with the if-else function. So I'll just read the description once again. Check whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So this was for the if, and when we are doing for if-else, so for the if-else we have, it checks whether one or more conditions are met and returns a value corresponding to the first true condition and nothing has been given for the false, and that is why it is giving an error. And whenever we are doing, we can provide multiple conditions here. The set belongs to first condition, then first output, second condition, second output, third condition, third output, fourth condition, fourth output. So whatever is true first, that will be printed. It will ignore the rest of the formula. So this is the working of the if-else function. Next we have the if error. So what we can do with the if error? If error actually avoids the error. So if their error is provided, what it will print? It will print the value given here. So in this case, when we divide a number with a 0, in that case that is an error. So if it is an error, it can be replaced by 0 rather than having a something error. So let's try that if error first. Now in the same case we can apply. So this is a function. What I'll do, I'll click on that. Or maybe before doing this, let's understand something else. I'll be inserting one more column here. Now here I am dividing. Let me divide 1500 divide by 0. That is an error basically. So in that case, I'll be getting this kind of error. So to avoid this error, what I can do, I can write if error a condition. So if there is a error, there is a condition. In that case, what you can print? Maybe I can print error here, or maybe you can print something else as well. So if I click that, I got the error, and this is not an error. Similarly, I'll do with this if else also. I'll write if error. Let me make it capitalize for easy understanding. I'll be writing if error and starting one parenthesis here and closing it here and then clicking on here. Something again missing, so I did something with the formula. Oh yes, and after that I need to apply if it is an error. In that case, what should be the answer? It should print maybe error here, and then see, now you can have the error rather than having a any. You can have the error value here. Similarly, for this you can give something else as well. Like instead of this, you want to return the same value. You want to return same value 1500 only, so you'll get the 1500. And in fact, you can have any other value as well. I can write here maybe please enter different value, so that user can be aware about what is the error here. What is the error here? Let's try here. Like in this column, user is having the values here. So now I'll be writing here 100, and if error column is, and in that case 1 should be the first number, and here I am writing what should be divided by. Now it should be divisible by 2. In that case of 0, I'll be writing 2 and enter. So this is 50. It is 50 here calculated. If I enter 0, in that case I'll get please enter different value. You can play with it that, like let me make another things here. So I'm entering 500 divided by 2. This will work fine. 1000 divided by 5. It will work fine. I'll write 10,000 or some 1 lakh by 6. It will perfectly work fine. 123 divided by 1234. It will work fine. I'll write 4321 divided by 1234. This will work fine. In case I am dividing it with by 0, it will give me this answer. Please enter a different value. So how this happened? It happened with which function? It happened with if error. So this if error is actually checking the errors and accordingly giving us the results. So if error is done here. After if error is another value, another function to get the errors check. How we can check these errors? So is error is, so it will return true if A1 contains an error. So this works in the similar way of is error, but it will take only one argument, that is I function, that is our any other value. If it is an error, in that case it will return true. So it is to check the errors. So in that case, let me make the changes here only. So instead of if error, I'm using now is error, and it takes only the first value, only the first argument. So I'll be removing this and closing this. Now see true and false. So this was an error because we divided it by 0. Other things was not an error, so that is the false. In that case also you can actually catch the errors. So difference between if error and is error. Let's read the description for if error first. If error is returns value if error, if expression is an error, and the value of the expression itself otherwise. In case of is error, what we have checks whether a value is an error and returns true or false. So if I see the arguments that are allowed with is error is only single argument, that is value. Whether you provide a value, whether you pass it to a different function's return. If we talk about if error, what we have with the if error, it takes how many arguments? It takes two arguments, that is value, and then if it is an error, in that case what you need to print. So this is the difference between if error and is error. Errors can be checked at n/8. Well, if you are getting an error, in that case what kind of result you will get? You'll get the result something like this: value, exclamation sign, reference, division by 0, num, name, or null. This kind of error you can be get, and these can be checked by if error or is error. Next function is a not function. What happens with the not function? Not function actually returns the value of the in the negation. So if true is coming, it will return as false. If false is coming, it will be returning as true. So let's try this not function with is error only. So this is providing us true. Let me use one more function this time. I'm using not at the outer side and then starting a parenthesis and closing it. So it was a true value. Now it will be giving me false. So this is doing the opposite part for this. So how many arguments it take? Let me see the description first. So the descriptions is changes false to true and or true to false. So if it is true, it will be make it to false and false to true. How many arguments it take? It takes only one single argument. So we passed it to another function. So in same way we got that. So in fact, what you can do, you can write not, and the value is, let me write true. In that case, I'll be getting false. If I'll be writing not, and then I'll be writing, in that case we wrote true, now I'll be writing false. It takes only logical value and then we'll be getting true. So this is the working of not function. Similarly, this with the or and we will cover in the next 2-3 slides. Let's just revise what we have done till now. We started about the conditional function. The first function we covered, it is the if function. So if function is one of the most popular function in Excel and allows you to make logical comparisons between a value and what you expect. So it takes three arguments. One is the condition, second argument is for the true, and third argument is for the false. So if the condition is true, second value will be printed. If the condition is false, third value will be printed. You can use it in the nesting as well. So how many nesting you want to do, in which category, it is upon user's choice. So what in this example, what we have done, we took two more if inside of a if. So if this condition is true, in that case, this value will be run. That is again a logical test, and true and false. In that case, if false is there, again we have a if, and we understood by this example, the condition was if it is greater than 80,000. In the true, we have another condition. Condition was value as an income. In case true, we will be printing 1. In case of false, we will be printing 0. Similarly, for the false, we have another condition. That condition is quick ratio. And for the true, we have 100. And for the false, we have the 150. So this example we did with the dataset as well. And after that, we covered if s. If s function is for the multiple condition. So how we can give multiple conditions here. We are not providing any value for the false. So it will be checking all the values here. If all the conditions are false, in that case we'll be getting an error. So we can mix up with the if error so that we will not get the error. Then for this example, we are checking multiple condition. So if first condition is true, the second value will be printed, this value. If second condition is true, this value will be printed. If s works like that. We can catch the errors with using if error. It takes two arguments. One is the value and this other thing that we need to be printed in case of error. Is error actually checks about the error. It takes only single argument, that is as the value. It returns the answer with the true and false. If we have the error, so it will return true. In case of we don't have error, it will result in false. Errors can be checked by these all values: NA, value, reference, division by zero, num, name and null. And then we cover not function. Not function take only single parameter, single value. It works with the logical values, that logical values are true or false. So in case of true, it returns false. In case of a false, it returns trues. Let's try some more conditional functions. Next two functions are sum if and sum if else. Sum if and sum if else are the combination of sum function and our if condition. So basically we are giving a conditional while doing the sum of the numbers. So what arguments we can provide to sum if function? We can provide three arguments to sum if function, that is range, criteria and sum of range. So we have this third argument in the square bracket. So this is indication of the optional argument. So it is our choice whether we want to apply sum if function with all three arguments or we want to go with only two arguments. We will understand its usage with example. It sums the values in a range that meets the criteria. Next is sum if s function. So what we have in this, we have multiple ranges as well as multiple criterias. So let's try sum if function first. So I'll be taking the same data set which we tried for other conditional functions as well. So I have this data for these indicators name. Let's try sum if function with three arguments first. So I will be writing here equals to sum. Before applying sum if function, let's try sum function. So in sum function, what we do, it adds all the numbers in a range of cells. So I'll be starting the bracket here and will be providing the numbers. So it is my choice. I can give all the numbers in writing like this, comma, this, comma, and the third number, comma, fourth number, comma, and similarly I can do it for rest of the numbers as well. So this is my choice. The other way, what I can do, I can select the whole range like this. So as it is, we are working in the table, that's why we are getting this kind of indication for the entire column. Once I have the range, and then I will be closing the brackets here and enter. So I will be getting here some of the numbers here. Let's try sum if function now. With sum if function, what we are doing, we are adding the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. I will be starting here my parenthesis and the first argument is for the range. In the case of the range, I am providing this indicator name column. So this range has been provided here. Next argument is for the criteria. So I will mention here quick ratio as my condition. Quick ratio as my condition. So what we are doing in this example, we are getting the addition of those values which are mentioned against the column name quick ratio. After that, I will be providing the range, that sum range, that for that range I want to have the addition of the numbers. So this is my car1 is my sum of the range. I will be closing the brackets here and click on enter. So in this way, I got the sum for the quick ratio. So we can see here quick ratio is 400, quick ratio is 200 and 400 plus 200 is 600 and similarly we are getting here results here. So we tried sum if function with three arguments. Let's try to do it for any other value as well. This time I will try it for current ratio. So I will be changing quick to current ratio. So make sure you are not writing any equals to or any other symbol here. You're just writing the value. If it is text, you will be providing it in the quotes. So we are providing here three arguments. One is for the range, the second argument is for the criteria, and the third argument is for the sum of the range. We will be trying it with the true two argument as well. Before that, let's see some other examples of sum if function. I'll click on enter. This time I'm getting 400 here. So for current ratio, I have 300 plus 100. That is equal to 400 and we are getting result here. Similarly, we can try for other values as well. This time, let's try it with maybe income this time. So we are replacing the condition here. We are matching with another text this time. So we get this 6,000 as we are having only single value for income and that is 6,000. So we have a condition now rather than having the addition of all the numbers in provided range, we can give our own condition and accordingly we can have the addition of the numbers. Similarly, we can give any other condition as well. Let me try it with a different range. So we will be writing here sum if, and range I will give this numerical values this time, and I will be matching it with any other number. Let's do it with the 500. Now the criteria is, the condition is like we have given in the if and else. Similarly, we are giving condition here that this range should be equal to 500. Only then we will be doing the addition of the numbers, and for the addition I am picking up the column February 19. So this range is assumed as sum of the range. Let me close here the parenthesis and I will be clicking enter here, and I got the result for all those values where my this column quar1 is equal to 500. We can change the numbers as well. Let me copy this formula to another cell. Here I am getting the result, and maybe I can change the values here to, let's do it 6000. So we got this number here. Maybe in third cell I'm copying it again. This time I can give any other value. Let me give 300. So in this way we are getting the addition of the numbers for the provided range with the three arguments according to the given condition. We tried it with the text as well, and we tried it with the numbers as well. And according to our condition, we can have the addition of the different numbers. But this time what we are doing, we are combining sum function as well as if function. So sum if function is a combination of these two functions, and we can have the addition of the numbers according to our choice, according to our requirement. Now let's try sum if s function. So what we have here, it sums the value in a range that meets multiple criteria. So let's try example with sum if s function. This time we need to give multiple ranges. Before that, what we can do with the same sum if formula, let's try it with the two arguments. So how we can give two arguments here? Just go back to the definition of the sum if function. Here what was mentioned, that it is taking three arguments, that is range, criteria and sum of the range. And as sum of the range is mentioned in square bracket, so this argument is optional. So this time we are doing the addition of the same range only. So criteria is again for the same range, and we are doing the addition for the same range as well. So what we are doing here, we will be writing sum if function with two arguments. So range will be the same as sum of the range. So this will be holding at same value, and condition here we will be providing. Let's do it for maybe 6000. So as we are having only single value here, so 6000 is the answer. Let's try it for any other value. Let me mark it 500. So here we are getting the addition of the ranges, which is for the 500. So 500 plus 500 plus 500 is 1500. Similarly, we can have it value for any other number as well. So if we have the range is already equal to sum of the range, in that case what we are doing, we are using only two arguments for sum if function. Otherwise we can go for the three arguments as well. In case of the three arguments, what we have different range for the criteria and different range for the sum. Now let's come to the sum if s function. Let's read the definition given by Microsoft Excel for sum if function. Sum if function with S says that adds the cell specified by a given set of conditions or criteria. So we are having here multiple conditions now. You can see there sum of range, criteria, criteria 1 and criteria range 2 and again criteria 2. So let's try that now. Here thing we need to remember is that sum of range, the range we are providing here is the first argument. Then we are giving the criteria for the range 1 and similarly for other argument. So what we are doing here, let's go back to the definition again so that we will understand the difference between these two functions again. In case of sum if function, we first have the argument for the range, then for the criteria and then sum of the range. In the sum if s function, we are trying the multiple conditions and we are giving the range for the sum in the first argument. Then we are having the criteria for the range 1 here and the criteria 1 is written here. So for then we are providing here range again here. So let's try it with first time with single condition or single argument. Let me give the condition first. Let's have the sum for this February 19. So I will be providing this range to this function, then comma. Now the range for the criteria 1. So this should be this argument. We are taking as indicator name as the first criteria range, and now this should be equal to, let's have here again quick ratio. I will be closing it. So this is my condition now. So just again reiterating the same concept. What we are providing to the sum if is function. First we are having the sum for the range. Then criteria range we are giving here as indicator name, and then I'm writing the criteria, and that criteria is quick ratio. So it is my choice. If I want to give only single criteria, I can close here the parenthesis and I can go for the formula. What if I want to have another condition as well? In that case, I will be putting comma here. So again, we will be starting from giving the criteria range 2, and in this way let's take quar 1 as what the another range, comma, and it should be equal to 200, or let's take it for the quick ratio, it is 200. Yeah, let's go for this, and I will be clicking here. So we are getting here output as 1.47. So we gave two condition here. The condition was that indicator name should be equal to quick ratio and quar 1 should be equal to 200. In that case, we have two values for quick ratio. One is 400, one is 200, and we are, the condition is true for this column and the value here is 1.47. So there is nothing another any argument or any second or third value so that it can have the addition. That is why it is returning 1.47 as the result of this sum if s function. So it is up to us. If we want to add one more criteria here, we can do that also. So just go through the formula once again. We are giving here some if s function. First we are giving the range for the addition of the numbers, then we are providing a criteria range 1, and then the condition that it should be equal to. Similarly, we tried for the another criteria range and the condition here. In this way, we are setting multiple conditions for addition, and then we are getting the resultant here, sum if s function. So what we covered here, we covered sum function in the previous week, that was having the addition for all the numbers, whatever range we are providing here. Second function, sum if function, is combining the condition of the if and addition of the sum. So if the condition is true for that particular provided criteria, only then addition of the numbers will be performed. Otherwise, other numbers will be discarded or ignored for taking the addition of the numbers from that range. And when we are having sum fs function, in that case we are setting multiple criterias for adding the numbers from that given range. And for, let me go back to the slide. In case of sum if function, we have two or three arguments. So what we can do, we can make the same value for the range and sum of the range. So it is up to us. If we want to have a different value, in that case, we can go with the three arguments and have the values for the sum in a range that meets the particular criteria. That criteria we are providing here. When we are dealing with any string or text, in that case, we are putting that condition or that criteria in quotes. Otherwise, for numbers, it will go in the same way in the without quotes. And with the sum fs function, we can give number of arguments. First argument will be considered as the range for the addition which has to be performed here. The second argument will be the criteria range for the first. And in the third argument, we will be giving the criteria for that value. It should be matched. And this is similarly, we can have the second criteria and range, third criteria range, fourth criteria range, fifth criteria range. So that is up to us. How many nested things how many times we want to condition our addition of numbers, and accordingly we can pursue our application with the formula. This is, in this way we covered sum if and sum if s function. So this is again part of conditional function. Till now what we have covered, we have covered how many functions. This we are covering under conditional functions. So we have covered if function with logical test. So it is again we are matching it with the sum if function. If we have condition here, if this condition is true, we will go for the second argument. Otherwise, we will go for the third argument. And the same work we are doing in the sum if function and sum if else function. Nested if we tried, where we are using the multiple if functions. Similar formulas we tried, if else, if error, is error, and not. And after that, after covering if else function, if error function, is error function, we checked it for errors and we covered not function and sum if is function. So we can combine these functions as well. We can use nested functions as well. So I can use this if function inside some if function as well, or maybe I can go for the vice versa case as well. So this is up to my requirement, how I want to have the answers, how I have to do the analysis, and accordingly I can formalize the function, different functions. Let's try some more conditional functions. This time we have countif function and some similar functions we will be doing here. As we did sumif function, in sumif function we were having two combination of the function, that was for the sum and if function. And now in the case of countif function as well, we are having combination for two functions, that is count and countif and the if function. So before moving forward, let's remember what we can do with the count function. I will be going back to my Excel sheet, week 5. So what we can do with the count function, let's try here. I will be writing here equals to our standard format to write formulas, and we'll be writing here count. So what count can do? Count the numbers of cells in a range that contain numbers. So let me provide it a range here. I will be starting here. So it as with the sum function, it is my requirement or it is my wish how I want to provide the numbers to count function. So I can go by clicking on this value and comma second value, comma third value, comma fourth value. So it is up to me. I want to pick the entire range by dragging it, or I want to go for some particular numbers. I will be closing here parenthesis only for the four numbers, and it should be returning me 4. So I got the 4 here for the count because I gave the only 4 numbers here to count function. Similarly, I can do it with the range as well. Now at this time I'm providing here D4 to D19. Let me close this parenthesis and I am getting the value as 16 here. For these much numbers, that it should be 16 numbers here. So some of the values are hidden here, so that is why I can't see it. Now it's in the numbers here. So you can clear view of there. With this count function, you are getting the values for all those numbers which are hidden here. So now you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and we have this hidden 13 as well. Let's have the value for that also. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Now let me count these values. So this was the range given by the numbers here. So we are getting here count 16 in the bottom area as well, and the same resultant we are getting for count function as well. So in this way count function was working. Now we are having a condition here with countif. So what we can do with this countif function? Countif function is taking two arguments here. One is the range and one is the criteria. So we are giving here the condition as well, and we are giving here the range as well. It counts the number of cells in a range that meets the criteria. Let's try that now, this function. Let's go back to the Excel sheet. So we are trying here countif function. It means we are giving a condition to count function. So let me write count f function. So it counts the number of cells within a range that meet the given condition. And as according to the definition, we need to pass two arguments. One is for the range and one is for the criteria. So I'm passing the range for this square one. So we provided the numbers from D4 to D19, and after that I am giving the condition. So let me give the condition for the 500 as well. I will be closing the parenthesis here. So we are getting here 3. Why we are getting 3 here? So we give the condition that number should be equal to 500. And so we have this 500, this 500, and this 500. So we got here 3 as the resultant for countif function. So it's counting the numbers, but it is counting only those numbers which are satisfying the given condition. Otherwise, it will ignore those values. Let me change this condition to something else. Let's try it with 200. This is 2 this time. Let me try with 6,000 here. This is 1 this time. Let's go for 400. So according to the given condition, we have the changed values here, and we are getting the resultant for COUNTIF function. Let's come back to the slide, have a look on some similar functions as well. Other similar functions are COUNTIF function. So we covered some if-else as well, where we were having multiple condition for sum. Similarly, we have COUNTIF function, COUNTA function, COUNTBLANK function. These functions are generally very useful in the case of a data analysis, and it's used by frequently by the users here. So first we have COUNTIF function. If-else function, what we are having multiple conditions here, multiple criteria here. So first we are giving here, just see this example. First we are giving here the range, and then we are having the criteria here. And according to the criteria, we are counting the numbers here. So two condition, let's try COUNTIF functions now. I will be writing in column 4, that is column F we can say here. So what we are doing here, COUNTIF function counts the number of cells specified by a given set of conditions or criteria. So what we have the range, and let me write it again, if S. So we have the criteria range 1 first. I will be giving the same quar1 here. This is my first criteria range. After that, let me give here the criteria. Criteria should be 500 again. Second case, the second condition I am providing, the second criteria I am providing, the range should be indicator now. So this is my second criteria range. And what is the criteria here? The criteria should be equal to, maybe again, let's go with this time let's try the net profit. Make sure you're writing the correct spellings here. Otherwise, we will not be getting the relevant results here. Let me close this quotes and close the parenthesis as well. So we are having two conditions here. The condition was that it should have the 500 as well as net profit. Now, this should be answer here, but this net profit is not equal to 500. We can go for one single condition as well to get the answer. Let me delete this second criteria now, and let's try it with the one criteria for the COUNTIF function, and then this way we are getting here, what is the condition we are getting here for the 500. So we can try it for the multiple conditions as well. Now for the COUNTIF function, how it is different for the COUNTIF function, we can provide multiple criteria with this COUNTIF function by providing different ranges and the criteria. Let's go back to the slide. Next, we have COUNTA function. So what we can do with the COUNTA function? It is very interesting one. COUNTA function basically helps us in finding the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So let me give it a range. Values I am providing only single arguments it takes. So again, like as it is works with the count function, I can give singular numbers as well, or I can provide the complete range as well. Let me pass this complete range here. Same range we provided, close the parenthesis. Now it is giving me 16. So it will be returning me only those values or those cells which are not empty. Let me delete any value. I will be deleting this value here. So I'm getting 15 here. It is not counting the 15. It is not counting the second cell value, and it is giving me the 15 as a resultant. Why so? Because it is only returning those values which are not empty. Similarly, let me delete this. So this is 14. This is now 13. If I'm writing it somewhere, let me write 400 again. So this time it is 14, 100 again, 15, and in this case it will be 16. So count A is returning me the values that is not empty. count the number of cells in a range that are not empty. Similarly, we have another function that is count blank. So it works in the opposite direction of count a function. In case of count blank, it counts the number of empty cells in a specified range of cells. So let's try this function now. We'll be passing same kind of values here again, same quar one and closing the parenthesis. So this time we are getting here 0 and we are getting here 16. So in first cell we have applied count a function. In second cell we have applied count blank function. This time it is giving me 16 and for the second value it is giving me 0. Now I'm deleting some values here. So now you can see the answers here. 15 is for count a function and 1 is for the count blank function. Let me delete another value here. Again, for count a function, it is returning 14. For count blank function, it is giving 2. So it is working accordingly. Let me write count function here. Let's see any difference we have with these numbers here. I will be passing the same range, quar 1 here. So we have 14 again. So this is equal to count A only. What if I write any alphabet or any string here? Let me write ABC here. Do we have any changes now? In the case of count A function, it is taking it as value only, but count function, it is counting the number of only numerical values, and in this case again this cell is not empty, so it is not bothered about number or string, it is bothered about only being the blank or not blank. So this is the difference among these function, count a function and count blank function. To understand it more, let's add one more string here. Let me add xyz. This time again, you can see the difference here. For the count a function, the value is 16. For count blank function, the value is 0. And for the count function, it is 14 again. And if I am replacing this xyz with maybe 6000, in that case, this will be 15, this will be 16, 0 as before. If I am replacing this ABC with any numerical value, let me add 789. So we are getting here 16, 16 and 0. So this was the value for count A function. This was the value for count blank function. And this is the value for count a normal count function. Where we can provide if condition as well, but this time we are trying when comparing only the working of the count A, count blank and count function. So you can try it with your data set as well, and this is a very useful function whenever you are doing data analysis. Before deciding what kind of output you need or what kind of function, what standard deviation, you need to go for a variance, you need to go for an average of the numbers. So before that you will go for the count of the numbers, like how many values you have. Let's go back to the slide. So we have covered counter function where we are giving two arguments. We have given two argument as first as the range and the second as the criteria, and if the criteria is satisfied, only the count will increase, otherwise that value will be discarded. And on other case, count function only counts the only values for the numerical data. Then we have the count if s function where we can have the multiple criterias for the count function. If those multiple criterias are true, only in that case count will be increased. Then we have a count a function which only calculates or counts the number of cells, those which cells are not empty. And count blank works in the opposite direction of the count a function, and it only counts the number of cells that are blank. We have given some examples here also. For countifs function, we have multiple arguments. For count a function, we are giving range here, and for count blank function, we are again giving range. Next, we have some more conditional function, and or. We need to try it with if function. So what we have with the and function, first understand that in and function, what we can do, we can provide the logical values or a conditions to and function, and it display true if all the conditions that are given inside these parentheses are true, are satisfied, false if even one condition is not satisfied. So we are providing multiple conditions here. If all those conditions are true, only in that case and will be returning us true. If any of the condition will be false, we will be getting resultant as the false. Next we have the OR function. It's again a logical function. In this function, again, we can give multiple values. So it displays true if any of the conditions are satisfied and false if all the conditions are not satisfied. So we can use these and or function with if. If we already know that if we have the condition here, so we can have the combination for the if function and the and or function. How we can do it? So it is up to us how we are providing this condition. So instead of this condition, we can use this and or operator or we can say function as well. So before going to that, let's try and or function to understand it more carefully. Let's have an example from the same data set. I will be deleting all these formulas to have a easiest understanding. Now we need to provide here two conditions to check what we can do. Let's leave everything about the data. Let me give it two condition if this, or let me see here. What I can do, we can pass this indicator name to this and function, and we are passing here indicator name that should be equal to expenses. This is we are giving first condition, that this indicator name should be equal to expenses. Second condition I am providing here, the second column quar1 should be equal to 500. These are the two conditions given here. Let me close this parenthesis. We are getting here false, false and false here. And what about this? We have the other condition here, expenses. In the indicator name, it should be given as the true. So let's try it. What is the mistake here? We have quarter 1 as 500 and indicator name is also equal to expenses. So this condition should be true in such cases here. Let's go back and we'll be writing the function again, and the condition is quar1 is equal to 6000 and I will be getting here. So this is true here in this case, and for the other cases we are getting false. Now let's add one more condition here, that this value should be equal to income. This is income here. Let me close this here, these quotes here. So we are getting here true. So this time we are at the correct path and these two values are correct, and that's why we are getting here true. So we can try same thing with the or operator as well. Let me try with or operator as well. So I will be writing the same condition here and clicking with the or. So in this case again we are getting true, and let me change this value to some other field here. So instead of 6000, let me make it 789. So I'm getting here true, because in case of or we can have only single value as true. In case of and operator, we should have all the values true. In case of or operator, we can work with only single true value as well. So accordingly, we can get the resultant for that logical function. This is and or, and just go through the description given by Microsoft Excel as well. So and checks whether all arguments are true and returns true if all the arguments are true. And in case of or, what we can do, it checks whether any of the arguments are true and returns true or false. Returns false only if all the arguments all the false. So let's change some more values to experience this. Let me make it here and again. So and I'm changing this value to 500, but indicator name I'm keeping income only. So this is false only because this argument is false here. If I change it to or, in that case I will be getting here true as the resultant. Before that, we have covered not function as well. Let me try a not function here again. So not I am providing and passing this or to this not function. I will be closing here parenthesis here. So this is now negation of the result provided by that or function. You can just have a look on the formula again. Let me go to this formula and show formulas tab. Here you can see this function which we have used here. So or we are using and then we are providing it to not. In this way, we are passing two conditions to OR function, and this OR function we are passing to NOT function. This AND function, OR function, NOT function, three of them are logical functions. So you can have third argument as well, you can have the fourth argument as well. So it is up to you how you want to go for this logical function, but it is the same criteria will be followed up. Not will be giving the answer. In case of true, it will be providing us false. In case of false, it will be providing us true. And when we are working with OR function, it will be going for one value as true. In that case, it will be providing us true. If anything and is zero, in that case, we will go for and. We covered not and or function here. Now, in the third case, we were having it with the if function. So the example is saying instead of this condition, we can use any and or function as well. And accordingly, we can have the true false value. After completing conditional functions, we have some other functions as well. Before going forward, let's rewind how many conditional functions we have covered till now, and these all functions are very useful, and for the data analysis generic purpose we use these functions very generally. First function we covered was if function, then we covered nested if function. After that we have gone through if else function, where we can have the multiple conditions. Then we covered if error, we covered is error to catch all the exception, to catch all the errors. Then we covered not function. We tried sum if function, sum if else function, which is a combination of sum and if function, and sum if else function is for the multiple criteria. Count if function is counts the number of cells in a range that meets the criteria. And then we covered count if else function, count a function, count blank function. We covered and function, that a logical function, and why we covered it, that we can do it, use it with the if function as well. Then we covered OR function, and we can use it with the if function. Instead of logical test, we can go for this kind of condition as well. And now let's come to some other functions now. We have column and row function. So what we can do with the column function, it returns the column number of a reference. So what we are giving here, argument to this column function will be 1, and what we are passing here, whatever reference we will provide, it will return us the column number. Let's go to Excel and understand that before moving forward. Again, I will be deleting this and we will be using the same set for the formula. Let me come to formula tab and let me disable the show formulas here. Now instead of false, you will be having some other functions here. Let me delete this. And so we are talking about column function. So let's read the description given by Microsoft Excel. It returns the column number of a reference. So it takes only single argument as the reference. Let me provide it 6. This 500, that is D5. I will be closing this. So this is 4. Why it is giving me 4 now? I tried it for 500. Column D6 we are talking about. This is for the D5. So we provided this number. And this column number is 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is why I'm getting 4 here. So it is returning me column number here. Let me try same value for this column here. So this is 5 now. How come? The first column is A, the second column is B, the third column is C, then D, E and F. Let me go with the G as well. This is 6 again. So if I'll go move forward, it will be 7 here. So this is the column number here, and I can have it the down as well. So this is, I have provided a range and then I'm getting the column number here with this column function. So we are providing only single argument, that is the reference where we want to have the column number. It returns the column number of a reference. Then we have row function. It works in the same manner as the column function works. Row function is also taking one single argument, and that is the reference. So we will be passing the reference through this function, and this function will be returning us the row number of a reference here. So let's try this function as well. Let me delete this 456. This time we want to have the value for the row number. So let me use this row function, but we have the description here. It returns the row number of a reference. Now I will be providing years again this 6000 and closing it here. Now you can see the actual difference here. So this is row number. Just see from here row number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19. So we are getting here row number. Let me copy it to the column 4 as well. So now we will be getting same kind of values here. Let me have the end values for entire range here. So same values you are getting here because we are talking about here row. So the column function and the row function, column function returns the column number of a reference, row returns the row number of a reference. Next we have some similar formulas here, column S and row S. So what we can do with the column S and row S, it returns the count of columns. Count of columns as it returns the count of rows. So let's try these functions as well. We are moving forward to row S and column S. So what we have with the row S function returns the number of rows in a reference and array. So I will be passing this range to rows function, the same quar1. Let me go to till 200 only, or let me, yeah, this 200 is fine. I made a mistake without giving a function. So let me correct this first and then I'll come to this row S function. Now this data looks fine with all numerical values we have equals to row S, and then we'll be providing this complete range to this row S function and closing the parenthesis here and clicking on enter. So this is 16. Yeah, we have the 16 rows here, and if I have the values here, so I will be having this. Similarly, let me try it with a column columns, that is returns the number of columns in array or a reference. So this time of course it is 1. We are in the column 1 only. The number of column is 1. So if I give a range like this in a number of columns, then I can have the multiple values. Let's change the range here. This time let's take income and 6000 and clicking on enter, then we are getting here 2 here because we passed income and 6000 here, so that's why we got 2 columns here. If I increase the range here, let columns, and then let me give this, let me include it from A only. I need to write it again. We are writing here columns that returns the number of columns in an array. I will be counting it from A. So let me go till the last. I am going till this T point and closing the parenthesis there. So we got here something 20. So this is from 7 to 70. It is already counted here as well. So number of columns. In this way, rows and columns work. To just understand the difference between all these 4 functions, with column function, we are getting the column number of the reference provided. With row function, we are getting the row number of a reference that is provided to this function. And with column S function, we are having the count of the columns. With the row S function, we are having the count of the rows. Next, we have the text function. So you have seen some things here, that format of cell. I'll show it again. So let me go to the Excel. If I right click this, or I have something here as format, let me right click this and click on format cells. Here I am having this kind of a window. From that number, different types will be shown here. These types are general, number, currency, accounting, date, time, percentage, fraction, scientific, text, special, and custom. So we can change the type of any number or any text as well. But text function, what we have with the text function, we have 2 arguments here. We can provide the value and format of the text, like which value you want to change and in which format you want to change. It converts a value to text in a specific number format. Like we can have something like this. So if I pass this text, you can consider this in a cell A1, and you're giving here format as DDMM in 3 letters here and YY. So we will be getting the output like this. And if I return, if I pass it any other value, that is text A1, MM and D, then I will be getting the output like this. Let's try the same example here. I'll go back to my Excel and I will be writing here the same date. The date was given as July 1, comma 2021. Now we are calling function text. So it converts a value to text in a specific number format, and format we need to provide. The value is this one, the C23. And what format we are providing now? We are providing here DD, and I'll be writing MM and maybe YY. So this kind of format I require. I'll close the parenthesis and let me check it. It should be in the double quotes. So let me change it to this single quote to double quotes and enter. So we got the result like this, July 1, 2021. Let's try it with third value as well. Before that, let me change it to a format as well. Let me go to format and I will be clicking here date, or let me change here as a number. Now we can convert it to any value. So you can just go through this example again. We have in the custom, accordingly we can change these values as well. Let me show this format for these values. So if we want to change as date, let me change it to some other format as well. I can make the changes here as well. So this is up to me how I want to make the changes here in the text function. You can try it with the 0% as well. So try this and see the difference how it is working. So it converts the text to the value in a specific number format. Next, some interesting functions we have: left, right, mid. Very interesting to do. So first function is the left function. With the left function, what we can do, left function takes two arguments, text and the number of characters. So it returns the first character or characters in a string based on the number of characters specified. Let me try this. So this time, let's go back to the same data set. We are not trying anything on. So as usual, we have the square one for our formula section. Let's try it with the indicator name. This we have the string. These are the formulas. Let me go to. We have the sums text function. So here we can use this left function, and we will come with the right function as well. We will come with mid function as well. These functions we are using. So first try left function. Left function returns the specified number of characters from the start of a text string. So let me pass this range, this value here, indicator name, that is income. From there we need to pick, from the left side we are picking first five values, first five characters. Let me close this. Now you can count it. INCOM, that is 5. Cost plus space. Gross, total, opera, Texas, net plus space plus P. Net plus space plus P to total 5. Same EXPN, cash plus space, quick, cur, that is taken from the current. Similarly, ACCOU, quick, CURRE. So you need to consider that it is taking space as a character only, and that is why it is counting it in the that numbers also. If I make this function as, instead of 5, let me make 2. So we are getting this much result. So from left function, what you can do, you can have the number of characters from the left side, and the count you can provide it to the function. It is taking two arguments. One is the text and one is the number of characters, and it will start it from the left only. This is the left function. Then we have the right function. Right function works in the another direction from the right side of the text, but it takes only the same argument, the text and the number of characters only. It returns the last character or characters in a text string based on the number of characters specified. Now let's try this function. Instead of left, let me write right function. So we are getting, this is the value, and we have used here 2. You can see it from this side. MELD, FIT, expenses. Here we are getting this nothing here. Why? Because spaces has been added here. Let me delete these spaces. Now I am getting ES. Same is true with the texts. So we have, you can see it here, the cursor. So let me remove these spaces. We got some values. Similarly, we can try for net profit as well. Percentage plus space, ESOM, ratio IO. Similarly, we have the output here. Let me try it with a different value. Let's have 7 here. So we got the values like this. It is not starting in the opposite direction. It is giving the value, but it is only picking the right side of those values. So in this way we can use left or right according to our requirement. Next function is the mid function. Mid function take three arguments. First, this is the text. Second is the starting number, and third is the number of characters. It returns the character or characters from the mid of a text string based on the start position and number of characters specified. So let's try this function. Yes. So mid function, what we can do with the mid function? Let me try this mid function with the same content. Mid here. So mid returns the characters from the middle of a text string and give a string position and the length. So what we are passing here, text we already passed. Then we need to tell the starting number. The starting number here, let me start it from third position, and how many characters? 4 characters. Now you just see the output. Let's try it for the income first. So it should, we said that it should start from 3. So 1, 2, 3. Third is the C, and it should go for the 4 characters. So 4 characters is come. Similarly, STO, it is considering the space. Spaces with the same. O double S we are getting here. O double S plus space. TAL plus space. ERAT. XCS plus space, net profit, and similarly. So we are picking the values from the mid. What we are giving three arguments. The first argument is the text only. The second argument is the starting position where we need to start. The third position for the argument is the number of characters we need to pick. So we have covered left, right, and mid function. In the left and right function, we have two arguments. One is text and the another argument is number of characters. From left function we can have the left side of the number of characters, and for the right function we can have the characters from the right side. In the mid function, what we can have, we can start it from a given position and go for the number of characters, and we are passing three arguments to this function, that is mid function. Next, we have two more functions, that is length and concat. Length returns the number of characters in a text string. What we are passing to this function, we are passing only single argument, and that is text. Before trying concat or covering concat, let's cover length function. So let me delete this. We have tried left, right, and mid. After this, we are trying length function. As we have count function for the numerical values, we have length function for strings. So what is the description given by the Microsoft Excel? Returns the number of characters in a text string. So let me pass it as single argument because it only requires a text. So let me pass this income. Let me close the parenthesis and clicking here. So this is a 6 characters word or string we can say. 18 characters string, 13, 24, 23, 5, 10, 19, 8, 11, 11, 13, 19, 16. So similarly, we have the values here. If I delete something from here, income, so it will be 5. So it is giving me the number of characters for that string. Next function is concat function. Concat function basically combines two or more than two strings. So we can pass it multiple values. It concatenates a list or range of cells and allows us to give a range. Then we have another function concatenate, but this time we are writing fully for this string. It concatenates several text strings, but we need to provide it into the commas. But in case of concat, we can give the range. Let's understand the difference. Let me delete this. Concat and concatenate we are covering. First, we will go for the concat. Concat, a list or a range I can give. So I can provide this range to this function. Let me close this and have this way. So I have some big string with me. So let me see the result here. So this is the complete string here. Income, cost of goods, gross profit, everything I am getting here. Let me do the wrap text so that I can see the complete output here. So you can see it here. So this is the output given here by all the ranges. Let me close this and see all the values here. So this is the complete set. You got that as a combination for all the strings. You can provide a range here. Now, if I do another function, concatenate the full form, in that case, my bad, I just made a mistake. Let me correct this. So I will be writing concatenate here, concatenate function, and then I will be trying to give a range to this function. So we are getting a error here. And in the same way, if I try a comma thing here, will that work with this function or not? Let's try that. So I will be writing concatenate here the same function, and this time rather than giving a range we will go for giving like this commas for different four values we are trying here. And let me close this parenthesis, and we got the values like here. So resultant is same, but the problem, or what we can say the difference, is that with this concat function we can use only the values with commas, but in concatenate function we can give the entire range as well. Next three functions we are covering more, that are trim, proper and find. And believe you in me, it's again very interesting function and good to deal when you need to do the data analysis with the string. So first is the trim function. Trim function, again it takes only one single argument, that is text. So it removes all spaces from a text string except single space within the words. So you can do editing very well with this trim function. So let me try this trim function here. What I will be doing here, I will be doing some changes, or before that I'll write trim function, trim. So it removes all spaces from a text string except for single space between words. I will be giving this indicator name to this trim function. So right now I don't have such values because we already deleted the extra spaces. Let me add some space here. I'm adding here this much space here, but I can't see it here. Why? Because it has been deleted or removed by trim function. It will be keeping only that single space that is required for a string, and other extra spaces will be discarded here. So you can see it the output here. So there is no changes here. Or what I can do, let's make it again. So this time I can see some cases of spaces, but when I try trim function of on this indicator name, then I will be getting the values only after removing the extra spaces. So trim function removes all spaces from a text string except single space within the words. Next function we have proper. Very useful function when we have the text. It converts a text string in a proper case. So what is a proper case? So before going to proper case, let's have a look on some functions here. So I will be this proper function, again it takes only single argument, that is the string. So proper function, I will be passing income to this. This is indicator name, and similarly let me pass it to the entire table. So we got these values. Now you can see those extra spaces. We have not applied trim here. Let me remove this cost of goods, and with trim function we were having a good output, but now we need to manually remove the extra spaces which we used here, and to get the exact output. So this is the output here. Now in proper case, how you can see the difference here, let me write income like this, but you are getting income like this only. How you are getting it? Because this is the proper case. In the proper case the first word is capitalized. Now see the second example, this case of cost of goods sold. Now C is capital, O is capital, G is capital, S is capital. And similarly for other strings as well, you can have a look on that. Cash at EOM. So C is capital, A is capital, E is capital, and this EOM, now other two letters are small. Now this is the case of the proper case. Similarly all other strings, all the first letter of each word is capitalized now, and rest everything is small. So this is the example of proper case. Similarly, you can try two more functions, that is first is lower. So lower function, it converts all letters in a text string to lower case. Let me pass this income only, this indicator name. So this time we will be getting everything in the lower case. Income, cost of goods sold, gross profit, total operating, everything we are getting into lowercase. Let's try as uppercase as well now. In this case, what we are doing, we are converting string to all uppercase letters. So let me try this. So you can use proper case, you can use uppercase, lowercase to play with the string. So it is now your requirement, your data analysis project requirement, how you want to see your output. You want to have a look with a proper case, you want to have a look with the lower case, you want to have a look with uppercase. Next function is find function. This is used to search. This, when we using with the string, what we are passing, text to find, text to search within where we need to search, and the starting position to search. So it returns the starting position of one text string within another text string, and this is case sensitive. So we are finding something here. So let's try this function, and this is the last function we are covering in this week. Let's try this find function. So before that, we will be reading the description provided by Microsoft Excel. It returns the starting position of one text string within another text string and find is case sensitive. So first, what we need to pass? We need to pass three arguments. Find text. What you need to find? So what I need to find, let me write. It's in capital, so I'll be writing here, come here, and within text, which text I'm passing this text. Starting number, let it find from 1 only, and it is giving me 3. It is giving me 3. So it is very much correct. So let me do some more changes to get the exact value, because I was getting an error, and that is why it was giving me this much error, because this come is not has been searched by this function. So let me try something else now. Here let me try to find out sold, SOLD, as it is capital. I'll make S as capital, and starting position, let me give maybe 7, and I'm getting 15 here for the soul. Let's calculate this. 1 2 3 4 5 for the space, 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 and 15, and 15 at 15 position the sold is started. Similarly, I can, if I do what I do, if I make here cost, I need to find cost here, but I'm starting it as at 7. Will it be able to find out? No, it will not be able to find out. So that is why it is coming as error. And normally whenever we are getting these kind of errors, what we do, we make use of multiple function, like we can combine if error or is error, so that we will not get an output like this. We should have output in a good manner. Let me try that also. So if I write is error here, and will be closing the parenthesis like this, in this case I am getting this error. So that is why it is true is coming for the value here. If I try sold here, let me try sold, and that case I'm getting false, so I can have output in that. So you can use it in the if else case as well. So in case of true you will get the value, and for the false you will not get the value. So this is your output, how you want to see it. You want to go or you want to not go. Just you need to remember that this find function is taking three arguments. The first argument is text to find, second argument is text to search, and third argument is the starting position to search. And in fact, this is a optional one. You can leave it also. So it will be starting it from the first position, and it is a case sensitive one. So what we have covered in this session, we have covered very useful conditional functions and their applications, how to use nested functions for multiple conditions. We started with using if function, we then tried if function with multiple condition with if else condition, and before that we tried nested if function as well. And we have gone through is error function, if error function, we tried if else function as well. Then we talked about not function or logical function. We covered and function, not function, or function, and we read about like we can try it with the if function as well. We covered all these conditional functions. After that, we have come up on some other functions that is very useful when we are working with the strings, especially we tried left function to fetch the left side of the characters from a string. Then we tried right function, mid function. We have gone through changing the cases of the text as well. We tried the proper case, we tried the lower case, upper case, and we have a good way with the find function as well. In this way, we can explore our data very well. We tried different forms of count function as well. We tried COUNTIF function, COUNTIFs function for multiple criteria. We studied about COUNTA function, COUNTBLANK function. These text functions and their applications are very useful whenever we want to make our data uniform and we want to work for a good kind of a data analysis, and your reporting will be in a very good form when you're using these kind of functions, these text functions. And we understood the use of or and with using the if function. So this is all about this week, and I will be requesting and suggesting everyone to practice all these functions with different kind of data set. Only then you will be able to learn about these functions, and these functions can be clubbed together as well. So according to data set, you can go for any particular text as well. You can go for any particular number as well. You can try it with large data set or a small data set, and you can have multiple numbers and multiple functions as well. And like in where we were having a nested if function, where we were having a logical function in the nesting, so that kind of functions usage give us more power. And you can have a look on the templates as well where functions are applied, and then you can apply in your similarly on your sheet as well. That's all for this week. Thank you very much. Welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 6, and what we are going to do in this week, we are covering pivot tables, lookup functions. Recap of the previous week. In the last week 5, what we did, we learned about the conditional functions and their applications. We learned how we can use nested functions for multiple conditions. We learned about text functions and their applications. In fact, we used or and logical functions as well with if function. After that, in this week, what we are going to cover, we are covering pivot tables first. In the pivot tables, what we will be doing, we will be covering introduction, structuring of pivot tables, options available with pivot tables, how we can do the formatting of pivot tables, and then we will learn about lookup functions, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index, match, XLOOKUP, and in the last we will learn about offset function. This is the table of contents for week 6. So what are the learning objectives for this week? In this session we will gain knowledge about various aspects of pivot tables. We will learn the large set of data using pivot tables, how to apply lookup functions to get desired results whenever you are doing analysis at that time. This function, lookup function, is a great help for the analysis. How to combine multiple functions in a worksheet. Let's start this pivot table. So what is pivot table? First we need to understand that it basically uses to summarize and reorganize the data. We have the data with us, and after that, you want to apply some kind of formulas on that, you can do that. Once you are done with this all formula thing and everything, after that, you need a data summarization. For this data summarization, Microsoft Excel already provided us a tool that is known as pivot table. So whenever there is a need to get the data summary from your Microsoft Excel data, what you can do, you can use pivot table. So how we can use pivot table? Pivot table, it's easy to use. You just need to go to insert and then table, and from that table you can look for pivot table. What are the sections? How we can reorganize our data, how we can get the data summary. We have different sections there, and in this section, whatever fields we want to put, whatever rows we want to put, what kind of data we want to provide, we can do that. So we can deal with fields, we can deal with filters, we can deal with rows, and we can also deal with the columns. So just have a look. For an example, we will be doing it in Microsoft Excel as well. But before that, we can go through this example. In this example, we have a data set. In this data set, we have different columns. The column is country, industry, client name, fiscal period, currency, FX, revenue, and margin. So we have the data with us, and in countries, we have data for US, UK. I can see some different countries, Germany as well. In industry, we have automotive, and client names are different here. Pitt, Nilan, Ember, you can see here. We have the fiscal period as well. currency is mentioned in USD or GBP, and in FX we have some digits here, and revenue as well and margin as well. So we are going to apply pivot table by using insertion and then choosing table and then coming to pivot table. In this pivot table, what kind of data summary we can have? So if I apply pivot table on this data set, in that case, I can get the output like this. In this output, I have a country revenue and margin. So this is basically for each country. So like in this data set, we can't see some other countries like Denmark, France, but it is a huge data. And from that huge data, you can have a collective information for one particular country. So Australia, in case of Australia, we have the total revenue, we have the total margin with us. Similarly, for the Canada as well, we have total revenue as 87,000, margin as 36,000. And similarly, for other countries like Denmark, France, Germany, India, Italy, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, UAE, UK, USA, and in the last row, we have the grand total with us for the revenue as well as the margin. This set of data is basically, you can just think of an example that we have some approximately 600 rows or 6,000 rows, and out of that data, rather than going through everything, what you can do, you can apply pivot table on that data and get the data summary, and now you can actually have the report in your hands, and you are not doing any kind of filtration or something. You're just going through some basic steps, and then this you are getting this data for the revenue and the margin. And for your own data set as well, you can have similar kind of data summary, and in this way you can organize the data. So how we can do that? We learned about the output. Let's go further. So next is pivot table structuring. How we can do that structuring? Select the range of data and insert a pivot table. First, like we are talking about that we need to apply a pivot table. Before that, we should actually select the range as well. So drag and drop the fields of data in various sections. We will learn about this while doing the practice. So once you select this, you will get this output. Let me open my data here, and here also what we are doing, we are going through that financial sample dataset only. So this is financial sample. In week 3, week 4, we use same dataset, and you will be provided with the dataset as well again. Let me delete the pivot table before. So this is my main data, or I can go through this. This is my data here. So we have data for different columns. These columns are segment, country, product, discount band, units sold, manufacturing, sale price, gross sales, some discounts, sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, year. And we have how many rows with us for this data set? Let's just go through with that as well. Let me scroll it down. We have approximately 670, or it is something more than this 100. So we have 700 records for here. This is the same table where we applied all those functions as well. You can see it here, the sum function, minimum function, maximum function, it is applied here only. So we are using same table for applying pivot table as well. So let me go to the slide back and just see the what it is saying. So it is selecting the range of data and insert a pivot table. So first you need to have that table's data as well. So the steps to get that is that you need to go to insert. In that insert, click on pivot table, and in that pivot table, once you have clicked this pivot table, you will get window like this. This window is shown as well here also. So let me close it and come back the slide. So you can see here this kind of window will be displayed once you click on table insert and pivot table. So you will get this window. There you need to choose the what data you are talking about. So choose the data that you want to analyze. Select a table or range. So by default, it will be showing you where you are at currently present. So it will be showing you the current sheet, your existing sheet. You can use any external source as well. Once you are done with that, this is where you are providing the source of that data where you want to apply the pivot table. After that, you need to choose where you want to put the pivot table report to be placed. So you want to have it on new worksheet or you want to have an existing location. Similarly, you can choose that and click on OK. So let's do this. And my this main data sheet, the name of the sheet is main data. And we already talked about the columns and the number of rows we have with this data. Now, what I'm doing, I'm going back to insert pivot table. In this pivot table, by default, it is giving this range, that is financials. So where you want to put this table now, choose where you want to have the pivot table. For now, I will be choosing new worksheet. In case if I click on the existing worksheet, I need to provide the location in which column you want to start this pivot table. For now, I will be clicking on new worksheet and I'll put here OK. So once I'm done with this, I am forwarded to a new sheet. You can see here this main data is here, sheet 1 is here. And this kind of output you will get. Pivot table fields is written here and some pivot table to build a report. Choose fields from the pivot table feed list is shown here. This is the main data where I applied that and this is the new sheet that has been created with the pivot table. We will learn about this as well. Let's start. So this is again telling to choose the particular table or range. And once you have this thing with you, you can see one more tab is enabled here. And that tab is pivot table analyze. And this is the pivot table fields. As you have seen here in the slide, we can see it on the Microsoft Excel as well. Once you have clicked, I'll repeat it again, insert pivot table and you just need to click on that. Once you have clicked that, you will be forwarded to a new worksheet in case you have selected to create it into the new worksheet. If you are doing it to the existing worksheet, I need to tell the exact location and then you will be getting all these things in the same sheet as only. But for a good interface, what we are doing, we are having that pivot table in the another worksheet. So this time what has been enabled? This is a new tab that is pivot table analyze has been enabled. Plus we are having this output pivot table fields. Here you can see we talked about this. We have four different things that is filtration, columns, rows and values. And in this we can actually go through the number of columns which has been part of this main data. So all the columns are listed here. Now it is up to you how you want to segregate these columns here. Let's come to the slide again. So this is where we need to choose the fields to add to the report. Now it is up to you. You want to drag it or drop it to the filter or to the column or to the rows or to the values. And how we can do this? In the same example, like if we see this example, in this example, we have country, industry, client name, fiscal period, currency, FX, revenue and margin. And in this pivot table, three fields has been considered, that is country, revenue and margin. So if you look at the output for this way, here you can see here only three fields are selected, that is country, revenue and margin. Once these are selected and country is forwarded to the rows, so that is why in the rows we can see the countries and in the columns we have the values and values are what? Revenue and the margin. So in this way we had the pivot table with us. So it is up to us what actually we want to see and accordingly we can have the output with us. Next in the structuring, just see about this. So we learned about that. Now we are here to explore other tables. Before that, let's try this pivot table thing on our data, that is financial sample. So I will be going here. So let me choose something here. So I will be doing same thing. So I'll be selecting country here and then I will be selecting, maybe this time we can select the profit. You can see here once you have selected that, this sum of profit is into the value. So row labels we have the country names and sum of profit is written and here it is the grand total is written here. So you just click here only. If I select here the maybe sale price as well, let me select it here. So it has been added here also. Let me have some other inputs as well. So we have the price for now, we have the profit for now, And similarly, I can have the gross sales as well. Sales is also given, and then we can have some other output like units sold, discount band. So these are all output we can have it here. So it is up to you how you want to expand the data with you. So this way you can choose the number of columns here. Filtration, if you want to apply any particular filtration, you can do that as well. Next, the another option is that whenever you're clicking on the values, by default it is providing you the sum of the profit. So sum of the profit for the Canada itself you have here. Sum of sale price is here. Sum of gross sales is here. Sum of units sold is here. So I can choose any another function as well. How I can do that? Let's try that also. You can remove it here from here only. Value field setting. From value field setting, you can have the count with you. So if I click on this count function and click on OK, you'll have count of profit. So number of rows or number of results that belongs to Canada is resulted are here. It's written here. Similarly, you can change it for sale price as well. You can change it for the gross sales as well. You can change it for the units sold as well. Again, I'll click on that and I'll click value field setting. I can go with other functions as well. So I have the option to choose average, maximum, min function, product function, count number, standard deviation with population, variance, variance with population. All these functions I can choose here. Choose the type of calculation that you want to use to summarize data from the selected field. In fact, you can look for a particular format also for the numbers as well. What format, in which format you want to have the output here only. And you can give another name also. If maybe for the sum, let me write here the total. So I can click on that. If I click here, so I have this column name as total, but it is for the sum only. So I can have my own name as well for particular field. So this is sum of sales. In this way, with the pivot table, you can have data summary with you. Number of fields you can choose, what kind of output you want to have, you can have it there only. Let's include some other things here. Let me include year here also. Now, how I'm clicking here for the year. Now you can see it here how perfectly the data is summarized here. For the Canada year 2013-14, you have the data differently. For the France, for the year 2013 and 2014, you have data differently. This is the sum only. And similarly for the Germany, similarly for the Mexico, United States of America, and in the end you have the grand total. In fact, you have the another option like when you are clicking on this country that time, or maybe you have the values here, that time you can actually add or remove the fields which you want to use it on your site. Let's explore some other functions as well. You have added year here. Let me click it to the columns. Now you can see the change in the output. In the rows, we have the country. In the columns, we have the year. And that now you have it for a different year. 2013, 2014 is written here. Similarly, for 2013-14 for the sale price, sum of gross sales 2013-14, sum of units sold 2013-14, and we have for similarly for other things as well. Here is written here. So it is up to you how you want to have that output with you. Let me remove this year field now. I'm removing it from here, and let me see any other field I can enter here only to get a different type of data. Let me include that as well. This time what we have, you can just have a look on that. This time I can click on month number. Rather than year, I'm adding month number. And that month number, I want to have a look into which this is sum of month number. Let me pass it to the rows. So you will have something output like this. This is for January, February, March, April, May, and similarly till December. We have the data set with us. Canada, France, and similarly for other countries as well. So this is the basic outlook how this pivot table is working. How we can have it? We need to go to the main data. There, then insert, click on the pivot table. You'll be asked for a different worksheet. Once you have selected different worksheet, at that time, this pivot table analyze tab will be enabled and we will be exploring it in news in all the ribbons, everything in a few minutes. And the other thing is we having that is pivot table fields. There we have the option for the filters, columns, rows, and values. And you can decide how you want to have the output with you, how many columns you want to include. You want to have it into the rows, you want to have it into the columns, you want to have it into the values, and what kind of value you need. You have different options with you. The options are you can have sum, you can have the count, you can have the average, you can have the max, min, product, count numbers, standard deviation with population, variance with population. These functions you can choose and you can go with your own name also for the column name, and you can choose a particular number format as well. After learning about the basic structure of the pivot table, let's learn about the pivot table options. So with the options, what we can choose about the pivot table name. We can go with the active fields. We can go with the group, filter, data, actions, calculations, tools, and show. So we saw that once we have the pivot table with us, at that time, what we can do, we can have the options available from that pivot table analyze tab only. And there we have these all options with us. This is pivot table analyze. So once you choose this, there you have the option. You can see here pivot table name, active fields, group, filter. Just look on the cursor, then you have the data. And the another screenshot, what you have data, actions, calculations, tools, and show. So now our next agenda is to explore all these options that are available with pivot table analyze. And now you have this country revenue margin with you. This we already talked about. So you can have this into the quarters as well. How we can do? We can do it with the groups. The groups is mentioned here only. This is then this way you can have the group here. In this example, it's shown here the pivot table name is pivot table 2. You can have your own name as well for this pivot table. They have kept their cursor on the country, and that's why this active field is country. And they did the grouping with this group selection. You can have it a normal look as well from the ungroup section as well. So we'll learn about this everything, and you can actually plus and use this minus button to maximize and minimize or to expand this group. So this is for quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. Quarter 1 is carrying the information about January, February, and March. Quarter 2 is having information about April, May, and June. Quarter 3 is having information about July, August, and September. Quarter 4 is having information about October, November, and December. So this is possible with this group selection, and you can have a normal look also with this ungrouping thing. We will learn about this R dataset as well, that is with the financial sample. So before going to formatting, let's explore these options. It will be fun. Let's go back to as sheet, that is financial sample. So we already have the data with us. So let me just have a simple look for that. So I'll remove this field. Now I have country with me in the rows, and then I have a total for sum of, it was for a field for the shown here in the sale price and the profit. So this was for the, we can write here as well, total profit, so that you will have the output information as well. This is for the total profit, sum of sale price, sum of gross sales, and sum of units sold. So let me change it for other fields as well. So I'll change it as total sale price to make the uniformity into my pivot table, and it is having the same formula for the sum only. Similarly for the gross sales as well, I will be changing it to total for the gross sales, and similarly I have for the units sold as well, that is total units sold. Let's click on OK. So I have this output with me. Whatever formatting you want to do, that we will learn later on. This agenda is to explore all these options which were shown in the slide. So we have the option for the pivot table name. We have the option for the active field. This is for the group, and this is for the filtration, data, actions, calculations, tools, and show. So let's go with the name. Let me give this name to this pivot table name. So by default, it is coming pivot table 1 without any space. So I can have my name as well. This is about, let me write here, data summary. So this is my table name here, data summary. This is for the pivot table. Next time when I click here, so I have the name as pivot table name with me. So this is the pivot table name. I can change other options also. In options, we have this printing format, data format, alternative text, display settings, some data settings, some layout and format. So if you want to make any changes with that also, you can do that, or you can change the name here. So this is with the pivot table options. Next, come to the field settings. So my cursor is in now, my cell is selected as Canada, that is active field is country. Let me take it to any other field. This time this is total profit. Next, it is, you can have a look here, total sale price. If I move it here, then total gross sales, total units sold. So it is telling me about the active field of that pivot table, and the pivot table is data summary. Let me move this cursor to third row, that is France, for the France. So again it is showing total units sold, then it is total gross sales, total sales price, total profit, and the country name. And similarly, if I move it to, and in this case, you can have an output like here. If you're keeping here, you will not be shown with any active field that is not part of the pivot table fields. If I click here, this is total profit again. This is total sale price again, and total gross sales again, and similarly total units sold. If I click on field setting, this is the same option which we were getting from here. Let me click it here. So the option available with the right click and value field setting where you can have a different name for that particular column, or you can choose a different method or a function to summarize the value. And same option how you can get with this pivot table analyze, and this in active field we have field setting. With this you can customize the name of the column, and you can choose a different calculation method as well. With this value field setting you can choose a different number format as well. So this is the value field setting. Or you want to change this with this right click option, value field setting, or you want to have a long way to go, that is pivot table analyze and then field setting, but it will be giving you ultimately same kind of output only. This is with the ribbon active field. Let's talk about the group now. So see, you just need to have a look on that. Here what you have, if you are on to the column total profit, that time this ribbon is disabled. You are into total sale price, it is again disabled. You are into total gross sales, it is again disabled. It is, you are at total units sold, it is again disabled. Another case, now I am at the country section. In that country section, I have this ribbon is enabled now. Let me do group selection. Cannot group this selection. Put it into the group. Maybe Canada or France as a one group. See, now you have the groups like I made Canada and France in a one group, Germany in another group, Mexico in another group, and United of States of America in one group. So you have the grouping option now. So if I click on that, so I can have the output like that. So whatever group I want to expand, that I can do it like this. And here it is also showing me the total profit. If I click on this, so you can see here something 7310249, and this is the total of these two things, and same is presented here. How I did that? With this grouping option. So it basically divided your data into the groups, and for that particular group also it is providing you the total profit, total sale price, total gross sales, total units sold. Why? Whatever the formula you have chosen, it was the formula for the sum of this Canada and France, and for the same group as well you are having the output with your point. Similarly, if I go to my slide back, in the example what we were seeing something like quarter here. Here we just made it group so we can provide our on name as well to this group value. If I click on this field setting, so I can have a different output here, whatever you want to choose. So if you want to finish this, how you can do that? So once I ungroup that, everything is gone. That now there is nothing like quarter or something. It is not having any individual identity or something. So what you can do, you can make changes overall on that. So if I make the group again, let me try group selection here. So if I make it a maybe this time Canada, France, and Germany group selection. So these three countries are part of Group 1, Mexico is from Group 2, and United of States of America from a Group 3. So you have made this like this, and you can have grouping for this as well, and this you can choose or unchoose or depending on your choice, but you are having a different output with yourself. Let's analyze another function for now. Maybe let me ungroup this. Ungroup is done. So next we have filter. So what is filter? Filter is already provided here. By default, you are being provided with the functionality of the filtration with the row labels. So if I click on that, so if I want to see the data only for maybe Canada and France, so I can have choose Canada and France from that category and have the output for the Canada and France. Similarly, if I click on Mexico only, this time I can have output for only Mexico. This is the output is seen here. So now it is up to me which country I want to see. I want to explore all the countries or I can go for any particular country. So I can do it with the filtration. In the same pivot table analyze with the filter, we have insert slicer as well. This is very interesting one. Just have a look on the description provided by Microsoft Excel. This is use a slicer to filter data visually. Slicers make it faster and easier to filter tables, pivot charts, and cube functions. So if I click on insert slicer, so I have been provided with different column names that are segment, country, product, discount band, units sold, manufacturing price, sale price, gross sales, discounts, sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, month name, year. So everything is given here. Let me choose this time segment. I have segment here. Nothing else I'm choosing here. This is only for segment. Now you can see this. I'm keeping this slicer here. If I click on enterprise, it will be giving me output only for the enterprise. If I will be clicking on the government, it will be giving me the output for only government. Now this is mid-market, then it is for small business, this is for the channel partner. So we have the filtration option available with us with the slicer option. And in the slicer option, you can actually choose whatever you want to choose. Let me try any other slicer as well. Let me delete this current one. I'll go back to this pivot table analyze and click on insert slicer. So this time I'm choosing maybe month name again. I'll click here. So this now you have all the 12 months with you. This is January, February, March, April till December we have. So if I click on January, I have the output for this Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, and United States of America for total profit, total sale price, total gross sales, and total unit sales only for the month of January. Similarly, I can go with the February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. So this is the benefit of the slicer. What else you can do? You can clear filter here. Right now January is selected. So I can clear the filter here so I can have the output for all. Let me explain it again. So this is my slicer. Right now I have not selected anything. I'll click on January. This is the output for the January. You want to come back to the previous state. So in this way, what you can do, you can clear this filter. So it will be showing the output for all the 12 months. Similarly, we have the options here for multi-select. So multi-selects now I want to have for a maybe for till June. So I'll be selecting January, February, March, April, May, and June. So these all six fields are selected here and we have the output for this. So this is shown here. So if you want to select multiple options, that time what you can use this option or you can go with the shortcut key and the shortcut key is Alt plus S. If you want to clear the filtration, you can do it with the Alt plus C or you can click on that. This is the benefit of inserting the slicer with your data set. So you can have the multiple output and you can go with the single click only and easily you can have the output with you. Let me delete this slicer again. I'll go back to the pivot table analyze and let me look for insert slicer again. So if I click on year, similarly I can have the output either for 2013 or 2014, or if you want to select multiple selections, you can go for both the years. You can clear the filters it with will. Next in the slicer option, what we have another option insert timeline. So here in timeline, I'll be selecting a date. It is getting the data, the column which is relevant to some kind of timeline. So date is the relevant one. If I click on OK, so now it will be showing you output something like this. So it has been shown here a timeline. This timeline, let me expand it. Now you can understand this timeline here. Let me go back. So it is starting here from January 2013 and it is going till other months. So if I select here January, only January 2013, you'll have output for only January 2013. Similarly for other months also. So you can have the timeline with you with this slicer thing, insert slicer. So this is a very good option to explore your data and you can have multiple options here. Now it's up to you, you want to use it or not, but if you want to have a good data summary in one click, you can have a different outputs for different filtration method and different parameters things. And what option you want to choose, you can go with that. Insert timeline is another option when you want to explore your data with respect to a timeline. After going with the slicer option, let's explore some other option available with pivot table analyze, and the next one is the with the data. So now we have made the this pivot table with this from the main data only. We just applied it with the insertion and just clicked on the pivot table and then we had this pivot table into the new worksheet. Now what if I'm making any changes here? So for example, I'm replacing the country Canada, or let me add one more country here. I will be adding one more row, but with a different country this time. So it should be having this country also in the pivot table as well. So I will be adding India here in this sheet. It's a new country. It was not added before in this data set. So let me add this. Let me insert a row here. And after insertion, let me copy it for an hour. I have copied it and this time I'm changing this country's name to India. So now this should be reflected here. This India should be reflected here. So what we can do, let me go back and click on this pivot table analyze. I'll click on this refresh. So as I have clicked on refresh, this India has been appeared here. So how it happened? This pivot table was made on the basis of this main data. If I am doing any kind of a changes, I need to refresh this pivot table as well. And we can refresh it by using Alt plus F5 or clicking on the refresh. So this is getting the latest data by refreshing all the sources in the workbook. The second option that is available with this data ribbon is change the data source. And for example, I want to change the data source this time. Before that, I have given this me data and I have another sheet and I want to change the data source now to that another sheet that I also can do. I'll click on this change data source. So this time I need to provide the table or the range here. Right now it is selected here and you can change it to some other data source as well. So this is your choice. After having the pivot table also you can change the data source Like you are working on this main data and something happened, and that time you're changing everything. You don't want, or maybe the other example can be you want to increase or decrease the data range. In that case, you can this use this option that is available with pivot table analyze. You can refresh the data with Alt plus F5. You can change the data source depending on your condition. So it is not like that you have made the pivot table and you need to make the table again, or you can't do anything here. This is allowed here. This is very much allowed. So you can change the data source as well. You can refresh the data as well depending on the conditions here. Next ribbon is action. So for now, till now, what we have covered? We have covered the name of the pivot table. We have learned about the active field. We learned about the field settings. We have learned about the grouping as well, ungroup and the group selection. And this will be enabled only once I'll have a group name here. And then we have learned about the filtration option. We learned about how we can have the help with inserting the slicer here. We can insert the timeline as well. Use a timeline to filter dates interactively. Timelines make it faster and easier to select time periods in order to filter pivot tables, pivot charts, and queue function. Pivot tables we are learning, and later on we will learn about pivot charts and queue functions as well. Then we learned about this ribbon tab, this ribbon that is data ribbon, and that is refresh and change data source. Now let's come to actions now. So we have actions ribbon now. So it's written here clear, select and move pivot table. So with this, if I click on that clear filter, so it will not be affecting here because we don't have any filter for now. If I click on clear all, I'm done with my data set. So nothing is selected here. My pivot table is cancelled. Everything has been undoed here. If I undo here, so I'll get my data back. So you can clear the things with this clear fields. And how it is happening? It is happening with remove fields, formatting and filters. So we can clear all with this filtration thing. Then next we have the select. What we can do with the select? So with select an element of the pivot table, so you can select a particular, now what you want to select. See, I have this cursor here. You just can see it's on Germany, that's A6. If I select what, I want to select entire table. So this selection is possible with the select thing. Now I can go for a label or volume also. I can go with the values as well. See, this is the values only. I can go with label cells. Just see the how the selection is working here. So I click here, entire pivot table you want, or you want to have labels and values as well. We just want to have the values here. You just want to have the labels here, and or otherwise enable. Another option is, let me go with that. Now I'm not selecting anything. I'm at my pivot table. In that select, I'm going to enable selection. So this time, whenever I'm moving my cursor, that time actually changing this thing. So I am going to and enabling the selection. So this selection is possible with the select. So it is up to you how you want to do the selection. So this select clear is for clearing everything from the pivot table. Filter right now we don't have. If we have filters, in that case we can provide the filters. You can see here we are not using any kind of filter here. So if we would have used the filters, in that case what we can done, we can actually clear those filters by using this option. Clear all is deleting everything from the data. And then we have the select. In the select, what we are doing, we can actually select the entire table, or we can go for the labels and the values. We can go for the values, labels, and otherwise we can use the enable selection option. Next, we have the option move pivot table. So now I am at my pivot table. And if I click on move pivot table, so this is giving me another option where you want to choose another area where you want to move your pivot table. Choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. You want to have it in a new worksheet, you can have it. If I click on that, so I'll be getting a sheet 2. There I have the data. If I go back and check, see sheet 1 is empty. Now it is actually moved. It is moved from sheet 1 to sheet 2. And how this movement has been placed, this movement is from the move pivot table. If you want to have an existing worksheet, now you need to tell the location. So in this location, instead of A3, let me put something A15. If I put here A15 and I click on OK, this is in the existing worksheet only. So this will be moved to another place. I'll move it to again to if a new worksheet, I'll get a sheet 3. Now sheet 2 is again empty. So sheet 1, sheet 2, now it is shifted to sheet 3. Initially we shifted it from sheet 1 to sheet 2 and then from sheet 2 to sheet 3. And here also what else we learned? We learned that we can actually move it like we can move it to existing worksheet as well. Here you can decide where you want to put it. Like right now I want to have it at I-17. So I'll write here I-17. I-17 is the location, and if I click on OK, this will be shifted here. So this movement I can do it here. I'll get this movement to maybe new worksheet now. So this is the new worksheet. I'll be deleting the rest of the sheets for the safer side so that we should be aware where we are working here. I have deleted all other sheets, or maybe what we can do, like we can have the main data and here we can write like data summary. So this is our sheet name here, data summary. So we can go through that all the summary of the data in this sheet. And whenever we are making changes, so it is advisable to refresh the data so that it should be having a latest information with us, and you can have the exact report on the data set. We talked about clear, we talked about the selection, we talked about the moving of the table. We have covered this actions thing also, option with the pivot table analyze. Next we have the calculation. This is very important one. So what we have in the calculation, what we can do in the calculation, I have selected this table. I'm at this pivot table, and in here if I click on fields, now this is calculated field. This is the same thing. Now whenever you want to put any other formula, you can put it here and you can add those fields here, so it is giving the other options as well. Let me select here this time manufacturing price. Let me select here manufacturing price. So I'll give a name it to here. So this might be field 1 only. Formula right now we are not providing. I will be inserting a field here, manufacturing price, and we'll be clicking here. So this will be also added here, manufacturing price. So we can add more fields and items here. We can have the changes in the orders also. We can have the list of the formula as well. So this all is allowed with these field item and set. So basically if you want to add one more field here, you can do it from here as well, or you can go through this as well. So to add or remove a particular field, this is with the calculation only, and whatever options are available from the same table range, it is giving you, it is providing you that particular column as well. Next, we have some other tools. We talked about pivot charts as well. This is very important. Pivot charts, it's a very useful tool. Let me click on that pivot chart. So we have learned about the charts in the previous session as well. It was a simple chart. We talked about these charts to use it for your data representation whenever you are working on data analysis. So it is good to have the charts and graphs with you. See, we have this data. It's better to present it in the form of the chart so that your user or your client can have a clear understanding of the data set. So if I click on this pivot chart, now I can have the output based on this. So we have the option, all other options we have the option for column, we have the option for the line, we have the option for the pie, bar, area, XY scatter, map, stock market, surface, radar, tree map, sunburst, histogram, box and whisker, waterfall, funnel, combo. So it's up to you, or it's up to us how you want to take the all the outputs. Let me take the in column only, or I'll go for the bar so that I can have a clear output understanding here. I'll click on OK. So I have the output with me. So this is for sum of field. Let me delete for this now. We will not have this input here. I will be deleting this field, this new field. So we are not considering it for now. I'll be deleting it from here only, sum of field. I'll remove this field. Now field is removed. We have now total profit with us. We have total sale price with us, gross sales and unit sold. So I'll click on pivot table analyze, and what I'll do, I'll click on pivot chart. This time what we are taking, see, you are clicking here and you're getting different kind of output. Preview is already available, so it's very easy for you to decide what you want to choose here. I'll go for the bar for this time, and I'll have this kind of a bar. This is good to understand, or I'll go for this and I'll click on OK. This is the graph here. So you can see the values. See, there is a huge difference between the values. That is why this is not visible here. And other thing, this gross sales is visible because of having the higher value, and other things you can see here. This is for total profit, sale price, and gross sales is less value. So this is minutely be enabled. So rather than showing this kind of data to your client, you can directly come to this kind of data and it will be more presentable. So your data is summarized as well, and how you from the charts you are providing the data summary of your data. So whatever analysis you have done, you have calculated the growth, you have predicted something, or you have find out the trend line of the data set, and same understanding of the data, whatever is the resultant of your data set, that you can represent through the pivot charts. And similarly we can try other chart as well. So it is up to you, or it is depending on the data which type of chart suits to the data, and same you can choose it for your data set. For example, I'll go with the tree map is not available here. I'll go with a line column only, line. So in the line, what you can have output like this. This is for now total units sold, total gross sales, total sale price, and total profit. So this you can choose it here with whatever you want to choose. So you can go for any particular country as well. Let me select only this time India, and I'll click on OK. So it will give me output something. So that output was very less, so it is not shown here. Let me go for United States of America as well. That time I'll get the output here. So this is the decline and this is the line column here, and you can see it here. Now we have only two output because whatever filtration we did in the pivot chart, that is also applicable to the pivot table as well. Now I'll select all and I'll get the output for that. So this is the functionality with the pivot table analyze. So just by making a pivot table, you can have the charts as well. Now the interesting one is the recommended tables, recommended pivot tables. So want us to recommend pivot tables that summarize your complex data? Click this button to get a customized set of pivot tables that way we think the best suit for your data. So here actually this Microsoft Excel is smartly acting and providing you some recommended pivot tables. See here what we have: sum of profit by country, sum of product by country, sum of profit by segment, and then discount, then sales, COGS we have, manufacturing prices. So based on the different fields, Microsoft Excel actually recommended us some pivot table. Let me click this sum of profit by month, number, and country. And if I click on this, preview is visible here. If I click on OK here, so I have the data set with me. This is the recommended pivot table. So if it is suits to your application, you can go with the recommended pivot table as well. Otherwise, you can decide on your own which fields or which columns you want to have as filter, as column, as row, or as values. So here we have taken for the sum of profit, and other recommendation it is giving us to sum of product. If I click, so I'll have the output like this. So if it fits your criteria, then you can choose the recommendation system as well. The last one, the last option available with pivot table analyze is show. Now you just see here how it works. It's very simple. In show, it is the property for that pivot table field. If I click on field list, let me enhance it first so that you can understand the output. Now you can see here, we can see the all the fields available to add to the report. This is here drag fields, dragging area. Here we have the option for filter, column, rows, and columns. So if I uncheck this field list, so this entire window has gone. If I click on that, I'll get it again. Okay, if I uncheck this button, show or hide button, these buttons allow you to expand or collapse items within the pivot table. So these buttons will be gone from that side. So right now we don't have those buttons. Let me take a grouping here so that you will understand. I'll have a group selection, a group for Canada and France. I'll have a group here. And now we have this grouping section. Now, if I click on that, now this is checked. You can see this buttons here. So these buttons, what it is saying, like show or hide button, these buttons allow you to expand or collapse items within the pivot table. With this button, I can actually expand it or have it according to my condition. So if I uncheck this, in that case, I will not be getting it. So it's better to have. So I need to just double click on that and expand it to get the complete data set. Otherwise, you can have the buttons with you so that you are aware that what we have in the grouping Canada and France, Germany, Mexico, and United States of America. Then we have the field headers. It display the field headers for rows and column. If I uncheck this, see this is gone. If I click on this, this is available here. So it is up to you what you want to show. You want to have this field list. So have it with the enabling it. If you want to have buttons, just have it with the enable or disable. And similarly, we can do with the field headers as well. In fact, you can add more tables. If you want to recreate a pivot table that you need to do here, you want to do some kind of filtration here, that actually you can do it from here. This option, otherwise, in the right click also we have some option. This is move up, move down, move to beginning, move to end. This is to set the order here. Move to report filter, move to column labels, move to values, or ultimately you want to remove this field, you can do that. Or in the field settings, we already covered this. So this is all about pivot table. What we have covered, we learned about how we can insert the pivot table. Then after inserting the pivot table, this pivot table analyze is enabled. We have pivot table name here, we have the active field here, grouping option, inserting the slicer, having the timeline with us. In that data, we can change the data source or we can refresh the data set. Whenever you're making some changes or it is advisable before looking into data, just refresh it your data set. Then you can have the action with clear and selection, or you can move the pivot table. Field settings we can do, we can add more fields by this option. Then we have the pivot chart. Whenever you're presenting your report, it's better to have it in the form of the charts and graphs, and pivot chart helps you to do that. And recommendation system sometimes works so well that you can have that output directly just by clicking that without doing anything. And whatever option you want to show in pivot table wizard, that you can select it from the show ribbon. Let's come back to the slide now again. So we have covered all the options available with the pivot table. We covered pivot table name, we covered active fields, we covered group, filter, data, actions, calculation, tools, and show. What we have after that, we have the formatting also, pivot table formatting that you can do. So how you can do this formatting, now learn about that formatting. So in formatting, we have the option to for layout, pivot table style options we have table styles, and after this pivot table analyze, we get one more tab, that is design. So we'll talk about this now. We'll see in the Microsoft Excel also. So we can have the different outputs here as well. Let's see what we have with the formatting. So I am having the same. I have the country, I have the sum of product. Let me add some more things here so that we can see. I'll go with my pivot table recommendation system only. So this time let me have some more values here. I'll be going with sum of profit by country. I can have a good output. Let me take some more things here. So I'm going through this is. So this time I have two more columns by year wise. If I try something else, profit by segment. So I have this output is with me. Now this is with the channel partners, enterprise, government, mid-market, and small business. So this is for 2013, then it is for 2014, the sum of profit, and we have the grand total here as well. Now let's come to the design. In design, we have the options for layout. We have the option for pivot table style option and pivot table styles. First we will talk about subtotals. So in subtotals, just see the output here, what is visible right now. Now I click on subtotals, do not show subtotals. If I click on that, so this time subtotal is already not there, so it is not gone. If I click show all subtotals at the bottom group, it is given here. So we can make the changes here. Let me change this pivot chart. I will go with this pivot table analyze and clear all. Yes, clear all works here. This time what I'm selecting, I'm having the country. I'll click on the country. I'll click on the sale price. I'll click on the gross sales. I'll click on the profit and I will also click on the discounts here. Here I am having the sum values, that is fine with me. India is also given here, so let me delete this India for now, and so that we can have a good output with us, because it's only a single value and it is affecting the complete data set. I have deleted this value here. I'm coming back to my data summary. I will be deleting other things here, and in the data summary, now I need to refresh my data. I'll click on refresh. So this India is gone because I have deleted this from the main data. Now this time I have the pivot table here. Let's go back to the design. In the design, let's click on the subtotal. Now what I'm doing, I'll be selecting this pivot table. I don't want to see any subtotal here. Subtotal is already not visible here. In this case, we don't have subtotals. So let's try to have a group here because it is working for the groups now. How these groups are working? Let's try that. Let me make other group now. I'll go back to pivot table, analyze, group selection. So I have the groups now. Groups are working. So now in the groups, I have the subtotal here. So we are talking about this. I'll go back to design and I'll show do not show subtotals. Now subtotals for a group is gone. If I click on show all subtotals at bottom of group, it will be worked here. If I click on at top of group, so now you can see it's at the top. So we have the total for the group and it is on the top. If I want to have at the bottom of the group, it will be shifted to the bottom of the group. If you don't want the subtotals, just click on do not show subtotal. So it works for the group here. Do not show subtotal. Show all subtotals at bottom of group, or you can have show all subtotals at top of group. So this is your choice. Then we have the grand total. Grand total we are talking about here. So off for rows and columns. If I click on that, so the grand total has gone. If I click here on for rows and columns, it will come here. Similarly, you can on it for rows as well. You can have it for on for columns only. So this time we have the data here only. So that is why it is calculated for the column. If we would have data for rows, so there also the same things will be applicable. So we have off for rows and columns, on for rows and columns, on for rows only, on for columns only. So this is about this grand total. So you can decide whether you want to have these grand totals automatically or not. It's your choice. If you want to have, you can include it. Otherwise, you can discard this from choosing this option. By default, it will be visible and you can make the changes by offing it for the records. So I'll click it for now. Let me on it for some rows and columns. Then I have the report layout with me. What we have in the report layout, it is, if I click on, just see on the changes what we are doing. Show in compact form. So this is the default version. Show in outline form. So now this description has changed. You can see some things here. So borders are mixed up or all the changes has been done. This is the form of the report. You want to have in a tabular form, you'll see all the borders here. Repeat all items labels. So this repetition is done now for the groups now. If I go for the do not repeat that item, that will be gone for that group item. So this is up to you how you want to have the report layout. I'll go with again. This is the compact form, the outline form, and then we have tabular form. Then we have repeat all items labels. Then we have do not repeat item labels. So whatever suits with you, you can go for that. Right now I'm working with the compact form. Next we have the blank rows. So this again very interesting. So if you click on insert blank line after each item, you'll see a blank line here. Let me go for a tabular form. There you can have it a good look. So here you can see the blank row here. If I want to remove it, I can do it. So now no blank row will be written here. If I insert blank row is given here. If I remove it, I can do it. So blank rows, insertion or removal is in your hands. Next we have the things row header, banded rows and column headers and banded columns. So if I uncheck this row headers, so this time header is gone. You can see here this is not bold now. If I click on row header, it is treating as a header for that. Similarly, we can do for the columns as well. This is the styling option. If I want to have a banded rows, these are the banded rows. If I want to have the banded columns, I have the banded columns here. And the other styles like we have for the table, we have for the pivot table as well. So just I'm taking my mouse over it, you can see the preview. Light themes we can have. So whatever theme you want to choose for the pivot table, you can choose. You can go for the medium one also. You can go for the dark one also. This we already covered in table style as well. Similarly, we have the pivot table style as well. You want to clear it, you can have clear view for that, and then you can choose it. I can have a different style for that. If you want to have a new pivot table style, I'll click on that. So here you can decide what you want to do it. You want to change, you want to have a different format for there. So this is up to you. You want to filter a value, whatever value you want to change. Like I want to have something special for first row strip. This I can format and choose font color. I can choose the border. I can choose the fill option. So if that design pivot table style is according to your choice, then you can go for this. Otherwise, you can make your on pivot style as well. If I'll make this, let me make it here. I'll make it for the whole table and I'll format it. Format in that fill, I'm just choosing the yellow color. I'm clicking OK and OK. So when I'll click on this, I'll get my customized one also. So this is my customized one. Before that, I can view only light, medium and dark theme. Now I have this custom theme as well for the my pivot table style. So similarly, you can make your on style as well. This was all about the design tab with pivot table styles. So we covered so far the pivot table. Just to revise everything, we will talk about what we have covered in the pivot table. So we learned about the introduction, summarizing, and for the reorganizing of the data, we use pivot tables. How we can have it? We can have it with the insertion. From the table, we have the pivot table. We have the sections here, field, filters, rows, columns, and values. In the structuring, we covered about the selecting the particular range for a data and insertion into a pivot table. We can do it with the drag and drop options as well. You can choose where you want to have your pivot table. You want to have it in the same worksheet or into the new worksheet. After this, you will get a pivot table analyze tab enabled with you, and another will be design. This kind of field output will be available on the screen after that. Then you can click on the particular field, particular value, particular column, and you can choose the data source from a new enabled tab. Then we learned about the pivot table options. We covered pivot table name, active fields, group, filter, data, actions, and calculations, tools, and show. So we learned about everything here. We learned about how we can make the different groups. Then we learned about the pivot table formatting. In there we covered about the layout, pivot table style option, and styles. These all three ribbons we covered. Layout, pivot table style options, and pivot table styles here. And then we talked about that how pivot table, pivot chart can help us for our output as well. Now, next is lookup functions, where we will talk about two functions basically, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. This is very interesting and generally is quite demanding in the market. So even for the interviews as well, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUPs are highly questioned in the recruitment process. So what is VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP, we have the formula with us. In the VLOOKUP, V is for the vertical and HLOOKUP is for the H is for the horizontal. So if you need to look for something in the vertical direction, then you'll go for vertical lookup, VLOOKUP. If you want to have something to search in the horizontal direction, then time you'll go for horizontal lookup, that is HLOOKUP. It looks for the right into the direction. How it works? In this formula, in this function, we have arguments. The first argument is lookup value. Second argument is table array. Then we have column index number. Then we have the range lookup. So it returns a value in the same row from the column you choose after looking for a value in the leftmost column of the selected range. So how it is working? So this is the lookup value, what you need to find out. Okay. And here you'll provide a range in the table array as a second argument. In the third argument, you will tell VLOOKUP that it needs to start the finding or the searching from this column number only. And here you can give two options. Either you can write false and true. So by default, it is true. If you are putting here true, if you're passing here true argument, it will go for a approximate match. That is very dangerous. It will give us some absurd outputs. So it is highly advised that you should pass here argument as false, because false redirects to VLOOKUP to have the only exact value, not to go for the approximate match. So what we will be doing, we will be working as a VLOOKUP for, will not go for the default approach. We will go for the false approach, and that is finding the exact value. First, we will provide what we want to find, what we want to look for, and then we will be having here the range and how it is starting, which column, for which column you need that value. So let's understand this with example. Only then we will get to know how VLOOKUP is working. So what I'll be doing, I'll be having this data only. So let me have a new sheet. To understand this, I'll be copying a short range of the table here. So let's have the column name as well. This was the data is taken for segment. Data is taken from segment, country, product, and discount band. So let me copy the column name here so that we can put it to another sheet as well. This is segment, country, product, and discount band. So we have now this, you can see this is a smaller set of data with us. So this is, we have segment, this we have country, then we have product, then we have the discount bound with us. Let me zoom my screen so that output is visible to you guys. And now you can see it here. Let's apply a VLOOKUP here, that is particular lookup. I'll write my formula here, VLOOKUP. So you can see the descriptions as well. Looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table and then returns a value in the same row from a column you specify. By default, the table must be sorted in the ascending order. Right now, we are not doing that. So we'll be provide here. I'll be writing it here completely and then starting the parentheses. Now I can have the four options, that is lookup value, table array, column index number, and range column. Now in the lookup value, I'll click on maybe enterprise here. So this is E7, comma, then I need to provide a table array. So I'll be providing it's a complete range, E13 to H13. Then in the column index, which columns value I need against of enterprise, I need the discount band. So this number is, this column index number is 1, 2, 3, 4. So I will be writing here 4. And as we talked about, see, now in the fourth argument, it asks for two options, that is true or false. So true is for the approximate match and false is for the exact match. Approximate match, the values in the first column of table array must be sorted in the ascending order. We will not go for this. We will go for the false, as we have not any kind of sorting with us. VLOOKUP will only find an exact match. So I'll be writing here false as the fourth option, the fourth argument. Once I've clicked that, now for enterprise, it has provided my discount band as high. Let me pass any other value here. Let me pass E8. E8 is government now. It is giving me again high. Let me change it to something else. This time, instead of government, for in government, I am writing here low. So I will be getting, let me refresh it. This time again, we are searching it for the government, but for the government, it is having the first row. So I need to change it into low here because it is returning me only the first case. It is not, once this function has received the item, it will show only the first item. It is not bothered about what is happening after that. So this is with the VLOOKUP function. So we can try with other columns as well. If I pass 2 to this column index, so in that case, I'll be getting United States of America. Similarly, if I do column number 3, I will be getting value as VDD. Similarly, what you can change it for maybe small business as well. If I click on this, this is my E9. So I'll provide here E9. This time we are changing the lookup value. So for lookup value, we have selected which column? We have selected column number 3. Column number 3 is 1, 2, and 3. So for small business, the product detail is given as the output with the function VLOOKUP function. So in this way, VLOOKUP is working. You're looking up for a value and you are getting the result for another column with respect to that particular value. So for small business, we are getting the value of product because we have selected here the column number as 3. If we would have selected any other column, we will be getting the value here. Now, in fact, how you can work here. So like I am providing lookup value. This is lookup value. And here I am providing the result. So you can make the changes here. Whatever changes you want to do, you can provide it here. You can have the function here, whatever input you are providing, and same is going to this value. So let me write here the function here. So I'll be writing lookup. Lookup is the function, and then in the lookup value, we are providing this for now, and then we need to write something here. I'll be writing maybe mid market. Mid market is written. So we are looking for this value. Now I'll be writing the lookup function. So lookup function is lookup, and then mid market is that particular value. Where we want to find it? We want to find it in this array, and then we can use other function, that is result vector, and similarly we can have the value for the array. Which column you need to pass? You maybe you want to pass 3, and here you are giving false. I will be writing false here. Too many arguments for this function. Let me remove this for now. It has not found it. So we can have the value in this as well. So this is, we need to, the mistake is with the VLOOKUP. So this time we can see here VTT for the mid market. Mid market VTT is come. So if I change something, let me make it the enterprise this time. So we can have a different value about this as well. F15 enterprise. I'll see here the ignoring the error. I will be writing here lookup value is F15. This is written here enterprise, and then we are passing it to the range is same, and we need to write about other argument that is false. So we are getting here output for VTT again. Let me write here government. So I can have this again VTT here. If I write small business, so you can have another output here. Let me write government here. So we are having VTT here. Let me write channel partners. So we have another output here. So in this way you can have the output, but it is to understand that it is only returning the first value, will not bother what we have. Like government we have multiple times, this enterprise we have 2 times, small business we have 2 times. So channel partners is single, that time we are getting VTT. Let me change it to maybe something else, VTT version 1. So I'll be getting this result. So in this way it will be affected. So what VLOOKUP is doing, VLOOKUP is looking for a particular value. You will be providing the lookup value first, then you will be giving the range. VLOOKUP function need to find out that particular value. Then you need to tell which column with respect to that value you are looking for, and you will be selecting only false to get the exact match. If you are making it true, you will get a observed result because it will be going through the approximation. Let's try that also. So I will be giving here. So in some cases you can have a see, this is a error here. Otherwise everything was correct because it is looking for an approximation, and this function could not find the approximation. So that is why we are getting error here. So if I make it false, I'll be getting exact result here. So it is advisable to go with the approximation match. To choose without approximation, you can go with the exact match. And exact match, how you can have 4 arguments. Let's try VLOOKUP again so that we can see here. So we can have 2 values. This is true. True is for approximate match. False is for exact match. Approximate match, the values in the first column or a table array must be sorted in the ascending order. And false, it should have the exact match. So if you're looking for some value, then you can go for the false match here. Let's come to the slide again. Now you can read this description. Returns a value in the same row from the column you choose after looking for a value in the leftmost column of the selected range. Next we have HLOOKUP function. So HLOOKUP function, how it is working? It is working in the same manner as VLOOKUP was working, the same arguments we are providing. We are providing lookup value, we are providing table array, we are providing row index number. This time we are telling about the rows, which row you want to select. Then lookup range here, looks for a value in the topmost row of the selected range, then returns a value in the same column from the specified row. So the both of the function, one is for the vertical direction and another is for the horizontal direction. Let's try HLOOKUP now. Now this time what we are doing here, let me have a value here. Like for each country, I am providing a code. Maybe for United States of America, this is one. And maybe for Germany, I am providing a code. Then we have the Canada. Canada, I'm giving 3. I'll go back. I'm writing here 3 for the Canada. And let's do it for other countries as well. Next, we have France. France, I'm writing 4. So let's see the values here. So now what I'm doing, I'm writing this function here. This is horizontal lookup, H lookup, same 4 arguments. Now lookup value is what I want to have a look on that. I want to have lookup value as this Germany, and range I am providing this one, and then row index number I am providing second. I want to have an exact match this time, not the approximation work. So for this, what we provided Germany here. In case of Germany, I'm getting 2. Similarly, as we did for VLOOKUP, let's do the function for HLOOKUP as well. So now what I am doing, I will be writing a function here. So let's have the value here. So it should be, now I'm writing here Germany in this column. Germany, this is my lookup value, and instead of F5, I will be writing here G15. So this is the value here G15. So I'll be passing here. Now let me try it for United States of America. So if I'll write here United States of America, I'll be getting the answer as 1. If I'll be having Germany here, I'll be having 2. So this is matching against the rows. So rows matching is working in case of HLOOKUP, and column matching is working in case of vertical lookup. If I give it here Canada, in that case of Canada, I'm getting 3. If I give France here, in that case, I'm getting 4. So this is United States of America, Germany, Canada, France. So we, in this way, are HLOOKUP function works. Lookup value, table array, row index, range lookup we can give. Similarly, we have true options for the fourth argument, that is true and false. True is for the approximate match, false is for the exact match. This is an optional argument and by default value is true. So you should write it here false for the exact matching. Otherwise, you need to have your table in the sorted form and still it will not give you exact values that you are looking for. And the first value is for the lookup value, the second is for the table array, the range you will provide, and then you will provide about the row index number. This is the difference between the HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. Looks for a value in the topmost row of the selected range and then returns a value in the same column from the specified row. So we covered VLOOKUP function and we covered HLOOKUP function. Next, we have some similar functions with the lookup functions. So this is index and match. How these functions work? Index function take how many arguments? It takes 3 arguments. The third argument is the optional one. The index function, how it is working? Index is asking for an array first, and then we need to provide a row index number and the column index number. So within a table or a range returns a value or a reference to a value. So let's try index function first. Then we will come to the match one. So this time in index function, let's go with this only. I'll go index. So it returns a value or a reference of the cell at the intersection of a particular column in a given range. So what you want to have, first I need to provide a table. So I'll provide the reference here. So this is the reference of the table, and then I'll go with the row number. Which row number? Let's have 7. Now, which column number you want to give? Let me give it 2. So now I'll have the exact value, that is France. I selected 7 and 2. 7 and 2 is this France. 7 and 2. this worked like this only. This is with the row number, and row number we are calculating from the table. You need to keep into mind this is not with the your worksheet. So you can count it here. I'll write it here so that you can have clear understanding. This is first row, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. See, that's why France is written here. 8, 9, 10, and 11. So if I make a change here, if I change instead of 7, let me change it to 4 this time, and instead of column 2, I am taking column 4, and so I'll be returning high. This is my column number 1. Column number 2, it is considering the numbers of the table, not with the Excel sheet. This is column number 4. This is column number 4. And accordingly, this row number and column number is helping to have a particular value with us with this index function. So index function is taking how many arguments? It is taking 3 arguments, that is array, row index number, column index number within a table or range, returns a value or a reference to a value. Next, we have the match function. Match function takes a lookup value, lookup array, and the match type. So it returns the relative position of that item in the range after searching the specific item in the range of a cell. So how it works? Let's try a match function. We're going with the same data set. Match returns the relative position of an item in an array. So I'll click here, lookup value. Let me search for the government. B8 array. Let me take this complete table here. Match type. Now, what you want to have, there are 3 options with us, that is less than, exact match, and greater than -1. So it finds the largest value that is less than or equal to lookup value. Lookup array must be placed in ascending order. So this is with the sorting only. Then we have the exact match. Exact match finds the first value that is exactly equal to lookup value. Lookup array can be in any order. Then we have the greater than, finds the smallest value that is greater than or equal to lookup value. Lookup array must be placed in descending order. So if I click on less than, let me go with this. So in the less than, I have the option for the 1. I can write 1. So if I go with this, so I'll get an error. This is not a sorted one. If I click 0 here, again I'm getting an error because this value is not matched here, government here. Then this normally works in case of numericals. Then if I give -1, it cannot find here lookup value and lookup array where you want to have that particular value. If I, what I do, if I click it here, this France, and now let me pass this to as B14. Now this is not part of the table. Let's try that. Again, it is getting an error. It is getting an error because it is not having the match value with it. So it is having the 3 argument, that is lookup value, lookup array, and match type. In the match type, you need to see what you want to have. Let's try for the 0. 0 match, this is match type. In this match type, what we are trying to say, in the exact match, finds the first value that is exactly equal to lookup value. Lookup array can be in any order. We are providing a range, and in the same way we are having the output with us. Let's look for any other value as well. Let me give it here 0 again. So this time I will be having the value not instead of anything else. So we'll go for D11 now. Montana, we are searching C. Again, you are getting an error. This lookup value is not working. This match is not able to find. So in such cases, our functions like VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP are very interesting one to get a particular output with us. And index also work with that. So alternatively, if you want to use, you can go for the index or match function. Moving forward, let's revise what we have covered so far now. We covered about VLOOKUP function and HLOOKUP function. In VLOOKUP function, we can give 4 arguments, that is lookup value, table array, column index number, and range lookup. We can return a value in the same row from the column you choose after looking for a value in the leftmost column of the selected range. We applied VLOOKUP on this data set. We given 4 arguments. We learned about the 4th argument, that is VLOOKUP. that we can have only the values. Let me select here small business. Array I'm providing here and index I am providing 2. Now you can have two values. True is for the approximate match. False is for the exact match. By default, 2 is selected. It is advisable to have an exact value. You should work with a false argument. So this is about VLOOKUP function. Then we covered HLOOKUP function. HLOOKUPs are used for the horizontal lookups and it also takes four arguments, that is lookup value, table array, row index number, range lookup. It looks for a value in the topmost row of the selected range and then returns a value in the same column from the specified row. Then we covered index and match function. Index and match function, it is alternative for VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Index take three arguments, that is array, row index number and the column index number. Within a table or a range, you can go and returns a value or a reference to a value. In the match function, we have three arguments, lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Match type you can decide from 1, 0, and -1. Returns the relative position of that item in the range after searching the specific item in the range of cell. Index and match function. So if within index we can look for a table and it returns a value or a reference to a particular value, we are basically providing a range as well as the index for the row and then we are providing the index for the column. Similarly, we talked about the match function as well. So here we are providing a lookup value and lookup array and then we are giving the match type for that. Let's try this match function with another example now. I'll go back to the same financial sample sheet and here what we have, I have the same data set but this time a different column we have country with us, product with us and discount band and units sold. So we are looking for the formula match here only. So let looks for a particular value. Let me write a lookup value in this column and that value might be Germany in this case and I'll be writing my formula to this next column. So formula will be, we are doing it for the match function. Lookup value is Germany, that is situated in D15. And after that, what we need to provide? We need to provide a lookup array. In that case, now I'm passing which column? I'm passing this country. So we have the values from C3 to C30. And in the match type, I'll not go for the less than, I'll not go for the greater than. So I'm not giving the argument as 1 or -1. I'm directly going to 0. I'll close my parenthesis and put on enter. We are getting here 3. So basically what we are having the value, we are having the value as the location for that particular value which we are trying to find here. So we were looking for the Germany and in that case you can see from that table this is a row number 1, row number 2, row number 3 and similarly it is we are having other rows as well and what we are getting 3 as the answer for the Germany. Let me change the value. This time I am trying the value for Canada. So the lookup value is Canada this time. So it is returning me 4. 4 is the row number for the value Canada. So in this way match function works. We are providing a particular range here. We are providing a lookup value and accordingly it is returning us the index value for that lookup value. So let's change this to United States of America. So this time we are getting it 2 as it is also mentioned here. So similarly, if we are having multiple results, it will be giving us answer according to the first finding value. If I'll write here Mexico, in that case, we have the answer as 8. This could be for this row only. It is ignoring the ninth one because it is returning the first value. So this is the match function. Now let's go back to our slide and see what we have in this week. Next we are covering lookup function, that is XLOOKUP. So XLOOKUP function is a new function and that is only available with Microsoft Office 365. So this is a modern and flexible replacement for older functions like VLOOKUP, that was for the vertical lookup, and then we have horizontal lookup. So all the disadvantages with these functions can be overcome by using XLOOKUP function. Now see the arguments. First argument is lookup value. So whatever you need to find out, that you can give into this XLOOKUP, that is the first argument. Second, we have lookup array, then it is the return array, and what should be printed if not found. This is the matching mode, this is the searching mode. We'll read about this as well. So these last three arguments are optional actually. So it is your choice whether you want to give, whether you want to use these options or not. So you can go directly with the three arguments as well. You can go with the four arguments as well. You can go with the five as well, and with similarly with the six arguments as well. So just you need to specify which argument you are passing. But the mandatory one is the lookup value, lookup array, and the return array. So what XLOOKUP function is doing? It returns the item corresponding to the first match it finds after searching for a range or an array. So it works in with 365 version only. It overcomes the limitation of lookup function. So let's try XLOOKUP function and then realize how it is different from vertical lookup and horizontal lookup. I'll go back to my financial sample dataset only. So this time let's use this function XLOOKUP. So what arguments we can give it to? XLOOKUP function. Let's find out the value. Again, let's find out this D15 only. That is our lookup value. And I will be providing the range as this range. This C3 to C13 is my range. And that is lookup array. In the return array, I will be giving unit sold. That is my F3 to F13. And then what I can do, I have already provided three arguments to XLOOKUP function. Other three arguments are optional, and now this time I'm not using these three arguments. I'll go with the default value. Now I am having the result here 546. So for Mexico, the unit sold is 546. Let me change the value now. I'll place here United States of America. In this case, I am getting the answer as 267. Let's try it for Germany as well. So we are changing our lookup value and getting the results for units sold. So what we have provided in this formula, we have passed the value for this country, and corresponding to this country, whatever the units sold are written, that is returned to us by this function, because we have provided return array as F3 to F13. If I change it to E3 to E13. So what will happen in that case? In that case, I will be getting the value for Germany, and that Germany is high. If I change it to might be 3, I'll be getting here 3. So this is the value here. So what we are providing? We are providing lookup value, then we are going for lookup array, and then return array. So this is one example of XLOOKUP function. It is not working like vertical lookup or horizontal lookup. You can directly have the input. Now in case of vertical lookup, you can have only the one value. But if we talk about XLOOKUP function, you can have the multiple values as well. How we can have the multiple values? Let's try that. So this time again, in lookup array, I am giving C3 to C13 only. But in case of the return array, I will be providing a range, a bigger range this time. So the range will be, I will be deleting it and putting the range like this. So now I am including two columns, discount band and unit sold. I will be clicking enter. Let me do it again. This is, the range is increased now. After clicking it, that you can see that you are getting the output for discount band as well as for the units sold. So this is for the country Germany. If I increase this range from, might be from D only. So this time now I am including three columns. One is product column, second column is discount band, third column is units sold. So I'll be clicking enter. Now I am getting all the three values corresponding to country Germany. Let's change the country here. Let's try it for United States of America. We have the different values here. Let's try for Canada. Again, we have different values here. Let's try for Mexico. So we are changing here basically the lookup value, and correspondingly we are getting the results for three columns because we have provided here three columns. So this is the benefit of XLOOKUP function. In VLOOKUP function, you are not allowed to do that. You can have return for only one single column. But with XLOOKUP, we can play with the multiple values as well. Same example, we are not providing other three arguments. What we are doing? We are only playing with three arguments, that is a mandatory argument. Now let's try if not found. The fourth argument, the best thing is that, like in case I am giving a lookup value here that does not exist. Let me try it for India. So I am giving a value India to this function. In that case, I will be getting here a error. Similarly, I am getting an error for the match as well. If I try it with the vertical lookup, in that case also I will be getting an error. In case of horizontal lookup, I will be getting an error. But we have one another option, the fourth argument, which we can use to save it from the getting the error. So in this way, I'll provide here, I'll give a message here. Let me write here not found. So this is the case when the value is not searched by the XLOOKUP function, it does not exist. In that case, it will be providing us output. It will be not giving any kind of error. It will be just coming as an output. So whatever message you want to give, you can give it here. If I try for Germany, the same lookup value, it will be returning the result. In case of the value that does not exist, it will be directly telling us that this value does not exist by our message. So you can have your own message as well. I can change it to something else also. I can write try another value. I can have that output here. So the fourth argument, this if not found, is an optional one, but it is good to go with that so that you can actually have the knowledge about that. The lookup values exist or not exist in that range provided. If it exists, then it will return the array. If it does not exist, it will return the error message that we have provided. This is about XLOOKUP function. Now let's talk about other two arguments with the XLOOKUP function. So the first argument is match mode. The match mode is the optional one. So we can have three different values, or we can say we have the value as 0. It is for exact match. By default, now exact match is set here. It's not set to any approximate match like we have in another functions. Here it is set to optional one, and that by default we have the value as an exact match. Then we can have as use -1 as well. -1 is used for exact match or next smallest. Then we have the value as 1. 1 is used for exact match or next larger value. So in case exact match does not matched here, in that case it will be returning us the next larger value. In case of -1, it will be returning us the next smallest value. Then 2 is for the wildcard match. Similarly, how search mode works, optional, it's also optional. By default, 1 is selected, and that is search from the first. It will start searching from the first only. -1, search from the last. 2, binary search ascending order. -2, binary search descending order. So for the match mode, we have options 0, -1, 1 and 2. For search mode, we have options 1, -1, 2 and -2. By default, for the match mode, 0 is the default value, that is for the exact match. And for the search mode, 1 is the default value. It should start searching from the first. And other values are, it can start searching from last as well. It can start searching for a binary search in the ascending order. It can go for a binary search in descending order. Then we have in the match mode exact match or next smallest one, exact match or next larger, and wildcard match. So this XLOOKUP function is modern and flexible replacement for the, we can say, for VLOOKUP function and for the HLOOKUP function. So directly you can go for the XLOOKUP, and rather than using these vertical and horizontal searching, you can go for XLOOKUP function, and in fact you can have multiple values as well. But the main thing is that it works only with Office 365 version right now. So if you have this version only, then you can try this function, XLOOKUP function. Next we have offset function. This is very important one. Offset function, what we have in the arguments, we have here total 5 arguments. Last 2 arguments are optional. So what we need to provide? We need to provide a reference first, and then we need to specify the number of rows and the number of columns, or we can say the size for the rows and the size of the column. Then we can provide height and width. Now, what offset function is responsible for? From a cell or a range of cells, this function returns a reference to a range with a specified number of rows and columns. So we can nest it with the sum as well. Let's try this offset function first. So I'll go back to my Excel sheet. Let's have a different data set this time. I will be deleting this data, and let me go back to my main data. This time I'll pick some numerical values. So let's have the values for units sold, manufacturing price, and gross sales. So I will be copying it to my another sheet. Now let's try this offset function. I will be writing here offset function. So if you read the description given by Microsoft Excel, it returns a reference to a range that is a given number of rows and columns from a given reference. Let's start the parenthesis. So how many arguments we can give? We can give total 5 arguments. First one is for the reference. So reference I'll provide this one. This is my reference where it need to start C5. Number of rows, for example, I'll give 2, and again I'll write 2, and in the height and the width also I'll provide 2 and 2. So this is my output, this is my offset, and accordingly for 2 rows and 2 columns I am having the value here. Let's find out this value where we have this in the table. So we are returned by this value with the offset function. So it is basically providing us a particular range, and whatever value you want to set, you can have it look here. So if I select it to 4 into 4, in that case I have something like this. As its value does not exist and it considers the 2 plus 2 for the rows and column, that is why it is returned with a 0. If I change to this, let me do it 1 and 1. This time I am having a different data set, so it is including this manufacturing price as well, sale price as well, and gross sales. And if I add something else, let me go back to the main data. This time I am adding discount, sales, and these other 4 fields as well. I'll be going back to my sheet and having the results here for the same sheet. Now if I try this function, this time let me do some more changes. I'll write here 1 to 1, and let me do it for height 2, and similarly for width 2. In this way I have this result. Let me do it for the 4 plus 4. So you have the output like this. So accordingly with the offset you can go for the values. Now in the slide it is mentioned that we can nest this offset function with the sum function. Sum function we already use. So in the sum function we basically provide the range, and whatever range we provide, sum function will be returning us the total of all those values, all those numbers. And if we club the sum function with the offset function, it returns the sum of output range of offset. So let's see that. So what I am doing now, I will going here and clicking on sum and then nesting it with the offset function. Whenever you are nesting the function, just make sure you're closing the parenthesis appropriately. Only then you'll get the correct output. So whatever was the sum of all that range of the offset, that is returned by this function. So if I do some more changes here, let me include 2 into 2, and row and the height, let me take height as 7 and width as 2. So this time I have a more data set. Let me try what we have with this range. So I'll be executing this offset function here. I'll be writing offset function again here to see what we have in that range. So the reference is C5, and then what we are giving, or I'll just copy it here, and this time I'm just deleting the sum function, and you can see as the output here. So we have this range, and for that range we are having some kind of total. So this is the nesting of sum function and offset function. We can have such output with us. And offset function is normally are used whenever you have the demand for working with the multiple functions. In that case, you can work here. So it returns basically the reference to a range that is a given number of rows and columns from a given reference. And the references that we are starting, like in our example, it was starting from C5. So in this session, what we covered, we have learnt about basics of pivot table. So we started with how we can insert the pivot table, how we can go with the pivot table. So it started with insertion of the pivot table. I'll just go back to my Excel sheet. So we learn how we can have the pivot table. We started with going with insert, clicking on the pivot table. There you need to select where you want to have your pivot table. You want to have it into the new worksheet or you want to have into the existing worksheet. This is your choice. If I go with the new worksheet, I will be provided by two tabs here. One is pivot table analyze and then design. Then I will be able to see this pivot table fields. Here I need to choose what fields you want to include here. You have four different options: filter, column, row and value. So you can actually decide which columns you want to include in this type of data summary. I can click multiple columns also. I can have a single or two values as well. Here in the values, I am provided with the option. Let me click here sales for right now. So I have the option. I can do the calculation based on sum, count, average, maximum, minimum, product, count number, standard deviation with population, variance and variance with population. I can change the format of the number as well. I can customize the name as well for this formula. And similarly, I can have multiple columns. This is my choice whether I want to put it into the rows or columns or into filtration. After that, we covered about pivot table name as well. We can provide our own name to pivot table. Wherever I'm selecting my cell, this will be shown in the active field. In the field settings, again, we can change the formulas. We learnt about how we can group the selection or ungroup the selection from the pivot table data. Then we learnt about the benefits with the insertion of the slicer and the insertion of the timeline. And timeline is used to filter dates interactively. Timelines makes it faster and easier to select time periods in order to filter pivot table, pivot charts and queue functions. Pivot table and pivot charts we already covered, and queue functions we will do in upcoming weeks. Then we learned about refreshing the data, changing the data source. We learned about how we can clear all filters or everything. We can select particular thing from the pivot table, and in fact we can move our pivot table as well to another place or to another worksheet. Then we learnt about how we can add more fields in the pivot table. We have gone through the pivot chart and then recommended pivot tables. It's a very good function with Microsoft 365. So you can just have a look on that and you can use smart pivot tables as well. Then you can change the appearance of the pivot style with this show button. So this was pivot table analyze. In the design, you can actually do the formatting with the pivot table. So subtotal option, grand total option, we have report layout option, blank rows option. So this is your choice. By default, if you are not selecting anything, it will go with the default behavior. If you want to make any changes in that default behavior, you can do it with changing here the layouts. Then we can click on row header. We can have the bended rows, bended columns, or the column headers here. And then we have the pivot table styles as well. We can use a light theme, we can go for a medium theme, we can go for a dark theme, or we can make our own theme by clicking on the new pivot table style. We can customize the style as well. So this we covered the pivot table, and after that we talked about some functions here. So functions, what functions we covered? We covered the function. Let me go back to the slide so that you can revise the concepts again. After formatting, we talked about the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP function. VLOOKUP is for the vertical lookup and HLOOKUP is for the horizontal lookup. It is having total 4 arguments. First is the lookup value, then table array, column index value, and in case of horizontal lookup, we have the row index number with us. And then true or false, you can provide here in the fourth argument. True is for the approximate match and false is for the exact match, and it is advisable to go with the exact match. In case of approximate match, your table should be in the sorted order, in the ascending order. Only then it will give you some kind of output. Then we covered index and match function. In index function, we have array, we have the row index number and the column index number, and that particular value will be returned to our index function. Then we covered the match function. Match function also takes 3 arguments here. One is the lookup value, lookup array, and the match type. And with this, it returns the relative position. It is not returning anything with the value or something. It is basically returning the relative position of that item in the range after searching the specific item in the range of cell. After that, we covered very important function, that is XLOOKUP function. XLOOKUP function, it returns the item corresponding to the first match it finds after searching for a range or an array. So it is basically combination of all the lookup function, index function, match function. So rather than using those functions, you can use directly XLOOKUP function and you can have the output with you. So what you need to provide? You need to provide lookup value, lookup array, and return array. These are 3 mandatory arguments and rest 3 arguments are the optional one. If not found, match mode and search mode, we can give the lookup value here. Then we can give the lookup array and we can have multiple values as well by XLOOKUP function. So you can provide it here range for 1 column, range for 2 column, range for 3 column, or more than that. It works with Office 365 version. So we have 2 different modes with XLOOKUP function. The first mode is match mode, the second mode is search mode, and 0 is for the exact match. Either you can give value 0, -1, 1, or 2. In the search mode also you can give value 1, 2, -2. So even in fact we can see it Microsoft with Microsoft Excel as well. So if I go with here XLOOKUP function, I'll be writing here XLOOKUP function. So just revise the concepts and see how it is working. So we can provide lookup value as maybe the C8 here, and lookup array as, this time I am giving lookup array as unit sold, and returning array I am giving sale price. If not found, I'll be giving here, maybe this time I can give not found. This is my display message. And then here you can see the option available with the match mode. So we have 4 options here: 0, -1, 1, and 2. In fact, the description is also provided, so you can go for that. This is the fourth argument we have. And then after fourth argument, we can provide this fifth argument for the mode, for the match mode. And in the search mode, again, we have 4 options, that is 1, -1, 2, and -2. Search first to last, search last to first, binary search, sorted according descending order, ascending order. So it depends on your data, where you can see, like, if the more probabilities to have the data set from the last, then you can go for the -1. If the more probability is from the starting, then you can go for the first, that is first to last. This is the XLOOKUP function. Then we talked about offset function. Offset function is used for providing a cell or range of cells. This function returns a reference to a range within a specified number. We can give how many arguments? We can give 5 arguments. One is, the first argument is the reference, then the number of rows and the columns. Then you can provide the height and width for the return average. And we can nest it with the sum function as well, that can return the sum of output range of offset, that is the return value of this function, whatever values you are providing it to. We learned about creating dynamic and nested loop functions, loop functions and their application. So this is all about this week. Thank you.
Congratulations on completing Cryodo's data analysis and visualization using Excel course. You've invested 26 hours mastering valuable skills from data cleaning and advanced formulas to creating insightful dashboards, preparing you to tackle complex data challenges. If you found this course helpful, please like and share this video. Don't forget to leave your questions and feedback in the comments and we'll get back to you promptly. Be sure to download your well-deserved certificate from the link in the description to validate your new skills. For more advanced courses and resources, subscribe to our YouTube channel and also explore our website for premium programs. We wish you continued success in your data analytics career. Until next time, happy learning!